Well, a very good morning to you all from Watkins Glen International in Schuyler County, New York, at the south end of Seneca Lake, New York's Finger Lake region. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company once again this morning. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined at present by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Jordan Worth is on the ones and the twos at the moment. We'll chime in throughout the day on the microphones as well. Joseph Mudrak should be joining us here in a little bit, as well as we get set to tackle the second half, or nearly the second half, I suppose, of World Racing League's debut weekend at Watkins Glen International. 3.45-mile layout, as we said yesterday, just seeps history and speed and tradition. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing already. We had our 8-hour initial enduro yesterday, as is the case on Saturday. Finished up in some long shadows at 5 p.m. and starting in some long shadows this morning as well. The sun came up over the horizon, over the rolling hills to the east here about 30 minutes ago or so. Still a very chilly morning, being an hour early than we kicked things off yesterday. But posed no problems for our field of nearly 70 cars that took the green yesterday. And we expect a similarly clean start this morning. Not quite 70 cars on the grid this morning. We had a few casualties throughout the day yesterday, some mechanical, a couple of incidents as well that have reduced our grid. I expect it to be somewhere around 60 cars. Unfortunately, we know the 92 Mustang had an incident yesterday. That's in GTO on the number 5 from All-Star Racing. That was part of a really good three-way scrap for GP1 yesterday throughout the day. Is not on the grid as well, owing to a mechanical issue. The 74 from AOA Racing, unfortunately, is not out there among other cars that I'm sure we'll get to throughout the day of racing today. As the field rolls around on the grid, just a quick recap of what we saw yesterday if you didn't join us. And if you didn't, why not? Fantastic day of racing. Of course, we use code 35 here at Watkins Glen International, thanks to Flagtronics for some help with enforcement of that. It was a fair day of racing yesterday. We did have one red flag and then ensuing safety car that kind of jumbled things up. But what we got in the end, JT, was a GP1 battle that was decided by under a minute, a GTU battle that was decided by under a second, and then 2 podium battles in GTO. The lead battle decided by under 20 seconds, and second to third decided by under 10 seconds. It wasn't necessarily tense through the last hour or two, but there was a lot to keep an eye on and a lot of unknowns right up until the very end.
Yes, and the slight timing bug on our end did not help. I would say that definitely made it a bit more tense than it needed to be. But yeah, no, it was great. We had a lot of great battles coming down to the wire, and so it's going to be very interesting to see how that's going to play out today with a much shorter race.
Yeah, Joseph Mudrak has just joined us here in the booth. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning.
It's not just that it's a shorter race, JT and Joseph. It is. It's an hour shorter, right? We've kind of settled into this new normal of 7-hour Sunday races, give everybody a little extra time to get packed up and get out, and in many cases get home on Sunday. But that 7 hours with the 3-hour maximum drive time at the end of races does tend to throw a slight wrinkle into the way these teams call strategy and call their driver rotations. Yesterday, and in many cases during 8-hour races, you'll see a pro in early or a faster driver in early. Let's say some gentlemen or sportsman drivers, less experienced drivers in the middle, and then you give it to your fast guy or girl right at the end. These races tend to jumble that up, and a lot of times you'll see the slower drivers in early in the morning and then hand it off to the faster drivers who will get in to finish out the last 3 hours. And it really does present a different race than we typically see on the Saturday. Other changes to come this morning. The GTUs are going to start in front of the GTO field. That was different than what we saw yesterday. GTUs this morning, even though the grid is not quite in proper order, the 60 will start ahead of the 58. Will start ahead of the... Oh, no, that's the Saturday grid that hasn't been updated on my app for some reason. Interesting.
So GTU will be the 58, 59,
Thank you.
60, and 6.
Thank
no
you.
Dawn Motorsports this morning.
The GTO, a couple of top starters there, JT, if you don't mind.
Yeah, 2 ACP Tangerine Associates will start us off there. Modern Autovac, Body Vac, the 914 M3 will start next to it. NFC Motorsports, the 123, and the 99 GTR will be row 2. 52 Tangerine Associates and round 3 racing, number 70, row 3 there. Row 4 will be the 188 Lupe Tutuyev Fast Track Racing and the 153 from Go Karts Go Australia. Then Bruce Innovations 333 and Stoic Racing 87 Toyota Supra. The next row will be Automatic Racing, the 909, and the 888 from TLM Mona. We have one of the Mustangs from Ford Performance Racing School, the 91, lining up alongside the 124 from NFC Motorsports. Then comes the 90 from Toyota R&D Racing and the 89X Motorsport of the 289 Aston Martin. Just behind, Matt Conley Motorsports and their Pontiac GTOR, and the Audi R8 from Shift Up Now by Victory. And then the last 2 rows in GTO will be Random Vandals in the 82, alongside TLM USA, the 172, 997 from Round 3 Racing, and 926 Fast Track Racing.
Should have you do the grid reads more often. Way more efficient at it than I am. Appreciate that, JT. Split start, of course, of the World Racing League. Jordan, right on cue, picks up the general production field, making up something like half of the grid, GP1, 2, and 3. Again, the GP1 scrap was really, really good yesterday. If you don't mind, JT, just the top 2 rows or so in each of the GP classes as well.
Sure. GP1, Zalus Motorsports will line up alongside BSR Racing, the Porsche Cayman, followed by Palomar Racing and PC Racing. GP2, it's the Porsche Cayman from Rockwell Autosport Development, the 41. Moving ASM Motorsports, the 525. Harrison Motorsports, the 164, and Crabtree Crowd's back in the 211. GP3, unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have, I believe, 5 cars.
5, yeah.
Okay, sweet. We got an extra one. That I believe is going to be the 85 from AOA Racing, lining up alongside the 600 Ruben Performance. So MX-5's at the front. Open throttle, round 3 racing, and I believe we have another open throttle today.
I think you're right.
We'll be making the start. Take it away.
An extra green car in the grid there, JT. The pace car peels off. The GTU cars will head down in their 2x2 formation down the front straightaway. The green flag will wave at the start-finish line with the GTO cars close in tow, and something like 30 Grand Touring cars, GTO and GTU, head down into turn number 1. Little lockup there from the 59 with cold tires and brakes into that downhill cambered first corner. Cold ambient temperature and track temperature as well means it's going to take a little bit of time for these cars to start generating temperature. Didn't seem to hurt those lightweight GTU cars yesterday, but already you can see the GTO cars stacking up behind the number 6 Heraflight Sebico NP01 at the tail end of that GTU field. As they head down the back straightaway for the first time, peel back the curtain just a touch here. We'll have the bus stop camera up and running in a couple of laps, all things going well, as the GP field, the general production field, takes the green flag down the front straightaway. Good, strong move from PC Racing to move to the left-hand side under braking headed into turn number 1. They'll turn wide around the outside of Zalus Motorsports. That was your GP1 pole sitter, and instead it looks like it's going to be the the 981 headed up the hill for the first time in the GP1 class lead. Clean start thus far, all things considered. A little wide for one of the BMWs over the crest of the S's, but everybody giving plenty of room as the road goes right, left, and right, climbing the hill all the time onto the back straightaway. We meet the tail end of the GTO field headed into the toe of the boot for the first time as we jump on board the number 600. This is the Mazda MX-5, the NC Mazda MX-5 that won GP3 quite handily yesterday. We meet the leaders again in the main field, headed up through the heel of the boot and the Achilles as they rejoin the main circuit. That number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates working through those Sebico NP01s in GTU that generally take a couple of laps to start building temperature in these cool conditions. The electronic aids and the heavier weight of those GTO and GT4 spec cars really start to pay dividends in these early laps. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1, big move up the inside from the number 70. That's the white Porsche 911 Cup who peeks up the inside of the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. Move not complete, and they fall back in line, headed up the hill through the S's.
Yeah, this is where the GTO cars with their higher top speeds are going to really have an advantage over the GTUs. You mentioned that the GTUs aren't going to be totally up to temperature. They're going to be more dependent on their tire temperature at this stage. The 60 is falling back for the overall order. The 59 and 58 seem to be holding the point at the moment. You can see with the 6 has fallen almost all the way back already down through the GTO field. As you get up to turn 5 of the chicane, that's where it's going to get really hairy, where these GTOs are going to be able to take advantage of their top speed and the exit coming out of turn 1.
Battle for the GP1 lead headed into turn number 1. PC Racing, which had flashes of speed yesterday, but nothing really sustained, goes up the inside of the 981, who gets shoved out over the exit curb on driver's left. The 88 will peek up the inside, try to follow that PC car through as they go too wide up the S's for now the second time of asking. Much cleaner and much closer to single file, though not all the way through the GP field as compared to the first lap. Early pit caller is the 99 from GTR. Now that was well behind the general production field, JT.
Yes, that was interesting.
It's a drive-through.
Okay.
They must have stopped. Yeah, okay, they did come to a stop. I don't know if maybe they had contact on the first lap or get the race control log pulled up. Car looked to be okay. 525 was reported to stop on the pace lap. That's the only note we've got so far. So as far as we're concerned, or as far as we know, nothing reported in from trackside with that number 99 crew, or number 99 car. Seems like the GTU car is now starting to build a little bit of temperature and consistency. Like we said, it takes a couple of laps, even in warm conditions, to get those cars fully up to operating conditions and in temperatures that mirrored what we had yesterday, right around 36, 37 degrees at the green flag. Just takes some time to build that confidence, particularly not so much up through the S's, but when you get down into the bus stop, turn 5, and then certainly through the boot, the whole of the boot, really, where you are grip limited. It just takes a minute to get everything up to pressure to where you can really start to push the car.
Early fast laps being set by the 123 for NFC Motorsports and GTO and by the 58 for Stratus. No real surprise there. Race winners longtime pace setter in GTU for the 58, race winner for the 123 in GTO. Likewise, PC Racing, who were up toward the front in GP1 before they fell back later on in the race. Fastest car and leader in GP1 at the moment.
Yeah, that PC car, I think, featured really well yesterday in what ended up being a two-way scrap for GP1, but All-Star Racing was in there till they hit some problems yesterday as well. So it'd be nice to see that blue and white number 44 feature well in GP1 today. The GTO battle at the moment is a pack of 4. 2 and 914 lead that group of 4, followed by the 123 of NFC and the 70 of round 3 racing.
At 65 for open throttle, leading and pace setting at the moment. Winner from yesterday, Harrison Motorsports in GP2, fastest car in the class at the moment. They still sit P3.
Yeah, good start for Crappy Kraut, BMW in that class.
If you're following along on YouTube, we had a couple of reports that the stream was a little spotty. Just hang tight with us. We'll get things ironed out. A bit of a slow start this morning. I was locked out of the broadcast booth until just a couple of minutes before we got going. So we're chasing things a little bit here. It's an early morning for everybody in the WRL paddock, us included, as maybe a little bit of a hip check there, headed out of turn number 8 with what I believe is the
Looks like BSR Racing has taken the point in GP1 from PC Racing on that last lap and set fast lap for the class in the process.
Yeah, very, very quick lap for them. 28 flat, or 208 flat, I should say.
And then down in GP2, Harrison, as we said, winner from yesterday, has overtaken Krabby Kraut in 211.
And the 66 on that lap. Well done.
Yeah, so they're now at the point of GP2. And given the lap advantage they had at the end of yesterday's race, even after a red flag and safety car intervention, which we weren't expecting, that is a little bit of a scary start for the rest of the GP2 field, because that car may be able to stretch its legs pretty early on here.
Do we mention the change for the GTO class lead?
No, we were talking GP2 class lead switch.
Okay, well, let's turn our attention to GTO briefly. The 914 Modern Auto Body AV Autosport, which is one of the, I think maybe the only home-built, home-brewed car in GTO this weekend, now leads the class from the number 70 Round 3 Racing Porsche 911 Cup. The number 2 that started on the class pole and led the early laps, at least a handful of the early laps, all the way back to 4th now.
Yeah, good gap there at the front, too.
Yeah, that 914. So I think that car would have featured a little bit better yesterday, were it not for the the red flag and the safety car that followed. They were in a really strong position with some well-timed code 35s and some really good pit and strategy decision-making downstairs where those code 35s were concerned, able to jump up into the class lead for a little while. And unfortunately, the timing of the safety car and the red flag kind of it didn't take them out of contention, because they were right in the scrap until the very end. But I think they weren't able to capitalize on the advantage they had in hand through the middle part of the race or the early afternoon. So barring that same kind of intervention that we had yesterday, I'm hopeful that cars like the 914 that are both quick and can take advantage in the code 35s that inevitably we're going to see at some point today, can keep cars like that in contention throughout the length of the day. 62 is into the pit lane.
Yeah, it was stopped out on track around turn 9 twice in the last 5 minutes. So that car's which I don't believe we saw yesterday, from open throttle, having a few mechanical issues, and appears to be something they're going to need to suss out.
Much less chaotic start to the day today than we had yesterday. These early laps, even through the general production cars for most of our GTO, GTU class leaders, have been quite a bit less frantic. Of course, we started 70-ish cars yesterday. Did we get to the green flag this morning? Looks like 54 cars at the start today.
It's a surprising amount of attrition, actually.
It is. Yeah, I don't really know what contributes to that. We did have a handful of cars that really only turned 2 or 3 laps yesterday. I know the number 96 from Liberty Autosports, that's the Chev Stang. We've talked about it previous events, only got 1 or 2 laps in. We know we lost 2 of the AOA racing cars, the 55 and the 75. The 74 didn't take the green flag today, and I do kind of wonder if that was just a product of AOA having such a tough day yesterday that they just decided to pack the squad up and head out. I do see a tent or trailer down in the paddock directly opposite me, but not much activity down
the
there.
85's out.
Yeah,
the 85 is
running.
out. Interesting. So I don't remember the 74 having any drastic issues yesterday that would have taken it out.
The only thought that I have is that I wonder if they've parked it to work on the GP3 cars to try to get their renters some seat time today.
That is possible. That is possible. 74, I believe, was run on behalf of a specific customer, however.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Not sure what the details are there. 15 minutes, nearly 15 minutes gone. Saturday 7-hour enduro. As things kind of get underway here, I've got a couple of camera issues I need to attend to briefly around the backside of the circuit. We'll get an angle of the bus stop up and running here and just kind of generally settle ourselves in for the remainder of the day. These early hours before the world wakes up, really. And everybody's had their coffee.
How was setting up cameras in the
dark? Well, it's funny because I also took them down in the pitch black yesterday.
Yeah, sure.
More on that later.
Don't call me a moron.
No. It was okay, but I don't know. Jordan, do you want to throw that bus stop camera up? Does it show you what it's like to set up cameras in the dark? Yeah, we'll peel that curtain back.
Oh no, what's it look like?
No, it's not bad. It's pretty bad. So the only thing I had to aim
looking live at a post in Watkins Glen, New York.
The only thing I had to aim the camera on was a Sunoco sign. And it was fine in the dark. Like, it looked absolutely fine as far as I can tell. You crank the brightness up and you can see some artifacts, but it looked fine. And then apparently when the sun came up, it tried to focus on something else. And when it did, it brought the sunshade strap that we use into the focus of the lens, and now it just won't go away. So I have to go over there and just kind of manually reset the thing. It'll be fine, but, you know, between that and the backstretch camera that for some reason won't stay up either, I gotta go give those a quick reset.
Just put out a call to any photographer that might be on the backstretch and be like, hey, can you?
Is Scotty here? Scotty Elkins here? I haven't seen him this weekend.
Crowdsource our camera maintenance.
Yeah, might as well. Let's give him a $15 Starbucks gift card or something.
Yeah.
Other coffee shops
$10
are available.
voucher.
Yeah.
The light is so good right now. Why would you want to distract them?
A DriversEye Live gift card.
Yes.
Yeah. Valid for $10 off a production of any live event. Looking at you, sure. Southeast Mini Moto, Mr. Elkins. All right, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Joseph Mudrak and JT Tammy for just a couple of minutes here. Should be a quick turnaround, but when we do, hopefully we'll have the east side of the wonderful Watkins Glen International circuit covered, and we can settle into a really nice day of racing here.
I don't know why Brendan thinks we're capable of much of anything. The 805 for AOA has taken the point in GP3 away from the open throttle number 65. So in the first 20 minutes of this race, we've had lead changes in, I think, every class bar ETU at this point. So that's still the 58 in front of the 59. That 58 had the pace over the 59 for the majority of the race yesterday. The 60 has fallen back, but not to too bad of a degree. They're about 26 seconds off of the lead on lap 7 or so. And as we noted, GTO field being kind of in the mix of all that really split up the GTU field. Trying things a little different today compared to yesterday, as Brendan noted. So putting the GTU cars in front of the GTO field today. Yesterday had the GTO cars in front of the GTU class because the GTO cars have more straight line speed. They don't rely so much on tire time, and the tire temp that they do have, they build up a lot more quickly than the GTU cars. But that said, the GTU cars are faster in the long run. It took about 4 hours to get through all the GTO field. Some 20 cars strong. Yeah. Started the weekend with 26 cars. We had, looks like 22 starters today. So lots of cars to get through if you're in that GTU field once everything comes up to temp and nominal operating conditions.
God, climbing this hill right here is gonna be so difficult with that sun.
Yeah, you're looking directly. I mean, you can see right into the driver's faces. You're really relying on that windshield banner at this point. Thank you, Jordan.
Yeah.
That's horrendous.
Yeah, you get a little bit, coming out of 1, going up through the S's. But yeah, no, turn 9 right there. That's rough.
Yeah, that is directly in your face, and will be really for the next, you'd say, hour and a half. It'll get a little less aggressive as the sun comes up, but it's still going to be directly in your face. Down here, the east end of the circuit, I guess you'd say, not quite as bad, but there, the climb up to the S's, that's directly in your face. Especially if you've got traffic that you're dealing with. Here, when you're in a single car situation, not as bad. When you're trying to navigate both the direction of the track and where the traffic around you is, that gets really difficult. It gets really stressful on the driver because you're trying to. I mean, you have no vision. Your vision's not really adjusting unless you've got a tinted visor, which will help a little bit in these cases. Your visibility is limited, and you're in a pretty stressful environment as you're trying to figure out where the competition around you is going. In a lot of these cases, you won't really know the name of the driver that's around you, and you may not even be familiar with them, even if you do know them, know where they're going to put the car, know how they're going to react to your car. A lot of variables in play that you're going to have to process in the moment. Having a bright shining star directly in your eyeballs isn't really going to help with that.
So BSR Racing in GP1 has opened up about a 5-second gap. Zalus this lap, getting around the 44 PC Racing to move into second. So they're still relatively close by. Choice Racing, the 522, working its way up in 4th at the moment.
Yeah, that move for Zalus ahead of the PC Racing 44 been confirmed on timing now. I've got that. Okay, now that gap has updated. So now 5 seconds behind BSR Racing. Already a 2-second gap between the 88 and the 44 that time by. So big pace advantage for the 88. I don't know, on that last lap, were they faster than the 981 or are the 981 crew?
The Porsche was 2/10 quicker.
Okay, so absolutely pace advantage to the 981 at the moment. Edge Auto Sports will be looking to see if they can do one better than their run yesterday. They're about 20 seconds ahead of the Palomar number 38 still. Round 3 racing over in GTO, only a second or so behind the 914 from Modern Auto Body. So that fight for GTO is still pretty hot, although we haven't really been talking about it too much. And there they are. A slow car, or is that just one of the general production cars?
Yeah, that is the 187 HQ Autosport BMW right there with the black and orange livery. I think just helping, trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, they are a bit off the pace though. They've already fallen. They're at the back of the GP2 field, and they've already fallen 40 seconds behind P6 in the North Loop, number 21. So we'll keep an eye on the GTO battle. At the moment, I don't believe that's our overall battle. I think the GTU leaders have the overall still.
Yeah, still the 58 leading overall, has a about 13-second gap here. As you see them, the leaders in GTO getting through the leaders in GP1.
Report into race control about 5 minutes ago that the 88 for Zalus had a art flapping under the car. I don't know if that's something that has been moved loose by running over the curb. Hopefully no car-to-car contact. Something to look out for later on the race to see if that's something that they choose to look at on one of the early pit stops. Also, team reported contact between the 88 and the 44. So, wonder if those are at all related. PC Racing still holding 2 seconds behind the 88 for Zalus.
So I'm kind of guessing we partially saw that incident because that's reported as one, and we did see PC Racing kind of dive to the inside there. As they got towards the apex, and as we switched cameras, it was kind of hard to see if there may have been contact, but we do know the result was that the 44, I believe. Oh no, the 44 would have been on the outside. No, I'm getting it mixed up. So the 888 was the one that was shoved wide outside of one, correct? I believe that was the case.
To be perfectly honest, I wasn't even looking. I was looking at timing at the time. But yes, so the 88 and the 44 potentially came together in turn one, and that's a team report. So that hasn't been called in by the coroner. So somebody certainly feels like they had contact made with them. If that is the It could have gone one of two ways, right? It could have been either the 88 making a move on the 44, or it could have been the 44 trying to defend, trying to come back on the 88. They haven't lost too much pace since that position swap, as I believe is it the Edge 26 going a little bit wide in the S's. Marble build-up from yesterday has been mostly cleared away, you see in that shot, but that will develop over the course of the race. We'll make that line a little bit more treacherous. Remember, toward the end of the race yesterday, Harrison, number 164, actually made contact with the wall. We didn't see it on our side, but race control noted that there was contact with the wall up in the S's for the 164, who ended up winning that race. Certainly feels like a much quieter track today, with some of the field electing to not start, or at least not starting the race at the drop of the green today. So we'll see if the traffic ends up developing in a way that creates quite as much chaos. I'm not really getting a sense of as much clustering as we did, as we see a group of about 7 cars that are about to come together in turn 11.
Yeah, no, I think at this point, most of the drivers have significantly more seat time than they did at the start of yesterday's race. So I feel there's a bit more reluctance to do some aggressive maneuvers.
Yeah, I'm really not even seeing that many cars. Again, there's this cluster. That seems to be the only major one of big interclass combinations of cars. 59 is going to round up one of the general production BMWs on the way in. There's a lot of sort of implicit communication has to go on in the S. It looks like a straightforward piece of track, but it really should only be single line. And so if you're trying to go around the outside of somebody, for example, you go to the outside of somebody at turn 2, you have to kind of trust that they're going to know that you're going to be on the inside of them in turn 3. Mm-hmm. Looks like the 90 and the 28 are right next to each other. The 90 and the 82 are within half a second of each other, and that's going to be a fight for P8, that black and white Toyota Supra and the white and green Random Vandals BMW.
Yeah, it's a good start for both those cars. The 82 starting 19th on the grid this morning, currently now sitting 8th. Toyota, which is currently 9th, they themselves started 15th, so they've been working their way up the field.
Yeah, that 90 didn't even finish the race last night. We last saw them parked up on the inside of turn 1 in the escape road going back to the paddock. So it's good to see that car back out there. They've repaired whatever was ailing it. 24 for BMM Montgomery Motorsports has fallen back 2 spots in that last lap from 6th down to 8th, and actually may have come to pit.
They are. Yeah, they are. That was also a really good starter here at the beginning of the race. That 2 series started 12th this morning in GP1 and worked its way up to 6th there for a while, but unfortunately, having to come down pit lane right now.
I think that's them leaving.
That is.
So hopefully a minor issue. It's always a little unsettling to see somebody as they come out right in front of, I think that's the 124. Yeah. Always unsettling to have an issue this early on in the race, and hope that it doesn't recur. You've got an hour fewer to run today, but being half an hour in and running into mechanical issues, depending on the severity, kind of an ominous start to the race.
Yeah.
38's been called up for a track limits warning, which, given some of the track limit usage we saw yesterday, must have been a little egregious. That 38 will be, he says, scrolling down through the list. Oh, right, Palomar in GP1.
Yeah, your race winners from yesterday.
Yes, they are now 27 seconds behind the 26 for Edge Autosports. They seem to have cleared the car that was between them, which must have been the 946 for Flying Fur.
Yeah, GP1's a bit unusual this morning, the fact that everything is quite spread out now. The closest battle you have right now is for 9th between Blaze Racing and the 64 from Open Throttle.
Yeah, that 44 for PC Racing, obviously a perennially quick car, worked quick yesterday as well, and then seemed to have mechanical issues that dropped them out of the running. A little bit of a defensive move from the BMW into turn 1. Nothing too egregious.
Yeah, so this battle here, this is the battle for the GP2 lead. So this is the 164 from Harrison leading over the 211 from Krabbetkraut. Krabbetkraut, the black car with the red windshield banner, following behind. So while GP1 has spread out a bit, your battle for the lead in GP2 and GP3 is still relatively close. GP3, it's the 65 over the 85 as they come across the line, 2 tenths separating them.
Yeah, the entire GP2 field has packed up pretty well, actually. I think down to P6, where we've only separated out by about 20 seconds, first to 6. So a pretty tight spread in GP2. The 187 is struggling for pace a little bit. I think that was a car that was in a little bit of strife yesterday as well. But yeah, as you say, GP3, gap between the Open Throttle 65 and the AOA 85, that black Miata, under half a second last time by in GP3. If you're looking at that trackside, that's a green BMW and
right here.
Yeah, oh yeah, and has that position is swapped around. So that's the AOA 85 in front of the 65 for Open Throttle now. GTU, the gap is blown out just a bit between all of the Stratus cars who are holding the podium positions in GTU. 58's got a 25-second gap over the 59. So the 58 will be the NPO1 with the blue accenting the 59 with the gold. Then further 20 seconds behind them is the 60 with the highlighter green accenting. Yeah, there goes the 59.
Yeah, that's splitting your GP2 battle for the lead there.
Good freeze frame on the Krabby Kraut. Definitely intentional.
Interesting to see. We saw briefly just a moment ago the 24 from Vietnam Montgomery had come out ahead of Zalus Motorsport. Zalus, unfortunately, getting checked up a bit, trying to get around the 24 we see come through shot here. That has allowed PC Racing to close that gap to about 1.5 seconds there. PC Racing is going to need to get around that car quick. Otherwise, Zalus is going to start to expand that gap again. But you see 24 really quick as they approach the inner loop.
Exciting to see that backstretch camera up. I don't think we saw that at all yesterday. Oh, okay.
PC Racing does clear the 24 relatively quick, so it's only about a second difference between Zalus and PC Racing in this fight for second in GP1.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how the GP3 field, or how that battle evolves now that the 85 has gotten around the 65, to see if that AOA Miata can pull a gap on the open throttle BMW.
We have Lupe Tortilla and TLM Mona dicing through the lead in GP2s. They start to come towards the front straight here.
82 holding what looked like about 5 car length lead over the 90, so that battle continues on for, it is now 7th in GTO. And the Harrison 164 really making the most of the tarmac runoff at turn 1. Trying to hold off the 211. We talked yesterday about how important that run through turn 1 is, because it generates your entire run, maintains all the momentum down to the chicane at turn 5.
Mm-hmm. Early stop for the 1.
And the 82's gotten around the 90. Is that right? Or was the 82 already in front of the 90? 90 was behind the 82.
Yes, the 90 had been behind the 82, I believe.
Great. I'm just going to invent position changes to keep things lively.
A little bit further behind, you do have the 119 shift of now a victory. Currently 11th, having a great finish yesterday. Leading a good group of cars. About a half second behind was the 333 from Roos Innovations. Second and a half further back was the BMW from Fast Track Racing. 10th across the line was the 52 from ACP Tangerine Associates. And then another 2/10 back was the 89X, the Black Aston Martin. Stoic Racing just within 2 seconds behind them. So good group of cars there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we could try to keep eyes on the podium positions in GTO for a bit. That will be the 914 for Modern Auto Body, so that black and orange BMW, the round 3 number 70, and the 123 NFC Mercedes, because that podium battle has stayed pretty tight through this opening stanza of the race. I think there's about 5 seconds across the 3 of them, so they're keeping that
2.5 last time by.
Oh yeah, you're right. So the 70 and the 123 are right on top of each other.
Yes, it's gotten quite compressed there. So I believe they're going around the toe, maybe the heel by now.
Yeah, we may be able to find them around the back part of the circuit.
There it is.
There they are on the back part of the circuit. There's a 914. The 70 is going to make a move on the inside of the 6 for Hera Flight Racing. And the 123 gets a little bit tail happy on the way out of 9, but they're going to be able to clear that number 6 as well. But all of these cars are going to be nose to tail. This is sort of what we were talking about yesterday, this sort of opening stint of the race where you've got pretty fast cars. There hasn't been any amount of strategy to split things up. So really, this is nose to tail action that you almost exclusively get at the beginning of these races before the first round of pit stops, until things seem to magically come back together in the last round of the race.
Yeah, it's the ebb and flow we have. It's good to see in the background there, the 50 from Matt Conley Motorsports has come back out. It had called to pit lane for a bit there. That GTO.
Not sure who's in the 914. Mo Dadka says that it's Cole Lofsgaard, Aaron Povoleto in the 70 and the 123 again, so it's a recurrence of that battle. Look at that. That camera's back.
Nice.
99 seems to have some... it seems to be at least up to speed again, so... whatever was causing that car to run towards the back of the field earlier seems to have been resolved.
Yeah, they did have that early stop in the first couple laps, but yeah, no, last time by 2026, so it's right there on pace right now. Unfortunately, you know, just a lap behind from that early stop. It's the two Roundtree Racing cars hang out in turn 9. See the
914 with there. 914 with that big dive on slower traffic down into
the heel.
Yes. Gap between Cole Lofsgaard and Aaron Povoleto. That's going to extend just a little bit as they have this slower traffic to contend with around turn 10. Easily cleared into turn 11, so that will free up Aaron Povoleto. Won't get the best run out of turn 11, having to take that shallower entry. And then is also going to be held up by that Palomar number 38, running P6 in GP1, winner in yesterday's race. He's going to be able to clear him by the time they get to turn 2. He's going to really be able to open up that entry. We'll be able to hold that as flat out as you dare up the S's. 914 holding really good pace up in the early stages of this race. Just did a 159.9. I'm not sure if anybody else has actually dipped into the 150. The 123, Aaron Povoleto, has done a couple of 59s. But absolutely the early pace setters in the first hour of this race. Cole Lofsgaard getting close, getting into the low 2-minute range. And very consistently as well. So that's how he's able to hold off the 123 and stay on top of the 914 in these stages. .58 there is your leader in GTU still. They've got now a 28-second lead over the team car in the 59. So they're continuing to pull a big gap here. Aaron Povoleto all over the back of Cole Lofsgaard now. That car's starting to slip back a little bit. Maybe down to up to a 2-second gap up to the 914. Povoleto's going to start to get impatient here as that gap starts to rise. He's going to want to try to get ahead of Cole. Sort of a reversal of fortune from what we saw yesterday, where Cole Lofsgaard absolutely had a pace advantage over the 914, over the 123 in the closing couple of hours of yesterday's race. They're going to get held up now behind this lap traffic. Cole's going to have to go to the left-hand side up turn 2. Did be able to clear them, but now we've got that argument now between who's got which side of the track. They've cleared them both fine. Now they're nose to tail down into the inner loop. Povolo's going to look for an opportunity, but isn't going to be able to find one. Doesn't even look to the inside. Takes a tighter line through the apexes. Now he's going to hold a much tighter line through the outer loop. I have to say, it looks like the 123's got a little bit more tire under him than the 70 does at this point. And wonder if that was the difference between this morning and yesterday, just how the tires are working in these cold temperatures in upstate New York at not quite 9 in the morning here. Track won't have a ton of temperature to it. The sun is still quite low. It's going to get warmer. But at this stage, we're still going to be in pretty chilly conditions. Also, should be a warmer day today than yesterday. But Povolo right on the back of the 70. They are virtually bumper to bumper. The question here is going to be, is there going to be an opportunity for Povolo to make a move on the 70? I think it's going to be a classic endurance race case of really have to look for a place where Cole Lofsgaard is going to get held up by traffic. I don't think it's going to happen here unless there's a mix-up with the 26 for Edge. I think that's a 26. I don't think that's a 26. Changed my mind. It's the HQ Autosport BMW.
Yes. And so all this is happening about 16 seconds behind the 58 Stratus Racing, which does lead overall and in GTU. That gap is relatively stable at the moment. Everyone doing 2:01s at the front of the field.
Povolo all over the back of Cole Lofsgaard, looking left, looking right, just trying to find an opportunity. He's maybe got a little bit of overlap coming out of the outer loop, but I don't think it's going to be enough to make anything stick. He might be able to, in that next corner, force Cole to take a little bit of a tighter line. That's the thing. When you're matched up this well in terms of car and driver, you're almost just trying to disrupt his momentum enough so that you're ready to make a move 3-4 corners down the road. You're really just trying to get him to stay off of his ideal racing line so that you can make the jump somewhere else along the track. Put him in a bad position in terms of traffic somewhere just to be able to do something. Still hasn't been able to do anything. Ooh. Now you'll see a gaggle of 3 general production cars in front of him. No, 2 general production cars and 1 race leader.
Yeah, Edge and open throttle, unfortunately. Just the 914 could not get by real quick there, and that's really closed the gap a bit more here.
Povolo with a decisive gap on the inside of this slow open throttle car. You see them diving back to pit lanes. I don't think it's a 62.
No, that would have been the 63 or the 64, I believe.
Both cars are going to have a clean run through turn 1. The 914 is not going to have a very clean run through turn 2. I don't know there's enough of a, if there's a close enough gap for... Oh, the 914's pitted. 914, okay, that is not our... That is not the orange BMW that we were looking for. The 914 has come into the pits a little earlier than I expected, and they've given up the lead to the 70 for Cole Lofsgaard in the round 3 Porsche. So now you're looking at the battle for the overall, or not overall lead, the GTO lead between Cole Lofsgaard and Aaron Povolo, early stages of this race. First into the race, as we mentioned. So both of these cars on relatively fresh tires. It's possible that the 70 has the same tires on that they put on towards the end of the race yesterday, whereas the 123 might have on a fresh set that were put on this morning. So that could explain some of the pace difference between today and yesterday. Lots of variables that could be in play. It's no requirement, obviously, that you have to start with a fresh set of tires. So, and given that the 70 put on new tires for Josh Bilicki late in the race yesterday, I hear a door opening and there's Brendan. Oh, thank God, we're saved.
Good news, bad news. Good news, I'm back. Bad news, the 914 is in the pit lane with the hood up.
Ooh.
Okay, so that's a mechanical for the 914, clearly.
That happened in between when I turned you guys off in the car and when I got upstairs to the booth. So that is, I mean, that's as significant an issue we've seen for any main player in the last day and change in any class. The main part, maybe the all-star car in GP1, but this is the car that I think has shown the most consistent pace in GTO, really regardless of driver, regardless of track temperature or circumstance. It's been right there. The hood is closed, pins are done up, and the car is sent. Does it make the right-hand turn into the paddock, or do we continue out onto track? No, heads back out.
Yeah, behind the 63 open throttle as well.
So there's a little bit of good news, bad news here. Good news is I don't think they're going to lose a lap. The bad news is with Hood 35, that lap difference doesn't really matter. Because time loss is time loss, right?
Yeah,
theoretically.
We're back into the conversation we were having yesterday, where as long as nothing dramatic happens, like the interruption that we had yesterday, it really is going to make it hard to pull any of this back, unless, of course, they're able to save themselves a pit stop at the end of the race. You know, but again, anytime you have a code 35, it kind of resets that calculus.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, having to do it under green flag conditions is obviously a pretty huge on-track penalty.
Yeah, the other good news here is that it's kind of happened in the range of when you would want to pit. I mean, 50 minutes with 2 pace laps is not an hour, but it's not far off. So if, things remain the same, and they almost certainly will not, then you're not at a massive disadvantage, right? You can claw back that 10 minutes if you were planning on hour stints.
I figured out something in the last 15 seconds.
Oh, okay.
The reason why I'm showing pit stops and Race Hero is not, it's because of that auto deletion that we were talking about yesterday. So
specifically for the 914.
For any of these cars that are going to trip timing in a goofy way with the timing loop. Because the 914 has just come back through on timing, right? This is obviously an incorrect timing loop, which is going to get rectified.
Oh, so it has lost a lap.
Yes. Yeah. So that was down. That was down P10, and that lap is going to have to be removed from timing, because that's not a valid passing of the transponder loop. Yes, and they're going to fall down the order again. So Race Hero is going to lose that pit lap. Right. Yeah. I'm not recording it in that way. I'm just kind of overwriting the missing lap with the lap that it completes. With the valid lap.
Yeah, I understand.
So I'm going to be able to hold on to pit data that Race Hero is not. If you catch my drift.
I do. No, I understand. Which is the pit lap, the one that you're holding on to.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right, that makes sense.
I'm holding on to the fact that there was a pit stop. So and then replacing it with the timestamp of the lap that was actually counted.
Yeah. Okay. So they've now dropped. Now that lap has been deleted, they've now fallen to 22nd overall, and they've completed their outlap as well.
Which will be the last running car
in GTO.
Yes.
This is a lot of traffic here. That is BSR Racing at the front of this group, And right here coming through at the back is Zalus Motorsport, who's closed that gap down to 1.5 seconds.
Quick hello to those joining in the chat, particularly Cam22B, who asks general information about the series. What you're seeing is the World Racing League. It is, for our money, the United States' best amateur endurance series. Top class is made up of largely GT4 spec cars running at a slightly different power to weight, 9 to 1. We go round the outside of the outer loop. So a little bit less power than GT4 cars make. They run on DOT tires, street tires, to make racing a little bit more affordable. Generally, they get through these types of races in about in 2 sets of tires or so. Usually 8 hours on a Saturday, 7 hours on a Sunday, with a couple of long 12, 13, 14-hour races thrown into the mix as well. Season-long points championships, and that's just GTO and GTU, which is the lighter weight and prototype cars. Production classes as well, with various definitions of power to weight, with performance modifiers thrown in for performance racing parts, be they suspension, aero, engine modifications, things of that nature. The rulebook's available over at racewrl.com if you happen to be a car guy or a car builder. And if you're not, you're just a racing fan, welcome along. And thanks for being with us on this fine morning. It is the WRL's debut weekend at Watkins Glen International. And we're all thrilled to be here sharing it with you all.
Yeah, race started, to answer a couple more of your questions, race started at 8 o'clock on the eastern seaboard. The follow-up question, inaccessible for broke sim racers trying to get into real-life racing. That's kind of what GP3 is for, actually. Yep. There are series that are even lower budget, absolutely. And then
are there?
Yes.
I don't think you get the same amount of track time though.
Lemons
for your dollar.
Sure, that's fair, but nothing that has the look and feel of a pro race, right? Even no. I walked down the length of the back straightaway to go touch up one of our cameras down there, and these cars whizzing past at 140, 150 miles an hour in GTO, jumping on the brakes for 200 feet, 300 feet on the way to the inner loop, with the sunlight reflecting off some of these wraps, watching GT4 cars pass, really well-built BMWs and Porsches, it feels like you're at like an IMSA weekend, right? And you're watching like an IMSA support series. It really does have the look and feel of pro racing on a wildly different budget.
And there are professionals on the track right now. I mean, this is one of the few. No, it's not cheap. Unfortunately, it would be great if I think that's sort of the holy grail in a way, is to be able to find something that is accessible up and down the board. But this is as really as good as you can get for the money. I would say by some margin.
So I think that the one of the best selling points is you can get a good quality seat in a GP3 car for a weekend for less than it costs you to build a sim rig from scratch. I think that's a fair statement.
One comment, hello from South Australia. Hope you enjoyed the Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix this morning.
Oh, is that a thing?
Well, Phillip Island was this weekend.
Yeah. That's Victoria, man. Come on, man.
It is in literally the south of Australia.
Sure, but not the state of.
Well, he didn't capitalize south.
There's only one place that matters in South Australia. It's Adelaide.
Adelaide?
Yeah. There's some 24-hour cheap endurance
Phillip Island is, I think,
big place down there.
Well, Australia's a big place, obviously, but I think Phillip Island is in the same ballpark as Adelaide, question mark?
Melbourne. It's southeast of Melbourne.
Hold on, I gotta pull up Google Maps.
Trust me.
No, but I gotta reorient myself.
Mm-hmm.
That gap
I like to do this thing when I get really bored, where I will just kind of like hang around Google Maps and try to like find a racetrack, but I don't know where it is.
Just quick update, GP1. That gap for the lead between BSR Racing and Zalus Motorsports, it's down to under a second now. Both cars pulling away just a bit each lap away from PC Racing. That gap's now about 10 seconds out of the lead. A couple laps ago, Flying for Motorsports getting around the 38 from Palomar Racing to take 6th in class. As we see the 70 come down pit lane in that lead.
Just going to say, we should start to address some of these GTO pit stops as well.
It's going to come out behind the 909.
It's promoted, that pit stop from the 70 and from the 59 as well, which was your GTU class leader? No, 5th overall. Started 2nd in class, down to 5th overall off the early running this morning. In any case, it's actually promoted, the stop for the 70 in particular is promoted the 153 Go-Karts Go Australia car up to 2nd in GTO, which makes it a Mercedes 1-2, as a matter of fact. See, Melissa Russell is getting in on the Victoria Phillip Island.
I've angered the Australians.
Yeah. I assume that the Aussies are here on Go-Karts Go Australia.
They might also just be up. It'll be 10 or 11 in the evening for a decent number of them.
Listen, in thinking about this, you can't really claim to be the World Racing League if you don't, participate in events or host events on multiple continents, right?
I think we could make a play at Phillip Island.
Is that really is that the best choice for WRL in Australia?
I would say yes. Oh my God, can you imagine?
I like Phillip Island, it's alright.
Phillip Island's great, especially for these kinds of cars. Can you imagine?
What about Barbagillo? You get 30 cars on track.
Sure.
Yeah.
I say pave the housing development that took over Oran Park.
Ah.
I have no idea why you guys are not rating Sandown as the place to go.
Okay, well, Sandown's also about to be torn down.
Not next year. The Texas World Speedway of Australia.
Yeah.
We all know it's coming, but not this year.
Yeah, Sandown, more like torn down.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. It makes me sad too.
As long as it's not Winton, I don't care. We don't need to go to Winton. Nobody
came back for one weekend.
There's a series that hosts 24 hours at Hampton Downs.
Ooh, we've got a couple cars. I don't think they came together.
Oh.
They may have, actually.
Yeah, they have. That's the front bumpers dragging on the BMW. Is that the fast track, the 926?
It's tough to tell with this. No, I think that's a GP car. That's the 89X Aston Martin that's just appeared on the backside of the Armco.
The 289, has pulled off on the grass here. The short stop for the inner loop here, that is, let me check my notes here. I think that's the 926 from Fast Track Racing. Black livery with splashes of yellow. It is an M4.
But it doesn't look like an M4. So a couple of things. That is definitely the 89 that's pulled off there to driver's right. Second, this is exactly what we saw yesterday with the Code 35 smack in the middle of the first round of pit stops. This is going to burn the 70 quite badly, with the 70 having just been in to make a green flag pit stop right around the hour mark. I can't see a world where we don't go Code 35 to go recover these two cars. And that's going to allow basically free stops or much less penalizing stops for the 123, the 153, the 909. Anybody that's up ahead of that number 70 is going to really benefit from this.
Yeah.
It is reported as the 926. That's really interesting because it doesn't.
It does.
Really, does it?
Yeah, well, it's dragging its front bumper. It's partially down.
I'm looking into, I got a lot of glare on the screen here because I'm looking into the sun, so it's just real tough to tell.
No, that's an M4 side and rear end by far.
Yeah, so the 70 is pitted. I've got the 2 as having taken a pass through pit lane earlier in the race. The 3 for TLM Mona has pitted. The 90 for Toyota R&D, the 188 for Lupe Tortilla. They've all pitted. I'm the 289 has gotten fire. Well, I guess it never lost fire, but I wonder if they're in communication with the pit wall trying to decide whether or not that car can and should be driven back.
Yeah. Code 35 is out.
Just
displayed the purple flag. Yes. Timing doesn't reflect it yet, but it is out.
Okay.
Yeah, just came out about 20 seconds ago.
123 is in, so they've timed that. I don't know that they had much choice because we're coming to the end of that first stint, but they've timed that exceptionally well. The 52 is in for their first stop as well. The 90 non-GT4 Supra is into the pit lane just in front of that number 52. And this is a good opportunity for a first round of stops for most of the players in GP1 as well.
Looks like the 123 is already in.
Correct. They've already come to the attention of their crew. The 153 Go-Karts Go Australia is into the pit lane as well, pulling up just behind that 123.
This is a good
90's
opportunity.
Already sent. It's a quick stop for the 90.
The 90 has already been in, so that's just topping off.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. 99 is in for a top off. Remember, they pitted at the end of the first racing lap.
There's a good opportunity to try to get the 289 back if it's not dragging parts or losing fluid. If that car's going to be able to come back under its own power, they'll be saving themselves quite a bit of track time if that car is in okay enough shape to continue.
The thing to consider there, Joseph, is risk versus reward. I mean, the car is clearly damaged,
absolutely.
right? You're going to be spending time in the paddock. Even if you do get the car back out, let's say you lose 30, 40 minutes getting it back into racing condition, is it really worth limping the car around, dragging things, and doing more damage?
That car
bearing
is
in mind
about
that
to
you're going to lose all that time anyway.
It looks like that car's about to be lifted up, so they must be thinking, or potentially the corner. I think that's is that the driver walking away? It looks like it is, yeah. Going to the attention of, you're walking to one of the medical vehicles, I think. Unless that was a track worker.
I think that may have been a track worker.
Okay. It really depends on. Obviously, the track workers will have seen the condition of that car. Will have a more objective opinion about whether or not that car is safe to return to the racing surface.
We see the 914 leaving pit lane. That's a good sign.
Yeah, that will be another top off, I think.
Yeah.
Remember, they were in a little bit earlier with some mechanical issues. Have the hood up very briefly on that car. Do we have any indication to what occurred there at
Circumstantial evidence would tell you that the 926 ran into the back of the 289, but beyond that,
I didn't even see that. You guys were, as is always the case when you're on site. Attention is pulled in multiple directions, whereas you guys kind of have a good look at the screen.
Well, let's see. I've got.
I've found it in the replay for the stream. Two cars going for the apex at turn 5 came together. The 289 was on the left-hand side coming into the inner loop, and they just made contact at the apex. Maybe the 926 wasn't aware that the 289 was there. Turned back into the left and then lost its left front corner effectively.
I think it's even more likely that the 289 didn't know 926 was there.
The 926 went far to the inside.
Exactly, right? So there's a certain, not that we're sim racers, we're not racing drivers, but you hear it discussed in racing all the time. There is a certain point, if you are too far to the inside approaching a corner, in a certain position relative to the car you're trying to pass, where you are in a blind spot.
Yeah.
Right, if you're directly alongside, you can see it in the wing mirror, you maybe even catch part of the car in your in-car mirror. But if you get too far to the right-hand side beyond what the driver can see outside that wing mirror, they're going to have no idea that you're sending it that far down the inside. And
Yeah.
that looks like the case there.
Yeah, they're just going to assume, okay, he's got to back out. This is not a good passing place or opportunity at the moment.
Yeah.
And
The 2 has just pulled what looks to be a drip pan or a drip tray along with it as it left its pit stall.
Ooh.
That is the higher place, or was the higher place, of the ACP Tangerine Associates BMWs. Now, you do get a warning down in the pit lane, but that's not usually the way you use up your one warning.
Yeah, no, and it's interesting to note that because the 52 got a warning yesterday for violation with the drip pan.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, it's weird to note that yesterday it seems like quite a few cars up and down the pit lane were getting warnings for excessive fuel spill.
I did see that.
I don't know what's going on. Why that's the case so much this weekend. Quite curious what's going on there.
Just to go back to that 926 incident, the assignment of blame there, if there is one to be made, is a little bit immaterial because both cars came away damaged. Both are going to lose time. So, there are discussions to be had about how the driver is treated. Is there a need for probation or an opportunity for learning there? But outside of that, in terms of assigning penalties or anything of that nature, it's pretty immaterial. Both those cars are, if they do make it back out, are going to lose a lot of time.
Yeah, you'd think the 926 is that looks like the left front corner is in pretty rough shape.
Yeah, you could see it in the replay.
Yeah, it's not obvious what kind of shape the 289 is in, the ass that was involved in that, but given that that's an impact to one of the drive wheels, you'd think that would at least take quite a lot of inspecting before that car was ready to go back out.
Yeah, if the left front on the 926 was done in that badly, you'd have to assume the right rear of the 89 is equally bad or close to equally bad. As things have cycled through post this first round of pit stops, NFC cycles into the overall race lead, 153 directly behind it, as is kind of expected. The gap at the line was 35 seconds. In reality, that's probably 15 at racing speed, if that. The 123 is climbing the S's between 2 and 3 as the 153 is headed into turn 1. So should have a pretty good scrap here for the overall and GTO race lead between the two Mercedes-AMG GT4s. The 70, interestingly, third in GTO, has not come back in to top off. Now, it's a pretty low-cost pit stop under a code 35. They were in a couple of laps ago, but 4 or 5 laps is 4 or 5 laps, and if you can extend your range by 10 minutes and hope to catch another code 35 in the right window, then certainly it's the opinion of this member of DriversEye Live that is the right move to make. So that's an interesting call there on behalf of Round 3 Racing. GTU being led by Stratus number 58 at the moment. Stratus number 59 is out on track. Did make a green flag pit stop, but has lost out to the sister car, which just now leaves the pit lane down the front straightaway. Automatic Racing in and out of the lane as well. They'll cycle into P4 in GTO with the 888 from TLM Mona back in 5th. DP1, Zalus leads the 981 from BSR Racing. 30 laps complete for both of those cars. Edge Autosports has just been into and out of the pit lane in the number 26. DP2 led by the 66 and the 67. Sister cars from Open Throttle Racing with Harrison Motorsports 164 and third. Go ahead, Joseph.
Looking at the laps since pit data, I don't think that anybody has not pit at this point, other than the 41, actually, for Rockwell Autosport. That is the only car that I can find that has not pit on this rotation, other than, I think, really the 70, who we saw pit right before it came out. And the AAA for TLM Mona.
It hasn't shown up on timing yet, but I just saw a yellow Porsche Boxster leave the inner loop.
It did, the 602.
Yeah, so 602's come out to race with us today. Excellent.
I think it was out yesterday as well.
It was, yeah. Yeah, they did. They got a... Oh, what was it? They got a 4th place position yesterday.
Yeah.
So good, solid run for them. So it was unfortunate to not see them take the start this morning, but I'm glad they've come out now. So yeah, they'll be a 6th in GP3, but the 62 unfortunately has been on pit lane for a while. So not too many laps to move up into the top 5 in class.
I was going to say, not necessarily out of a podium shot there either. The kind of attrition we saw in GP3 yesterday. Some of that was incident, and those cars obviously have not rejoined, so there's a little bit less depth in that class, but yeah, good to see them back out there. We should just touch on the GP3 thing. We didn't really get to discuss it yesterday, but while we're under code 35 here, a lot of discussion in the WRL Racers group on Facebook, which is the public, let's say, forum for WRL drivers, about the future of GP2, GP3. Both of those classes have seen some smaller numbers, whereas GP1 has seen actually kind of boom there. There is feedback being taken by the series on GP2 and GP3. If you've participated in one of those classes in the past or fielded a car, as we go back to green,
you may be eligible for a class action settlement. Wait.
Well, or at least a Google survey. Other survey providers may be available, and maybe in use, actually. I have no idea. But that is something the series is actively looking at, as to how to manage those classes and manage participation and encourage participation. So if you haven't already been in touch with RJ Taylor, the series, definitely do get in touch and voice your opinion about whatever the survey is asking for, really. It'd be good. It'd be good to see a bump in those numbers.
We want more home brews.
Sure, I mean that's what GP1 is, that sort of top level homebrew, home build. But there's a lot of room in GP2 and GP3 to do things less expensively, and at a pace that is a little bit more friendly to new drivers. Right, drivers without significant wheel-to-wheel racing experience. And part of the reason we've seen fewer entries in those lower classes, as the 914 runs out wide at turn number 1, is simply because there are more drivers getting more experience in WRL and moving up to faster cars. Right? The same thing happened with GP4. Yes, we had a GP4 class years ago. That was extremely popular because it was extremely cheap. And as teams and drivers got more experience, they said, well, I want to go faster. And so they built cars to go faster. And it unfortunately dropped the numbers in GP4. And now we're kind of seeing the same thing down there in GP3. Doesn't mean there's not a place for it, but obviously you want to have competition if you're going to field cars in the lower production classes. And this is kind of a way to keep that avenue open while also increasing competitive depth. So all good things.
So to the guy who posted in the Facebook group, do build that S4. Who cares what everyone else says about all the BMWs? Do what you want to do.
Yeah, that is the thing. I mean, variety is nice, but car counts are better.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot to be said. We do love the variety. There's a lot of BMWs, E36s and 46s, but those are getting harder to field cheaply and reliably as time goes on. If you get the numbers, there will always be somebody for you to race against. Right? If you want to go build the S4, go do it. You may not be competitive with the very best built 46 that's out there, or the best Cayman, or whatever. But if the numbers are there, there will be somebody that you'll be competitive with, and you can have a scrap for 7 or 8 hours at a time, and have a really, really good time being a part of the WRL paddock. And that's what we're trying to encourage.
Yeah, so there's a saying in photography, and I'm sure it extends to a lot of other hobbies too, but where people will get really wrapped up in what kind of camera they've got, what sort of equipment they've got, and the saying goes, the best camera is the camera you have on you. So it doesn't really matter what you bring. It doesn't matter if it's the best thing out there, or if it's the cleverest thing out there, or the most unique thing out there. The point is that you're here and that you're having a good time and that you're part of the community. It doesn't really matter that you've got... I love weird stuff. I love strange ideas and things like that. And particularly bad ideas. The worse the idea is, the more fun it is. But if you're doing the same thing as everybody else, but you're still here, at least you're here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And that is what becomes addicting, in my opinion, about the series. It's not the... I mean, I'm in pretty deep at this point, and I've never turned the wheel. Right?
Yes.
And there's just a sort of infectious attitude and vibe about the series and the paddock and the people that are involved that keeps you wanting to come back. For that matter, look at the teams that have committed now to 2 or 3 seasons of driving and towing from Southern California, or let's say the middle part of the country, out to places like Watkins Glen, New Jersey last year, Sebring. I mean, you name it. It's not just because there is an opportunity to go fast in a race car. It's that there's an opportunity to go fast in a race car surrounded by people who also enjoy the same thing and who are committed to kind of helping further the mission of the series, which, you know, we've already hashed out at some length. So whatever the future is as far as class structure goes, particularly down in GP2, GP3, that door will always be open for new teams, new drivers, new cars to come in and get experience and be a part of what WRL is. A lot of people talk about the glory days of sports car racing. I don't know that WRL is old enough to have glory days, but it sure feels like we're all having a pretty good time here at the moment. So,
the other thing about all that is if you don't have the expertise or you don't have the experience to build your own car, to put a frame in, you know, a junkyard 3 series or something, hang out on the Racers group on the Facebook page, because people are selling their old cars all the time. People are upgrading to new builds or just changing platforms, all sorts of things. You know, you will find a car to buy if you hang out for a while.
Yeah, or seats to rent or whatever the case might be. So now that we've gone back to green, things have cycled through. That lead margin from NFC back to Go Karts Go Australia is right at 15, just under 15 seconds, which is kind of what we had anticipated. It's actually coming down a bit. 2 minutes flat 0.5 for the 153, a 2:02.5 up to that number 123. So actually that lead margin is coming down just a bit. Silver Mercedes chasing blue, green, and I guess also silver or gray. Round 3 racing, 3rd place in class, I think. Pace is good. They're going to owe us a stop earlier than just about everybody else because they didn't come in and top off. So we'll have that invoice up here in about 35 to 40 minutes.
A quick note, by the way, GP2, Harrison was at the head of the field at the green flag. They've now fallen back to 3rd. And by the green flag, I mean on this restart. They've now fallen back to 3rd. Krabby Kraut and Open Throttle both threw on them. Krabby Kraut to the point in GP2.
Yeah, and the interesting part is you have the 66 Open Throttle half a second behind. Then you have a 6-second gap to the Harrison car, which also has another Open Throttle car within a half second behind the 67 fighting. It's still relatively spicy in GP2 at the moment.
Two different spinners at turn 6 have been called in since the restart. The 85 has a spin and continue. Possibly out of the lead in GP3. They're now 46 seconds off the lead.
So keep in mind that was called 7 minutes ago.
Yes. But before the Code 35, they were leading that class. So I don't know if they lost the lead coming off of pit stop rotation, or if they were stationary for some time after their spin. The other spin more recently was the 567 at that same corner. So both at the outer loop. 567 is the big mission car that's sitting. I've got them as 2 laps behind the lead in GP1. One of the only No, I guess that's not true. So we have 5 big mission affiliated entries. The 777 and the 336 haven't been out on track today, which leaves the Montgomery / big mission entry, the number 24, sitting P11, the 567 that we just mentioned in P13.
Sorry, 3 wide into 10.
That is quite a funnel. And the 134 in P16 and GP1.
Yeah, that 567, that's the grade-livered BMW M3 E46. We've seen a couple times already today. Most notably at the start, having a very good start and going very wide up the S's. That's 99 GTR coming up the S's directly behind the 82 Random Vandals. That is your fight for 10th in GTO as they head towards the inner loop here.
Yeah, both sitting a lap off the lead already. So that first hour and a half has really stretched out the running order in GTO much more than we saw yesterday. And as we discussed at length on yesterday, or on yesterday's broadcast, no planned safety car interventions. Obviously, the way that we reform the field after a red flag did involve a safety car, but most of these yellow flag situations are just going to be code 35. So the gaps that you see, the lap gaps in general, certainly for today, are going to be completely organic. They're going to be results of potentially only blown out artificially by, and I say artificially, but just by bad fortune, getting caught out by a green flag pit stop and your competition being able to make a code 35 pit stop at deep discount. But otherwise, the gaps that you see on track are a byproduct of just pace for the most part. At 153 for Go-Karts Go Australia has done really well to move up the order from where they were earlier in the race. I think they were sitting P6, P7, P8 in that ballpark. Now a pretty comfortable and lonely second place, about 30 seconds ahead of the round 3 number 70.
Yeah, that is a prime example, and not to harp on the same point, but that is a prime example of fuel range really benefiting you. You can call it luck, but ultimately you're setting yourself up in the best position by being able to go as far as possible. Now, you need to balance that with your on-track pace, right? You don't want to give up 30, 40 seconds on track just in the hopes of being able to make a stop under a fortunately timed code 35, but that is, both position and time they would not otherwise have had.
Yeah, that Miata, that looks like the 85 for AOA was starting to blow quite a bit of smoke coming up the hill. I don't know, they are going to take the chicane. I can't tell if that's tire rubber coming out of the engine, but it didn't look healthy.
Smoke screen to keep the faster cars.
It may be tire rub just because it seems to be when it's loaded up on the left-hand side.
It's the 333 that's smoking, I believe.
Yeah, so they've been into the pit lane, I think, early this morning.
I think it just took a cutout here.
Oh, I thought it was the 80. It looked like the 85 to me. Let's see if there's a note. There is a note coming into race control. They're calling it the 333 as well, so your eyes are better than mine.
I love that little red accent on the front of the 153. This looks very purposeful.
It looks like an old BTCC car.
Kind of does. Which era of BTCC are we talking?
That would require me to know what I'm talking about.
Oh, do you not retain mass amounts of super touring knowledge from the late 90s?
I never acquired super touring knowledge.
Oh man, you're missing out. Or did miss out.
You keep saying that.
Oh, it's so good. I would love to run a BMW, one of the old 320i STWs in WRL. It wouldn't last, obviously. Those cars were tuned to within inches of their lives to last 25 minutes at a time. But man, the straight cut gears, like go watch an onboard from the 320i STW. It is unlistenable after about 5 minutes, but the whine is amazing out of the gearbox.
You're saying the wine has aged well?
Yes, like a fine wine.
Yeah. The 50 is back out. The pride and joy of the Grand Am Road Racing Association.
Picks up a warning while doing so.
Erwin is telling us in the chat that he's actually bought a WRL shirt. He's got merch.
He didn't buy it. Yeah.
Oh, did we? Okay.
Yeah. Erwin was I don't know if he watched every live stream we did last year, but he watched an awful lot of them. And we ended up deciding that it was appropriate to help us market in the Netherlands, and so we sent Erwin a shirt.
Oh,
Code
no.
35. Did that 333 not make it through the cut? I wonder.
Yeah, it could be the case.
The car that I picked up as smoking is still circulating. So I wonder if we just noted different cars for different things, because I am pretty sure that I'm still seeing the 85 with what I'm guessing is tire rub.
Oh no, it's contagious.
Uh-huh.
The 123 just missed pit in. It's worth noting.
Oof.
153 is sailing right past pit in as well, which is not the decision I'd be making here, but this does benefit the 70 potentially.
Yeah.
And plenty more activity down in the pit lane now. So that's the other thing with the 123, 153. Any of these cars that came by the pit entry just as the Code 35 came out, it actually does take a minute to get your crew ready. There are so many little things you've got to tick off the mental checklist to say, okay, yep, helmet on, fire suit on, visor down, pin pulled on the fire extinguisher. You know, you go through that mental checklist to make sure you and your crew are ready. But if the Code 35 comes out as you're rounding turn 10 or 11, you physically may not have enough time to get everything in order.
Just a quick note about pit strategy. The 65 for open throttle, I have them as not having come in at all yet. So this is going to be an actually pretty decent break for that car. Assuming the
hour and a half would be certainly around the maximum of what a GP3 car could do around here, I would think.
Yeah, they're holding the point in GP3. I don't know where they're going to cycle back out, but this absolutely will allow them to get in and out. Most entries around in the GTO field are in the ballpark of 8 to 10 laps since their last pit stop. Not sure off the top of my head how many laps I think a stint would be, but I would say if you're at least a third of the way into your stint, I think it's I think it makes sense to come in.
I think it makes sense to come in for everybody. The 914 is in fuel only. 52 is in for a driver change. That's ACP Tangerine Associates. The 70 has rightly pitted. Looks like one fuel jug worth. And that car is sent as well. So the cars we're really looking for here, at least with our main players in GTO, are going to be the 123 and the 153 to cycle back around.
70 is in. I don't know if
and
you
out.
them.
And out, yep. They've already been sent. 914 is sent as well. Have we actually gotten confirmation of what the Code 35 is for?
No.
Yeah. My guess is it's the 333 in the cut, and they need to go retrieve it. I haven't seen it come back through or towed into the paddock yet, but I also didn't see it come into the paddock. So
I buy that. I do think it's for the 333, and there are no other calls for
exactly
cars off track, cars stopped, cars impacting barriers, anything like that. So I agree. It would appear to be and if you look tower to our timing temperature lap. The last lap for the Bruce Innovations Triple 3 was 31 minutes. So that car is probably on an outlap and just hasn't come back around.
Let's go ahead and queue up an ad here, Jordan. We missed it on the last Code 35. We should take care of our friends over at Continental Tire, the spec tire provider for the general production classes GP1, 2, and 3, new for 2024. Lots of good things to say about the tires, and even better things to say about their support and involvement in the World Racing League. So we'll take a quick commercial break under this Code 35 from Watkins Glen International as we close out our debut weekend for the World Racing League. We'll be back in a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Joseph Moondrock on the microphones. Joseph's in a bit of a state change this morning. Recently learned that Joseph has switched to coffee.
Yeah.
It's like a big development.
I don't know that it's... I like that I'm a featured player in this banner. This is nice. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine.
It's fine. Coffee, it's fine.
It's not good. People that like the taste of coffee, I think, are delusional.
Have you tried cold brew?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the answer, I think.
Yeah, okay. Here's the thing. Okay? When people are like, here, try coffee, but I found ways to make it less bad. It's, you just want caffeine. Just have the caffeine.
Well, sure, yeah. Well, agreed, but I think coffee is a reasonable way to do that.
I don't want to hear this nonsense about how, coffee's delicious. No. You drink a half a cup of coffee, and then you put a bunch of stuff to cover up the fact that you're drinking coffee in it.
Well, so, I mean, surely part of that is the routine, right? Like, I think coffee has become, over many years, a cultural routine, right? It is part of waking up, going through the motions, doing the thing that everybody hates doing, which is, being conscious in the morning. It's just
conscious in the morning, conscious in the evening, conscious at supper time,
and then it's over.
Yeah.
No, it's I think it's just, it becomes part of the human experience.
There's an alternative to coffee.
Caffeine pills?
It's called no dose. No, it's called tea.
But here you are. The tea man has become coffee man.
Here's the problem. It's easier to find coffee like if you're just out at brunch or at a breakfast at a cafe. It's easier to find coffee options than it is to find tea options, especially at restaurants. Anytime I go to a restaurant and I ask for hot tea, it's like, okay, well, here's a tea bag and some hot water. You figure it out. I don't want to do that. That's stupid.
No, that is fair. Having to be responsible for your own tea steeping, although there is a wide variety of personal preference there. I get it.
I'm at a restaurant specifically so I don't have to make my own food.
Right. That's fair.
This isn't like a hot pot situation, which is also a ripoff.
The triple 3, for what it's worth, triple T, I don't know. Anyway, that car has come back, but on a flatbed. Yeah, you can see. I think so there were a couple of vehicles in the shortcut when we were on board with the 60, and I wonder if they're assessing. Like, it didn't look like they were putting down oil dry, or maybe they were just like done with cleanup. I'm not 100% sure what I think was going on with that. So they're either about to wrap up with their whatever track inspection needs to be done. I think they're pulling away now.
Question mark? I think there's still one vehicle there.
Yeah, they did have to send another one late. I don't know if we caught it. Well, we caught it for sure on the turn 5 camera above the inner loop, but didn't really mention it. It looked like they had to send either another couple of people to get the car loaded up, or either maybe a chase vehicle to follow the flatbed around. I don't know. It was kind of an interesting sequence of events there, particularly when you consider that the car wasn't even on course. We did mention that yesterday, though, JT. I think we had a discussion, you and I, about not being able to get cars off course if you do take the shortcut, the NASCAR course. And that was kind of borne out there. There's just really no way to get that car off course without impeding the flow of traffic, as it were.
Yeah, JT may still be AFK.
I didn't realize he'd set away.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Quite a number of teams have actually elected to stay out during this Code 35, which I am a little surprised by. It seems like there's practically a 50-50 split in terms of teams that have stayed out, particularly in the general production classes, which makes a little bit more sense just because they're going to go longer on a tank of gas. And teams are going to have their own sort of mental models of what the frequency of Code 35s are going to look like based off of the race yesterday. So I don't know that we went longer than maybe 50 minutes between Code 35s. We had just gone green.
I think we had one long green run yesterday where we were actually able to cycle through at least GT pit stops, if not GP pit stops. The car of note up at the front that didn't pit under the Code 35 was the 153.
Yes, I was looking at the same.
Which is very interesting because having caught things well the first time, they've made the opposite decision this time.
Yes.
And are just going to let this one ride. It's an interesting call, but it may actually see them cycle through into the race lead. Got to wait till they come back around, but it is entirely possible that they will have jumped the 123 while it was stationary in the pit lane.
Yeah, that car was competitive for a lot of the race yesterday, and then got caught up in dramas relating to pit stop compliance.
Yeah, it does not take the lead, by the way. 3 seconds is the difference between 123 and 153, but as far as we knew through that sort of middle stint between the two Code 35s, that 153 was quite a bit quicker than the NFC car. If not consistently, then certainly on ultimate pace as things stand at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they came out in terms of race pace or fast lap. That is quite wide through turn 9. There's not going to be any grass left there.
I was going to say, there's really no room to go wide there. The first time we were here for our SCCA Super Tour coverage, June of last year, they put a spec Miata on its lid on that corner. There's so little margin for error there. You run out over the curb on the backside, the tire wall is right there. And just where you see those tire marks, it caught it, the conveyor grabbed it, and it knocked the thing on its lid. Low speed corner, so it's not like you're going to have the mother and father aligned. But
thank you.
There are consequences to be had there if you get it slightly wrong. Certainly my least favorite corner on the track.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the repave, it's gotten that transition has gotten a little less aggressive.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But it is it's such an awkward corner because there's very few corners. I think there are so many corners that you can point to around the world that are off camber. Not a ton that you can point to where the camber changes so dramatically in the middle of the corner like that.
Yeah, and then it just kind of tabletops out as you go over the bridge. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's less dramatic than it used to be, and unfortunately, sim racing does tend to skew your perception of how elevation and camber moves around a circuit until you see it in person. Like, I always assume the drop from 8 to 9. If we can pick up the lead battle, Jordan actually just headed up through the S's towards the back straightaway now, nose to tail. There they are. If you when you're here compared to what I always assumed it was in sim racing, I assumed it was a big drop from 8 to 9 on the exit of 8, and then you climb the
153 is
hill
going to look to the inside here.
Yeah. Flash of the headlights there from the 123. No, that was the 153.
Mm-hmm.
They work past what I believe is the Edge Autosports BMW and sail off into the outer loop, still nose to tail, so move not done. Anyway, it's actually a rather, there's a drop off from 8 to 9, but it almost flattens out for a minute, and then you climb the hill into 9. It's just not quite such a pronounced down and then up as you would see it, say, Road Atlanta through the S's. It's just a slightly different perception of how the road moves when you see it in person versus when you see it in a sim.
Yeah, the difference between the way most sims are set up and the way your brain is set up is that you have an equilibrium in your brain that you don't have in the sim. So when you have an elevation change, you don't, especially if you're in a game that is locked to the motion of the chassis, it completely throws off how you think about the elevation changes in the road, because you're not feeling that. You're not getting that change. You might visually see it in the distance, but you're not being tilted back in the seat or thrown to the side like you would be in an actual race car, obviously.
Yeah, I think it goes even a little bit beyond that as well. You feel grip go away as the road drops away, right? Or as a car or a turn goes off camber, right? You can feel that grip come out of the front of the car. It starts to push understeer away from the apex. And your brain is tuned to expect that when you know what that elevation change is. And what I think it boils down to is a sense of scale. When you're sitting behind the wheel of a race car, IRL, right, in reality, you know exactly what the scale of that drop-off is, right? Just how much the road cambers going into turn 1 at Watkins Glen, just how much the road drops away in kind of a flat way as you press turn 4 at Road Atlanta, things of that nature, right? Whereas when you're in a sim, okay, the road is going downhill and dropping away, and you can kind of expect, based on experience, how much grip you're going to lose as you go over the crest of that hill or as the road goes off camber at turn 9 here. But until you see exactly how the road moves, how the camber changes, where the camber changes, and you combine that with the feeling in the wheel, it takes time and I think is a different perception of the change of vehicle dynamics in reality versus what your brain is ever going to be able to process in a sim.
Yeah, they talk about the seat of the pants feel. This is going to get a little hairy into turn 10 here. You see the 123. I don't know if they've had a driver change. I don't know if that's still Aaron Povolato behind the wheel of that car. He's going to get balked. Is he going to clear both of them? They are both going to clear both of them.
I wonder if the 153 here is content to just kind of ride behind the NFC Mercedes.
The posture of that car does not look like somebody who is content to ride behind.
Yeah, and given the choice, oh no, he's not. The 153 goes to the inside. The 23 blocks. The 123 throws the fade to the that really wasn't even a fade, to the inside.
That's actually not going to work out well for them because of the presence of this car.
Big mission.
It's 134, I think.
That
123 is a little wide over the crest of the hill. May have to breathe the throttle to get it back to the left-hand side up against the curb, and then the road funnels and narrows over the crossover bridge. 123 goes defensive again. If the 153 isn't desperate to pass, the 123 is definitely desperate to defend here.
Are they side by side? Wow, he's going to make the move around the
outside. Incredible move. Melissa Russell, eat your heart out. Oh, my mother nerves. Amazing move around the outside. I don't know. Do we know if it was Aaron in the car? I'm sure Melissa has that information or something like that information for us. That was an amazing move around the outside on the brakes.
That was gutsy. Content to stay behind, I think not.
Yeah. Well, so when you think about not just the posture of the car, but the posture of the race and the position we find ourselves in, that 153, by choosing not to pit while also having a pace advantage, means they need to go, make up some ground here, right? Put some distance
Absolutely,
between
yeah.
yourself and your competitors, because if we don't see another code 35, or we see a code 35 at the wrong time, you could get really badly burned by making a green flag pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to hedge their position here, and the only way that they can really do that is by trying to make a break for it.
Exactly, and I think they have the pace to do that. I think you could see that just from the attitude of both of those cars, frankly.
They're going to get held up a little bit here in 10.
Yeah, so 123 is quicker overall. We're going to need to see if it's quicker in traffic. Round the outside, one of the open throttle BMWs, the 123 is going to have to hang around the outside line there, whereas the 153 was able to make it back to the apex. And in fact, the NFC car was not able to clear that open throttle BMW even down the front straightaway. Had to wait until the braking zone at 1 to be able to get it done. And I want to say this about the NFC car. I've been doing some prep work for this, going back and listening to...
You did what?
Imagine that. I went back and listened to some of our coverage at High Plains, just to kind of refresh myself. It's been 6 or 7 weeks since we've been at a WRL event. Bill Kane and Lanny Toops, who are, let's say, the drivers on the ascent, as compared to Aaron Povolato, who's had a successful career as a pro or pro adjacent driver. Bill and Lanny did a pretty amazing job at High Plains. They were right on the pace. They together built a 3-lap margin while Randy Popes was in the booth with us. He was filling in for Aaron at that event. So, it was really genuinely amazing to see the progress that they've made over the last season and a half while they've been behind the wheel of that Mercedes. And I think there was the time where you could have expected a bigger drop-off from 153 to 123. But being within a half second or a second of what we assume is a pro driver behind the wheel of the other Mercedes, I think is a really noticeable and important step forward for both of those drivers. And if it is Aaron, excellent work by the 153, and it's good that we don't even know that it's Aaron or Lanny or Bill. I just think it's important to acknowledge the progress that's been made by both of those guys behind the wheel of the 123 in being able to go toe-to-toe and race hard, frankly, wheel-to-wheel with that Go Karts Go Australia car.
Yeah, both...
Melissa Russell has no idea who's behind the car. Or wheel of the 153, so sure, yep, fine.
Both of those cars are obviously... Mercedes-Benz AMGs in GT4 trim, slightly different vintages. The NFC Mercedes is a 22. Go Karts Go has a car that is 3 years older than that. I don't know that there was a significant Evo between the two. They are going to get held up quite badly behind the open throttle BMW up here, though.
So I don't think there was a change in the GT4 spec, although somebody may correct me on that. The primary difference is that 123 has been developed a little more specifically to WRL trim, right? Where you can go put in a deeper rear wing, right? Or bigger end plates, or change the...
You can run a car lower in the WRL than you can in Pilot Challenge, for one thing.
Right, well, there's no mandated ride heights.
Yeah.
You can do a lot more to customize the car to your liking and make it a little bit more comfortable and feel, I don't want to say more like a race car, but take advantage of the race car elements without having to be inside of a certain performance window like you get with FIA GT4 or SRO GT4. By contrast, that Go Karts Go Australia car is much closer to being a GT4 spec car than either of the NFC cars. Obviously, we've seen that 153 now, whether it's Go Karts Go Australia, DD Autosports, whatever the case may be, has done more than a handful of WRL races. I do wonder if they're going to head down that similar pathway. You look at like the number 70 from Round 3 Racing, that was a Porsche Cup car. It does not look obviously like a 991.2 anymore. They've done a lot of work on that car to get it in a WRL appropriate or WRL maximized specification.
They are back nose to tail, by the way.
Yeah.
With traffic playing a big role in that. But yes, the way that cars develop in the WRL feels a little bit like the I think about like the Dower 962.
Yeah.
the way that you start from a base spec car, well, let's tweak this and let's tweak that.
Yeah, and look, I don't want to get too far into the. WRL is just a different proposition than international sports car racing right now. But I think you can make a case that you've lost a lot of that customizability or that development ability.
Yes.
In international sports car racing, the GT3ification of prototypes.
The homologation, really.
Sure.
Just literally that process of homologation has kind of forced a stop to that. You can't really go outside of the of recognized, but because it is so based off of BOP for a particular make and model.
Yeah. Whereas in WRL, right, there is no BOP as such. You run to a specific number, you take the modifiers you need to take, and you make decisions to get your car to that number or that window.
Yeah.
Right, but you can do so much to maximize what your car is capable of, or do things for fun. The 997 just went past here, and it sure sounds like they've put the old Grand Am exhaust on that
Sure.
997 Cup car. Brad did send me a message and say, hey, you should listen to the 997 this weekend. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time. It doesn't seem to offer much performance benefit. He said it was mostly for fun.
Sure.
Right? But you can do that because there's no homologation as such, right? As long as you're inside that 9 to 1 power to weight number with your modifiers. This is one of the last places you can really develop a sports car to go endurance racing.
I'm starting to wonder now if the 153, obviously traffic has played a little bit of a part in it. There's a couple other factors, obviously. Now that the 123 has a rabbit in front to chase, I wonder if that's helped him pull back up. I also wonder if the 153 has taken a little bit of the shine off those tires, taking them a little bit out of their optimal operating window. Because the 123, I don't know if that's still Aaron Povoleto behind the wheel of that car, but they are right on the back bumper of the 153. Those cars obviously so very evenly matched. And the other angle here, they've been coming up on GTO traffic. So they've been through the 87, they've been through the shift up now Audi, and now they're rounding up the Toyota R&D 90, or at least trying to.
Well, the 153 is the 123 was balked meanwhile by
the 66, which is currently battling that black BMW directly behind the Krabby Patty car for the lead in GP2. That last time across the line, that difference was 1/10 of a second. So, but unfortunately, the lead in GTO coming through the lead of GP2 right here, and not a lot of room being given because both cars are fighting in their respective classes.
Let's try and hang with that GP2 class lead battle. The GTO lead battle is a good one. It has me slightly, I don't want to say perplexed at the moment, but the 120 or the 153's mission here is either to build a gap on the other Mercedes or to save fuel and try and extend, right? That is what is going to put them in the best position for the race long term. And it doesn't seem like he's able to put much of a gap on. So sitting behind that car may allow it to extend the fuel range a little bit, but instead they're actually scrapping quite hard, and it doesn't seem to really be benefiting the Go Karts Go Australia car in any, let's say, meaningful way. Oh, the 289 is back.
Nice. That was quick.
And it was the 89 that didn't take the start, so this is the car that was involved in the incident down there.
Correct. In other contact-related news, there's been a note of contact around turn 8 involving the 42 and a BMW. The identification on that, the GTO BMW that was involved in that, has changed a bit. It was possibly the 2, now it's possibly the 82. But contact with a GT4 BMW around the turn 8 area, which has spun that car around and cost them quite a bit of time. They're now back in 5th in GP1.
I wonder what color car it was.
That 44, by the way, has just gotten massively in the way, through no fault of its own, in the way of the 123, which is going to extend that gap a little bit further.
Yeah, so now it's making a little bit of progress here on this end. By the way, that GP2 lead battle we we've been following here, there is another green BMW that's in that mix. That's the number 112 from TC Klein, which is, unfortunately for us, painted exactly the same color as the entire fleet of open throttle cars. And while it is a GP1 car, it is in that same mix in terms of overall position. So it's not like it's working its way through in terms of the GP2 leaders being lap traffic. They are in kind of the right position for pace.
Yeah,
and it's
there's
just
no blue flag.
Exactly, right, because it's just an overall position battle. It's just kind of making life a little bit more difficult, I think, for that 211 to try and get after the open throttle car. And now, actually, that is the TC Klein car. Well, it's through on the 211.
It's through on the sister car as well.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah, you'll see it as it comes onto the front straight here in a second.
So hard to tell.
So
which is which.
it's hard because it also looks like that is the. It's not the 62. That's the. 65.
Oh, it's the 65.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's 112. Then.
So 65.
Yeah,
then
got
112.
Okay.
That's 66.
Yeah, that is tricky, man. I think it's because I caught the 65 on camera rather than the 66, which is obviously that lead car. So the gap's 1.2 seconds. There was quite a bit of traffic in there that I think has stretched that margin out a little bit. That being said, does look like the 66 is a little bit quicker consistently. So keep eyes on that. GP1 lead, by the way, is 11 seconds at the moment from Zalus Motorsport back to the 981 of BSR Racing, and then it's another minute back to the Edge Autosports number 26. Both of those lead GP1 cars, the 88 and the 981, with fastest laps this morning in the 207s. Not really close to that for the Edge Autosports car, and the gap back to that third place car is now a minute.
Yeah, GP2 is still awfully tight. That Harrison 164 has fallen back quite a ways, however. We know that car has pace, so I would think that it'll be in a good position to come back through and fight for that GP2 victory and tighten this battle up, maybe turn it into a 3-car fight within the next hour or so, but definitely further back than I think we expected it to be, certainly after yesterday, but even after the first hour or so of today's race.
I think what had happened is during the pit stop for the first Code 35, there was a driver change, and the driver was just, getting warmed up in the car. And unfortunately, that part, at that time, a lot of GP2 was still bundled relatively close together.
Sure. Okay.
So initially they were dropping through. They got passed by both open throttle cars by the crappy car. So once the driver gets warmed up, that pace has come back to them a bit more. Unfortunately, they did lose a bit of time there.
That 82 looks like it's off the pace a little bit. That Random Vandals BMW.
Yeah, it does. Definitely off the pace.
Well, remember that is the car that is under question for possible contact with the 44.
I wonder if something's developed with that car, but that should not be getting passed by general production cars on the straightaway.
Yeah, it's tough to tell whether it's drivetrain related. You wouldn't think so. Certainly no smoke or anything, but maybe a vibration post contact has started to develop. That makes that car uncomfortable. Could be any number of things. It could also be unrelated to the possible contact.
Yeah, do they take to they are going to take to the Grand Prix circuit, so not something that feels so dire that they don't feel like they'll be able to complete the lap.
clicked over the end of the second hour of racing. Watkins Glen International, the World Racing League's debut. Yeah.
Over the second hour. I thought you were saying over to the second hour.
No, we've completed the second hour.
Okay,
of racing.
thank you.
Yes. Into the third hour of racing. 4 hours, 56 minutes remaining on the clock. It's a short day these Sundays. Early start, 8 a.m. with the shorter 7-hour race means we get a checkered flag at 3 o'clock this afternoon local time. Allows fighting chance at getting yourself home on a Sunday night if you're a driver. This one in particular is a little tough because the airport of choice for most is up in Rochester, which is a good hour and a half drive on a good day.
Even better reason to finish the race at 3.
Yeah. Well, and I know there are some people that were in the WRL racers waiting patiently for the end time of the race to be posted because their flight was scheduled for like 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
But
how busy can the Rochester airport be?
How dare you?
Listen, all I'm saying is what were the FAA thinking by putting you in the airports that they put you in?
Sure. Well, I mean, to be fair, they were mostly my choices. Ironically, when I went
what
to
were the
Rochester,
Brendan Kesmericks thinking by putting you
themselves.
in the airports that you were in?
My alternative choice when I went to Rochester was Elmira, so it was, I pretty much had one choice there.
Okay.
Yeah. But Rochester's a nice town. It gives you access to this, right?
Yeah.
Watkins Glen is a short drive away. Plenty of wineries, breweries. That. No, I mean, there's a lot here in the Finger Lakes.
So alcoholism.
Look, you always have this type of experience at your disposal, right? The Finger Lakes is known for a certain amount of, it's known for a lot of things. The wineries are a big part of it. The foliage in the fall is a big part of it. Just general lake and water related activity. The drives here are absolutely gorgeous. It's a great place to spend some time. We happen to be at a racetrack, but living in the area, living up in Rochester, Finger Lakes, anything Finger Lakes adjacent, it's a real kind of a treat to have this stuff accessible for at least 7 or 8 months. It's nice to be outside. So anyway, garbage plates. Get that discussion going.
I've never had one, and I don't care to.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you're not familiar with what a garbage plate is, dear viewer, this area, specifically the Finger Lakes, is not known for them. It's very much a Rochester, New York thing. If you find yourself with some spare time up there, go find one. Nick Tahoe's is the original. It's not my favorite, but whatever, it's fine. It's
in Boston, it's pronounced roster.
Sure, yeah. A lot of people don't know that. Check your fantasy, Rochester. Anyway, it's a home fries and macaroni salad, home fries mac salad as a base. 2 cheeseburger patties over the top with a condiment called hot meat sauce. It's like really, imagine like hot dog chili, but way more flavorful, better spices, more spices, kind of cooked down in like this water sauce that kind of thickens everything up. It's a delicious, delicious thing. However, it is not really as much a culinary experience as it is a social experience. It's the kind of thing you eat at 1 or 2 in the morning after a big night, or you're just hanging out with buddies and you're like, hey, let's watch some football and grab some plates or something, right? It's much more a social experience.
It sounds like poutine and giving up.
So if you threw macaroni salad into poutine, you'd be getting close.
Okay.
Yeah, it's close.
that doesn't. Okay, different strokes.
So the big difference maker with garbage plates is the meat hot. Like people say, well, I don't know what it is, therefore I'm not going to try it. Whatever you're eating then is sad. Not because you can't have that opinion, but because if you're not willing to give it a shot, you're not really understanding what meat hot is and what it does. So as the whole plate kind of coalesces and becomes a more homogeneous mass of food, the meat hot plays an important role, and you really do need it.
Do you? I'm as one amateur communicator to another.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think that this is selling the concept?
Oh, that's a really good question. I don't know. And it's not really my job because I don't live there anymore. It wasn't my job when I did live there. But, like, given the opportunity, it's one of the few things now that Rochester has going for it. They lean into the things they have going for them. One of them is breweries. The other one is garbage plates. And the fact that it's just a fun town to live in. But you've got to kind of at least have that discussion and tell people, like, hey, don't avoid it just because you don't know what it is. Give it a shot and then decide for yourself.
Yeah, I will try anything once.
Sure.
However,
Not this.
no. That counts as anything. I've tried Malort. You know, I'll try anything once.
Oh, God. I've never had it, but I have seen very few positive reactions to it.
No, it's horrendous. But it works well in a cocktail, actually, surprisingly. It's got kind of it's absinthe adjacent. So like when people take shots of it, that's because that's obviously a bit that's worse than taking like shots of gin. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But you can have gin in it. You can have a GMT. When you say you have to make the garbage plate good by adding meat hot.
No. See, that's the point, and that's what I was trying to do. You can't. I mean, you can say no meat hot, please, but it is a fundamental part of what makes the thing the thing.
It's like trying to get a Hawaiian pizza without pineapple.
Exactly. Then you're just not having the thing.
I'm mostly thinking from the perspective of an adult who speaks English as his first language. If you say, "Put meat hot on my garbage plate, please," that sounds insane.
Well, sure. You're not necessarily saying, "Hey, put that on it." I believe it comes automatically. Yes.
I want meat hot with my garbage plate.
But the garbage plate's already coming with the meat hot.
It includes the meat hot. It has to, right?
So,
unless you say no meat hot, please, and then people just look at you weird.
Thank goodness I have the meat hot on garbage plate.
Correct. It's an excellent condiment on eggs as well.
Okay. Okay? What's the difference? Okay, whatever. Is this just like Cholula and Hollandaise? Like, what are we talking about?
No, it's like I said. Imagine hot dog chili, but
please, I would rather
way tastier. Like it includes both spicy spices and aromatic spices. So like cinnamon and clove are included as well as your cayenne pepper, your cumin, all that stuff. Yeah, paprika. I mean, it's amazing. It really is.
Speaking of amazing, watching 40 viewers leave our channel.
It's amazing. Off a cliff. Off a cliff. Podcasting. Look, it's Sunday morning. We're all getting up to speed. Race is settling in nicely.
People are going to church, okay? And you know why? Because they're ashamed of what they're hearing.
Probably stopping for plates on the way home. Yeah.
So this battle coming into the inner loop here continues for the lead in GP2. You can no longer see it, but it's still there. It's interesting to note the 66 is not running a rear wing, but it does have the uprisers.
The mounts are still there.
Yes.
It's running the Catherine leg special.
I'm just wondering if it was like if they removed the wing, as the modifier to get a little bit more power or something like that. Or if they were just finding, we're getting a little bit too much understeer with the wing on. Let's take it off for the balance. I don't know.
I think this was the case was it maybe Road Atlanta? They left it on? Or left the mounts on but took the wing off? Maybe Charlotte? I honestly don't remember. But this has been this way for a while. Okay. The 82 is back up to speed.
Okay, good. The question is, as I scroll, good timing too, because the 52 was catching up to them by quite a bit. So yeah, that's a good thing for Random Vandals to get that pace back.
Yeah. So did they hit or did they just?
No.
No, they
stayed out.
That's really weird. The 2:21 was the lap time, and then immediately back into the 2:04s.
I like that we're A/B testing caps mode and race mode. I think this is a good move, marketing wise.
So random vandals is this white and green BMW coming through the shot, and then a couple car lengths behind the yellow and black BMW. That is your 52 of ACP Tangerine Associates. Trying to get that random vandals BMW 412 in GTO. And all the way back here, too wide on the inner loop as they funnel down wisely. That looks like that is the, oh no, not big emission.
I think we're seeing the emergence of the GTU cars back up towards the top of the overall podium. And it seems to be just from the brute pace of the number 58 at the moment. It's not like the pace has come out of the GTO cars as things have warmed up today, or let's say we've taken the polish off the tires a little bit. 58.8 from the number 58 at the moment is making a lot of progress very quickly back up to the top of the overall order, where obviously they ended yesterday as well. Boy, those cars look like fun. I would love to see the way, I mean, we talked about the development of GT4 cars as they move away from the homologated spec that Joseph pointed out to a WRL spec, right? More open, do what you want to do to aero, make the car a little bit more comfortable to drive. I would love to see some development that direction in GTU. I know there's a lot of things that have been done kind of under the bodywork by Sebico, by Stratus, who've put a lot of work into their cars as well, making them faster and more reliable. We've also seen aero updates over the years that came from the Evo kit, the Sebico NP01 Evo, added a bigger diffuser, I think a diffuser, in addition to the rear. What's possible, but it'd be fun to see a little bit of an aero upgrade that just does things slightly differently. Let's say.
One of the things that I've started to see, and I'm sure this isn't like a new thing, one of the things I've started to see is 3D printed parts.
Oh, okay.
Bodywork change. This is mostly, I think, for aesthetic and tuning reasons. But I would be really curious to know if there's if there's been enough development in the sort of like the additive manufacturing for that sort of thing, where somebody could come through and you just have this catted up version of a different rear wing or something, or a gurney or something like that.
Yeah.
You can just sort of do that and have it, sent off to a 3D printer, or take your own 3D printer and I mean, not it. Yes, effectively glue, adhere the pieces to each other, and sort of run your own modifications. I wonder if there's, if the barriers to entry have dropped low enough to allow that to happen or not, because I do think that could be a fun wrinkle in the development of that class.
I mean, there are really few places where it's appropriate to do that kind of thing. Like, you can't really do that in professional racing, obviously.
No.
Right.
Well,
never mind the homologation.
There's no real place for it anymore.
Right. This is kind of that last frontier where you can still do some of that stuff. Now, that NP01 we've seen in various forms over the years. It's a lot more refined as a car than it used to be. And I think the Evo kit got that platform and base design a lot closer to its ultimate potential. I don't know what's left for them to do, but I do like the variety. And in a class that's dominated by one chassis, one general design of car with some minor tweaks between them, it would be nice to see some aesthetic and maybe a slightly different approach to performance to go with that. as well. I do want to make a note. Jordan threw the onboard from the number 888 TLM Mona Aston Martin up on the screen. That car was stationary in the pit lane. I did catch it earlier and thought it was maybe just owing us a pit stop after we're sort of into that range where the cars that didn't pit after or during the second code 35 would now be, coming due. That's obviously not the case there. That car has had some mechanical issue and is going to be either flat-towed or put on a hook and brought back to the paddock to the attention of the TLM crew. And that's a shame. I mean, we've seen that car really competitive over the course of the season, wins at Barber and at Road America earlier in the year. The pace has been good, but not quite what we've seen out of the very, very fastest cars in GTO, particularly the Mercedes and the Porsches. So,
I mean, it was running fourth earlier.
For sure, but I meant over the balance of yesterday, right? And it's not the fastest lap for that car was 2 minutes 0.4. Yeah, so it's there. It really was. I mean, its pace was obvious back at Barber and back at Road America. It's been a little bit more anonymous this weekend, a little bit, but obviously this issue puts an end to whatever charge they were capable of making today, which is a shame. The 172, the sister car from TLM USA, hasn't quite been on the pace this weekend. It's a quick car, obviously, run out of the same stables from our friends down there in Miami. 16th overall at the moment for that number 172.
123 has caught a rough break somewhere in traffic on that last lap. That gap has ballooned out around the 6-second mark. Was obviously nose to tail, and then was hovering around a second or two for quite a while.
Yeah.
But now that 153 for Go-Karts Go Australia has a little bit of breathing space now. It doesn't have to run things so defensively. Actually, where has the 123 gone? I thought we saw the 153 go through shot. I don't know that I thought the 123.
Saw them come by start finish a little while ago. I think they're somewhere coming down towards the heel of the boot at the moment.
Okay.
To be able to pick them up.
It's entirely possible that I caught the 123 thinking it was the 153.
There's the Go-Karts Go Australia using the track limits at turn 8.
Okay. Oh, and there's the 123. So, yeah, they are still there. Go-Karts Go Australia, if you couldn't tell from context clues, because I keep forgetting, is the the Mercedes with the Dayglow orange trim to it.
Yeah, just at the front end. Silver. Yeah. Otherwise, all silver.
Yeah, this is the DD Autosports Mercedes.
Yes, correct. I did learn, by the way, from some research that the brand is Go-Karts Go, and then Australia is the modifier. It's not rooting for Australia via the branding.
Sure. I assumed that it was Go-Karts Go and then Australia, but it's good to have that confirmation.
I'm a little bummed. I was hoping they were actively encouraging go-karts to go to Australia.
Correct. Yeah. I've done some karting in Australia.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I was there on vacation as a teenager. We were in Cairns. There was a kart club up there. We were looking for something to do, so karting in the rain, which was a fun experience as well.
It rained in Australia?
Yeah, believe it or not. Well, there's rainforests.
Huh. Were you in Darwin?
We're in Queensland. We're in Cairns. Cairns with an R. Cairns.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway. Cairns. Viewership, man. We're doing it.
Is the viewership falling off?
Yeah. The race is kind of settling in here. I think we're due for another round of pit stops here shortly, which should kick off with that Go-Karts Go Australia, number 153. We should also note the progress being made by the number 70 from round 3 racing. From memory, that gap was up around 55 seconds when we ended the last code 35. It's down around 33, 34 now. Some of that, I think, is due to the scrapping between the two Mercedes at the front of the field, but it's been a very quiet march with really good pace from that Porsche number 70 to close that margin, and also to just separate itself a little bit from that number 2 of ACP Tangerine Associates, who finds itself 4th in GTO at the moment. 58 is on to the back of the number 123 NFC car headed down into turn number 1. Not a battle for class position, but it would become the new second place car overall if the 58 is able to get that move done. 123 is out a little wide. Now, this is obviously not where the 58 has its strength. The big power and obviously big weight of that Mercedes is going to allow it to stretch the margin a little bit, even with the slipstream.
But look at the momentum, the lateral momentum that the 123 carried straight into the turn 3 curbing.
Yeah.
Just behind them, you could see the results from a battle for 4th in GP2, the 164 from Harrison Motorsports overtaking Rockwell's number 41 Porsche this last lap after catching them. So it's good recovery for Harrison at the moment.
Worth pointing out, I don't unless you've already made this point, Brendan, recently, that 153 is going to be coming up on its pit window in pretty short order here. We were talking about the fact that they opted not to pit on that last code 35, and it's been about 32 laps that they've been out on track since their last pit stop. Everybody else has about 10 laps fewer on this tank of gas. So they'll have to come in pretty soon, definitely earlier than the cars around them by about, you'd say, about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So you've got this sort of danger zone of a 20-minute window where if the yellow comes out, they are going to lose absolute boatload of time.
Yeah. So that was the discussion we had yesterday at some length, was explaining that sort of danger zone concept, and we don't necessarily need to rehash that, but you're absolutely right. Ironically, and I don't know if there's any real reasoning for this, but it sure seems like we're getting a lot of Code 35s that happen right around that pit stop window. I don't know if it's drivers trying to be not heroes, but a little more aggressive coming up to their pit stops, or if cars are.
I really think it's a distraction thing. I think when you know that you're going to be coming up on a pit stop, now you're not just contending with the cars around you. You're also contending with planning for the pit stop and thinking about what you need to do to get ready for that pit stop. And I think the presence of mind kind of shifts a little bit as the 99 goes well deep into turn 1. It looks like that car is still healthy, so just maybe missed it should be a semi-automatic gearbox, so tough to miss a shift down there, but maybe missing a braking point or locking a wheel on the way into turn 1.
That's a really fair point to make about distractions. It's not really one we've considered very often, but in trying to maximize pace over the course of a stint or multiple stints behind the wheel of the car, there's so much focus that we put on the physically drive the car quickly, right? Hit your marks, hit your braking points, your turn-in points, make this decision in traffic, be conservative here, right? You've always got to be a little bit more mindful when you're in a WRL race versus, let's say, you're running an IMSA series or an SRO series or something like that, where you've got to back off the aggression, right? You've got to make that conscious choice to say, that gap is open, but I don't think I should take it because there's still risk that we could come together at the apex. It's not counterintuitive, but you've got to be very conscious about that. So you're doing all these other things to just drive the car at pace, that now you're adding, as you say, that extra layer of, okay, I've got to plan for the pit stop. There's all that mental checklist we talked about for pit crews to get themselves ready for a pit stop. The driver's doing something very similar, especially if they're coming up on a driver change, right? Making sure, the belts are tight, but you get the belts pulled at the right time. You've got your visor down when you get to the pit stall as they start fueling. You're planning to get out. Do I need to do anything with the seat or the dash or anything of that nature as you're coming up to the stop? And you may not be actively making those decisions in the cockpit, but it's there. And as you see that fuel number tick down, or somebody's in your ear saying, box in 3, box in 2, you're right, it does become a distraction. And you have less capacity to make those good, right, and conservative decisions out on track.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily going to lead to car-to-car contact. It could lead to, a missed shift that does damage to the drivetrain. It could lead to running wide somewhere where you're not usually running wide, ending up in a rough part of the off-track surface. There are so many things that can go wrong when you're not completely locked into the task of driving this car at pace around other cars who are also trying to drive at pace.
Well, there's development there as well of drivers, right? A lot of drivers will have coaches, especially up in GTO. You bring on a professional driver, somebody who would otherwise be coaching, to come share the car with you. They're helping you get speed out of the car. They're helping you with decision making and those sorts of things. But there is absolutely a mental, growth or mental development that happens there, where your brain, things are coming at you less quickly, right? Your brain is capable of taking in and processing more information over time. Sometimes that happens in 2 races, 3 races. Sometimes that takes 2 or 3 seasons. But that is part of your development as a racing driver, is to be able to think about less in the moment, make more things second nature, so that when you get the unexpected, or when you've got a really difficult decision to make that you've got to process in real time, you have the free mental capacity to do that. And I think the good coaches, the good drivers, particularly when it comes to endurance and multi-class racing, are likely the ones that are capable of helping you see things quicker, make decisions quicker, and focus for longer on the things that matter when they matter.
Yeah, there's a concept in, I guess you'd call it psychology. The idea of a fast brain and a slow brain, right? That you might know logically what needs to happen given a set of circumstances, right? When you're in the moment, when you're in fight or flight, when you're having to respond immediately, your instincts aren't necessarily going to be what you logically know to be the correct choice, right? You could, that's why Monday morning quarterbacking is a thing. That's why, you can watch a replay in slow motion of a racing incident and say, well, obviously they should have moved to the right. Unless you're in that, and also unless you've developed the right instincts, you're not necessarily going to make the right decision in that situation. You're relying on a series of inputs and really just that rush of stimulus in a way that you have to train your instincts over time to be aligned in a way that actually makes sense for what to logically make sense.
It is really difficult to share the air traffic controlling experience from my past, particularly at a place like Newark, but that is fundamentally what it is, right? And you think, well, you're just moving planes around and whatever. How can it take you hundreds of hours to learn the craft? But that's exactly what it is. It's making so much of the decision making that goes into not just moving planes around, but moving them around with maximum efficiency and maximum safety, to be able to make those types of split-second decisions, or to plan out far enough ahead that you are executing on a well-reasoned plan with limited information available. And that is ultimately what you have to get to, where the bulk of what you're doing is second nature, and you can respond quickly to unexpected changes in what you're already processing. And that is what takes 200, 300, 400 hours on a single position sometimes to be able to get to that point. Being behind the wheel of a race car is really no different. You're moving things around in real time. You're processing things quickly. Things are changing actively as you're looking at them. And from both a safety perspective and a competitive perspective, you're having to react to that with precision.
Yeah, it's less about can you do the routine well. It's almost more about can you react well to when things don't go as you expect them to go.
Yeah.
I mean that is it's really the nature of professionalism in anything or expertise in anything is how do you react when things go a little pear-shaped.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody gets crossed up in front of you coming through turn 10 like we saw yesterday, well, you know, do you make the right split-second decisions? Because remember, most of these drivers, people will talk about motor racing and say, well, how hard can it be to drive a car, right? It's not just that they're driving a car. They're trying to drive a car better than anybody else.
Yeah.
So you're trying to perform at the absolute maximum of what you're capable of doing. And that's a very different ballgame when you're trying to extract everything out of yourself and out of your equipment, and then something goes wrong in front of you. You know, that's when mentally you are at capacity, and then what do you do on just pure instinct?
Without getting too deep, much deeper into podcast mode, I think you see that. I mean, Joseph, you and I, and JT, we're all teammates and or competitors in endurance sim racing from pretty young age for most of us. We're all teenagers basically at the time. You learn the craft of multi-class racing through continued exposure to it, right? And you could see it even in sim racing. It wasn't necessarily that you or I or JT were quicker than everybody else. We were all really competitive. And the lap time was generally there, but it was the consistent decision making that reduced risk and maximized pace when it was available. As the 981 pulls out directly in front of the number 24 on the pit lane, causes the 24 to jump onto the brakes. The 981 unfortunately went straight for the fast lane without checking the mirrors for that BMM Montgomery Motorsports BMW 2 Series. My assumption is that is worth a warning rather than going straight to a penalty, but I don't know if they've already been written into the log yet today.
Okay, the 123 has taken the short course. The left front's coming down.
Well, so that's interesting. They're both in the pit lane. The 153 is in the pit lane behind the 123, which, as you say, Joseph, is because the 123 has taken the short course and come around just ahead of the 153. Now, the question is, gaining that advantage, does the lap need to be deleted?
I think it's going to have to be.
I think it has to be.
I mean, unless they're going to... You can't just make up rules on the fly. You would have to do something like try to, hold
It's already gone.
Okay.
Yep. Already written into the log. NASCAR short course continued, lap deleted.
Yeah.
Left front flat.
So, yeah, I mean, there's an example of just something going wrong at exactly the wrong time.
We see these... Go ahead, JT. Go ahead.
I was going to say, even though you do have a deleted lap, perhaps that is the better call for the situation. Because
yeah, for sure.
Instead of limping around, risking, tearing up the car and doing damage, instead just as quickly as you can bring it to pit lane through the shortest possible course. You're gonna protect the car more. Yeah, you're gonna lose a lap, but you still have 4 hours left. And this is the 123. They're known for making comebacks at the end, being very quick. So I think this is the right call at the moment, even though it is quite unfortunate.
No, I completely agree. I think you could make a call in either direction. I think it's definitely for the safety of the equipment. I think it absolutely makes sense to shortcut the course. I mean, it's almost half the lap that you're spending. Well, maybe not quite half the lap, but it's a solid chunk of the lap that you're spending out in the boot section. So to do that with a tire that you don't know what its integrity is, I agree. I think that would have been a really risky move. So they probably saved them quite a lot of, if not time, saved themselves quite a lot of anxiety for the remaining 4 hours and change of this race.
So it definitely said left front, correct?
You'd say left front.
Yeah, so it looks like they're paying a little bit more attention to the left rear just from my perspective here, but maybe they've done both left sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense to.
Yeah, I think so. And then, I mean, you can go the 4 hours 21 on one set of left side tires here, I think. Then later in the race, you come back in, do the right sides under a code 35 or something, and send yourself right back out. It makes the car a little awkward to drive, maybe, but overall is not a bad position to put yourself in there. Worth also noting, the 153 it was in exactly at the same time. So in effect, while the 123 will have obviously lost the lap and the additional time in the pit lane, it's kind of reset the cycle between those two cars in particular.
Yes, I am a little curious to see how far the 70 and the 2 can go on this stint. Because
yeah, so it was
there is still the possibility of a Code 35 coming out and disrupting the race between that, I guess, among that trio.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're into that window, right? It's been 30 laps since either the 70 or the 2 were in under that code 35. We were looking at something between 32 and 35 laps yesterday from memory. We did have a fairly long code 35 just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I've got
to go recover those 2 GTO cars.
I've got the 153 as having pitted on 31 and then on lap 69, so that's about a 38 lap stint. There's not a ton of variation among the GT4 off-the-shelf cars in stint length. Once you get into the homebrew builds like the I'm thinking about the 914, for example, the non-GT4 style cars. Those might have a little bit more variation. They're usually a different weight or a different set of power to weight modifiers. So that one may be a little different, but you would expect, I think, the 70 to also have a stint length in the ballpark of 40 laps, give or take a couple. So that would put the 70 in about, if it also ended up being a 38 lap stint, would put them in about 7 laps time. Same for the 2. Really, I mean, same for virtually everybody other than those 2 Mercedes, which pit almost in lockstep. GP1 entries are starting to pit, however. Zalus just pit their 88, BSR a lap prior pit the 981, and Palomar, I think, has just left the pit, so there they are.
Same with Edge.
Yeah, same with Edge. We're still waiting on PC Racing, so PC Racing on a little bit of an off. Not quite an off strategy, but I think they'll probably be out for another maybe 15 laps or so. Maybe not quite that long. But they've only got 28 laps on this stint, so they should be out for a little while longer.
Okay.
And GP2, everybody came in on the last code 35, so expect them to all come in together. But they will also, that class tends to have pretty long stints as well in terms of time. The 60 for Stratus will end up being the first taker of that stable in GTU. The 6 for Heraflight Racing has already been in about 10 minutes ago. But we'll be waiting on the 58 and the 59. They both have 31 laps on this stint. Looks like Open Throttle is coming to the pit, so that's elevated Krabby Kraut the 211 up into the lead, at least for the time being. So Open Throttle, that number 66, is going to be the first one in for GP2.
Oh,
Oh,
that's the 997.
is that the...
Yeah, it absolutely is. That's the exit of turn number 1. Looks like he may have caught it on the curve there.
Yeah, Jordan is saying that when that car made contact with the inside wall, it actually went airborne just a little bit, and so that car is not going to be going anywhere. That's going to be a code 35.
Again,
out of bounds.
right at the beginning of a pit stop cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Code 35, and no, not the best place, but hopefully with everybody slowing down here, it'll be a little bit easier for cars to exit pit lane safely. So you see the 70 coming down pit lane here and just heading out. It's gonna unfortunately see a really disturbing view here. Seeing the sister car.
Yeah. Well, so that 70's been bailed out slightly by the code 35 coming out while it was in pit lane, but it's still going to lose ground to. I don't think the 2's been in yet, have they? Oh no, they were in.
Nice. Keep going. You can do it. That's the entry with Brad McCall, I believe. I think he was in the 997 this weekend. Mentioned that they didn't quite have the pace they desired yesterday, and they also had a alternator issue.
Oh, interesting.
So I was hoping they got that sorted. Unfortunately, you know, they've been a bit outside the top 10 today. But hoping it was gonna, you know, come towards them as the race went on. But unfortunately, this contact into the turn 1 walls is definitely gonna set them back, as they've taken the escape road there to go to the paddock.
Yeah,
So,
even if that car had been able to move under its own power earlier, we would have needed to go code 35 for this anyway. You see the conveyor belt for that tire wall on the inside of turn 1's been pulled away from the tire, so track is going to need to inspect that barrier and make sure that it is in a safe condition before we go back to racing.
It's extremely dramatic there coming out of the pit lane with having, normally there's a blend line. Well, there is a blend line. Normally you have to adhere to it, but obviously the exit lane is blocked by the presence of the safety vehicle and the workers to go reshuffle that tire wall. You saw the Stratus NP01 move pretty hard to driver's left just in front of the 600 we were riding forward with. I can neither confirm nor deny the presence of a permanent turn 1 camera stream that may or may not be for tracklet's observational purposes. But if there were to be such a camera to exist, obviously you could go back and review that camera, and you could review what happened to the 997, which Jordan mentioned it did kind of pick up a little bit of air. It did on just the left-hand side of the car as it backed into the tire wall. It looked like whoever the driver is on board that car went into turn 1 a little bit deep, and rather than just taking to the runoff and opening up the arc of the apex, they tried to pinch the car back to the exit curb. And having all that mass at the rear end, it started to come around, and there really wasn't any getting it back. It was a pretty light hit into the tires, all things considered.
Yep.
Yeah,
Just the tire grabbing.
We've seen Indy cars in the past, obviously when they were still coming here, you know, or IMSA prototypes for that matter, grinding up on the curves. They obviously run a lot less ground clearance, but that shift in camber, as well as bottoming out, high setting on those curbs, really easy to unsettle a car through there, and especially the 997 with the engine in the rear of the car. A little bit of a pendulum effect, and the car just goes around.
That's exactly what it looked like. With all that camber, you come back in the throttle, but the lock was kept in the wheel to not pick up the track limit strike, and that was with all that weight at the back. That's exactly what happened. The weight transfers to the rear and the back end just continues coming around.
And remember, it's not running slick tires.
Yeah.
So all that weight can override the 200 tread-quarter tires.
So we ride under the, is it the third code 35 of the day, JT? Is that number
It
right?
is.
Yep.
Yep.
Third coded 35 of the day. We're coming up to the 4 hours remaining mark, which is sounds improbable, but that is accurate. A 7-hour race with an early start. The race leader is the number 153 from Go Karts Go Australia, ahead of the number 70 from Round 3 Racing, who was just ever so slightly caught out in the pit lane, having initiated the pit stop under green and then going to code 35 while it was still in pit lane. The number 2, I don't think, had the same luck. I think that 2 made its entire pit stop under green flag conditions before picking up the code 35 while it was out on circuit. So it'll be interesting to see how those 2 shake out when they make it back to the start-finish line here in hopefully a couple of minutes. The Stratus number 58 was very briefly your overall race leader, but has since pitted and it's dropped back now behind both sister cars, the 59 and the 60, while the GTU leader now sits 4th overall and sits at the top of the overall timing pylon. Granola stuck in the back of the throat. Not good. Zalus Motorsport was also in the pit lane, I believe, when that code 35 came out. No, they had just pitted beforehand. I had just seen them in the pit lane beforehand.
We're scrambling a flatbed, which is a little strange given that the only car that was involved in that incident left under its own power. I don't know if we're repositioning.
I was going to say, I think maybe it's possible that car was sent, or that, trailer was sent to go pick up the 997, assuming it wasn't going to move under its own power. And maybe they've just got to return it home once it was already scrambled.
Possibly. We've got a lap penalty that's just been given out to the 909 for their second pit infraction of the day.
Yeah, they had a fire gear violation earlier.
Yeah, fire gear violation earlier, as you say. An extra crew member over the wall for this one, so already on their second or third pit stop, they've picked up a lap penalty, and that's going to really damage their hopes of competing for the win here. They've been in a really good position. They're currently sitting 4th. Losing this lap is going to be a huge penalty to them.
One of the things we hadn't noted in the race control log as we continue to circulate under code 35 here was the note for the number 58, which reported the driver's side. It says driver's right door opening, so I guess it's the right-hand door.
Right-hand side, yeah.
Yeah, right-hand door opening on that car. Reported at 5 Bravo. Turn 10 shortly thereafter, confirmed it had been closed. Obviously, that car fell behind its sister cars with the most recent pit stop, and it would seem like there really wasn't any reason for that to have been the case. I do just wonder if they took a look at the door while they were stationary there in the pit lane, gave it, took things deliberately and made sure that the latch was functioning properly and that door wasn't going to pop back open at speed once we go back to green. It's actually reporting 2 pit stops. Very interesting.
289, who we saw involved in that collision down at the inner loop, also has picked up a lap penalty. Will be of much less consequence to that car because of the issues that they've already had. Firewall already looks like it's been serviced and is ready for racing action. So once all the recovery vehicles are where they need to be, we should be back to green flag racing in pretty short order.
By the way, that 289-926 incident at 9 o'clock this morning, right before that first round of pit stops, they did end up finding that 926 at fault and penalizing it 2 laps. And we said at the time it was probably immaterial because of how much time that car was likely to lose being repaired. But we did say at the time it would be interesting to see how that gets Adjudicated, yeah, mandatory race control, just because it looked like the 926 was initially pretty far alongside, but also had positioned itself in the blind spot of that number 289 Aston Martin, and it looks like race control kind of saw it the same way. Good learning opportunity there, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I do. I wonder if that's going to earn the driver a meeting with the stewards.
Usually does.
Yeah.
But again, it's not meant to be. I mean, the penalty is meant to be punitive to the team, right? You don't want to just allow the contact, but more than anything, in a no contact series, you want to make sure that the driver understands from a racecraft perspective why that's not a good idea.
Yeah.
Like, never mind the natural consequence of the incident, but you want to have that discussion with the driver that may or may not have, a ton of experience, and just ensure that everybody's on the same page as to why that can't be, allowed again.
Yeah, as you say, a lot of the drivers here, people are coming in with varying experience levels and things like that, various levels of experience. Even if you've done track days, you may not have had a ton of experience going wheel to wheel with people.
Yeah.
In a competitive environment. So, yeah, as you rightly point out, just maybe making sure we have no idea, obviously, who the driver of either car was in that situation, but if they're a newer driver, just a discussion with race control with the stewards to point out, this is what you would do in this situation next time. If they're a repeat offender, then it may be somebody who's not invited back. But that is a worst case scenario, obviously.
There's a surface flag being displayed at start finish.
Interesting.
The yellow and red striped flag, of course. I'm intrigued as to why that might be the case. We did see the blower out on track as they were repairing the tire wall at the exit of turn number 1 there to driver's right. You would think that under the 995, if there was debris there, that you would just go get it.
I was wondering if especially if the 997 went in rearward. I was kind of wondering if they might have brought any fluids or anything onto the track when they were driving back into the access road. So there may not be very much of the track that's been dirtied or that would have fluid down, but if there's any, you would want to know about it.
Or if it hit fluid going into turn 1, that may have helped with the incident.
Yeah.
Did we just send a sweeper out there from the inner loop that we were watching there? Yeah. I do wonder if there is fluid there. It would be interesting to go, let's say, whether it came from the 997 or not. It's obviously off the racing line, although it is in the pit exit lane, which is, well, not the lane, but behind the blend line. So you're obligated to go over that section of the track. I can't imagine there would have been a lot of fluid drop from a rearward impact on a Porsche. We know the radiators on that car at the front corners. Very interesting one.
Yeah, I was questioning it as I said it, but I don't know why else you would send cleanup vehicles out there.
No, I am asking the same thing.
I guess there wouldn't be a lot of water in the tires. Hasn't rained recently, has it?
That's the other thought. Did it pick up or did it move water out from those tire sections? It's been pretty dry here, JT.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of questioning it.
And even if it was water, even if it were water, it's just water.
Thank you for the proper use of the subjunctive.
I love the subjunctive. Sometimes you got to make the conscious effort to use it,
Yeah.
Tough one.
If I were to pick a favorite tense, it would be the subjunctive.
I think so. It's a mood, actually. It's a subjunctive mood.
It sure is.
Yeah. It's really a vibe. It's a subjunctive vibe.
Elements of style. So who has not pit on this rotation? The 65 is making a repeated effort to roll the dice because they did not come in.
They're sticking to their strategy. Just hour and a half every time. Well, but we would be at 3 hours, so that really doesn't make any sense either. Well,
yeah, I mean, because they've been out for 27 laps, they're not in.
Yeah. They could be on the driver rotation strategy, where they're saying, we're just going to get you your time behind the wheel, regardless of code 35, which is valid.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. The other car that we haven't seen in...
That's the 997 on the flatbed leaving pit lane.
Well,
oh, sure.
For the paddock, to be clear.
Yeah, to go to the paddock, but it had taken the cutout, the cutout at turn 1, ended up in the pit lane, I think.
The FPRS Motorsports 91, that Dark Horse Mustang, also does not pit on this rotation. .997 was about 10 laps into their stint, so that wouldn't have been an issue on an outlap or anything like that. Or their first flyer.
Some opinions at the moment.
Okay.
First and foremost.
Yeah.
Flags being displayed at start do not accurately reflect what's happening out on the circuit.
Okay.
I appreciate the use of the surface flag, obviously, and the Code 35 flag is out, but you also have stopped safety vehicles on the racing line. They should be pretty obvious from far away, but that absolutely should be a waving yellow. That's number one.
Do they do waving yellows if it's a Code 35? The entire track is neutralized,
the scene
right?
the scene of the incident should have the flag that, or scene of anything should have the flag that reflects the track condition. Okay. Stopped vehicles on track, whether it's a race car or a safety vehicle, should be a waving yellow.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Okay.
So that's opinion number one. Opinion number two. I'm beginning to wonder if maybe there isn't some fluid that was being reported by turn 1. That start is just that start is just reflecting the surface flag 4. It took a long time for the sweeper that's on scene to find what it was supposed to be sweeping, I think.
Is it? Well, it looks like there's been oil dry put down that we're blowing away right now.
There is, yeah. But it was stationary there for a good 2 minutes. Now, whether it was putting speedy dry in the hopper or whatever it happens to be, I don't know. But it's on an odd pathway, right? It starts, I don't know if you can see it from the camera.
No, you
can't.
It is unusual.
It's
that's not the path that
almost like a plateau
would take.
No, not at all. Which is what has me so kind of confused. I don't know if maybe turn 1 is seeing something that nobody else can, and then just like we've kind of assumed that maybe the 997 had we're going
red flag.
Yeah.
So that would, you would think, be not related to an on-track incident, but related to track conditions.
Yes.
So I wonder if somebody's trailed a bunch of fluid around the track that we're not seeing, or if it's just for this turn 1 area. Because what could be going
now he's
on?
on the racing line. Now the sweeper's on the racing line.
Do we think the 997? Do we think the 997 could have spun on its own oil?
But it's not where the 997 was. And you look. I realize you don't have X to it, but the turn 1 camera we had the 997 out way wider than where they're now putting the oil on the racing line.
But think of the camber of the corner.
I think it was out wider than that. It would have run to the inside. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if the timing. I'm wondering if the timing of this is to basically just find a gap where traffic is not in the vicinity where they need to put down oil dry.
I mean, it makes sense, right? This is the right way to handle that, but to go from there being nothing out there and, we're just repairing a tire wall to now all of a sudden red flagging a race because we've got to put 2 trucks worth of speedy dry onto the apex of turn 1, which is not where the offending car was in the first place.
The timing of this tells me somebody did not get the red flag call. Unless that's a course vehicle. That's got a license plate on it.
WRL
no, it's
vehicle.
It's the safety car.
Got it. Okay.
It's going to go pick up the race leader.
That makes a lot more sense. Okay. The timing of this suggests to me that this has been an ongoing discussion, possibly among track workers and race control. Because this is, if it was an obvious thing, we would have seen a lot more cars going off track there. And 2, it would have been red flagged almost immediately, because if you had a bunch of oil down at that part of the track, that was obvious and visible, it would have just been halted. So this has clearly been an ongoing discussion of, is there fluid down? Where is there fluid down? Very, very curious, but obviously not something, neither side of which you take lightly, right? You don't take track conditions lightly. If you've got oil down with a bunch of vehicles on a hot track, you also don't take the decision lightly to halt the race. So very, very interesting development. Obviously puts us in the same situation that we had yesterday, where now you've got a neutralized race in the safety car sense, because presumably we're going to have to restart this race behind the safety car that we just saw come through the turn 1 camera.
Yeah. So in going back and looking at this 997 incident, there were a couple of cars that ran wide out over the curb just beforehand.
Okay.
The 997 kind of slid its way out, but it looks like it did actually make it to, if not the apex, certainly the compression that exists there at turn 1 because of the camber. The car that came through immediately afterwards was the gray open throttle car, which I think is the 67 or maybe 68, and it was way offline and way out of position going into the corner. So there is some credence to be lent to the theory here that the 997 started dropping oil, or a car just prior to the 997 started dropping fluid before eventually losing it on the throttle.
You know what? I actually wonder if...
Hold on. He right here, turn 1, he's pointing out where the fluid is.
I kind of wonder if the track crews picked up the 997, realized that it was leaking, and they were going to have to flatbed it, and at that point started reporting up, hey, you need to check down here to see if it dropped oil on its way into this spin rather than just coming out of it.
I don't know how we can find out. Is there a puddle of oil or oil dry at the 997's pit box?
Yeah. Confirmation of the race control log that the red flag is for cleanup at turn 1. So there hasn't been a secondary incident somewhere that we're avoiding talking about or anything like that. It is just for this oil dry that we're having to put down at turn 1, which is taking up let's be frank, the entirety of the surface down here at this point.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been safe to continue to send cars through it.
It's multiple lanes wide.
Yes.
I mean, there's two distinct paths inside and outside of the run down into one. Now, some of that, like JT said, may be a little bit of runoff because of the camber that exists there at turn number 1. They're sending another truck down there to go have a look at it. This is very, very interesting. And just a quick text exchange with RJ Till, the head honcho, RJ Till. Not sure where this fluid came from. Don't really seem to have any answers at the moment.
That is so interesting. So nobody has been called in the race control, which obviously if RJ doesn't know, it hasn't been called in, right? But there haven't been any calls recently in the race control log of anybody dropping fluid or anything like that. But the fact that it's all at turn 1 and we just saw car spin out. That I believe they've put traction control on it, right? I don't think it's a car that came originally with traction control, but I think we've had a conversation with them about how they've put some electronic aids on the car to make it sort of more like a modern GT car. Yeah, this is a different source of airborne detritus. Well, and they're pouring it down in the direction that the 997 left the track.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells me if they don't know where it came from, they're highly suspicious of where it came from. Track crew doing a very good job of not blowing oil dry directly into other cars. Just imagining being behind the wheel of the 90s and please don't blow the oil dry directly into my car. I think that's kind of cute that the 70 and the is that the 2 or the 52?
I believe that's a 2.
Yeah, just kind of hanging out together, just having a chat. On board the 26. Because I think this is into the bus stop. Inner loop, chicane. Now the runoff at turn 10 with the number 60 in front of us. This is the HQ Autosport, and it's not the GP2 entry, which makes it the GP1 entry, the 189. This is the HQ entry, and it's not the 189, which makes it the 187. Sitting P6 and GP2. Peter, Frank, Chuck, I assume are the 3 first names of the drivers, and not one guy's name. This is the PC racing car. I'm having fun with this game. P4 in GP1, the number 44. 1111, Make a Wish. This is an open throttle car, and I have no idea which one.
I'm gonna go based on the hood.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one of your GP1 V8s.
I was gonna say the 63, and there's only one GP. Oh no, there are 2. The 64 is out also.
Correct. I'm leaning 64 because if I recall correctly, the 64 has red stripes on it, and if you look at the hood vent on the right-hand side by our mile per hour gauge, you do see some red accent there.
Okay, yeah. Very good investigative work. There's no last lap, best lap, position, or lap number, so it's completely off the grid. That's a bunch of cars. That's a 24. A black BMW. The 91, who hasn't pitted. I think it's the 91.
Yep.
The 38 for Palomar. A gray BMW. Is that an open throttle car? Oh, there's an Aston Martin. It's the 172.
So yes, that gray BMW is the lower black bumper, and then it's like a gray-white body with green accents on the side. So that makes it a 67 in GP2.
Okay. And then we talked about the 70 and the 2. 70 is the blue and white Porsche with the red accents. The 2 is the BMW with the front all orange and whatnot. The 90 is the Supra that is black and white. The flag marshal has a red flag out. This is choice. You can tell because it says choice.
Exactly.
Dog. Some words of encouragement and also discouragement on the dash. I think it looks like the instrument panel is just gone from the dash, and it's just been replaced by the touchscreen in the middle of the in the center of the car. That's another BMW.
Yeah, I believe that is the 188 Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing.
The choice BMW is behind them. The BMW, right? I think I just say BMW on instinct now.
The white and blue one?
Yeah.
Ah, that's PC Racing.
What did I say? Did I say choice?
You said choice.
That's yeah. Yeah, that's PC Racing.
Choice is mostly black and bluish.
We've gone yellow again.
Yep, we're moving.
So many colors. In case this is a great place to learn your colors, I think. Okay, so 13 minutes of red flag. We'll rejoin the safety car, pace car, the safety pace car. Here they are. They've picked up the 153. Remember, everybody at this point, virtually everybody at this point anyway, has pitted other than, by the looks of things, the open throttle 65 is 28 laps out from their last pit stop. The AOA number 85 is 12 laps away. They just ticked over. The 91 we talked about, that Dark Horse Mustang is about 18 laps from their last pit stop. But almost everybody else has already stopped. So any of these cars who didn't take an opportunity in their in the Code 35 before we went to a red flag, I don't know that it'll make sense for them to try to make a pit stop now, because we're going to have everybody form up, and then I think as soon as we're all formed up, you would think we'd go back to green almost immediately.
If Brendan's here, we did have a question in chat. Where to find the broadcast booth?
I don't know where Brendan is, and he's usually talking, so he's probably talking to somebody else.
Or eating.
Yeah, he's probably got a garbage plate. We're not talking about that anymore.
So the question is, are we going to go back to green at the end of the lap, or are we going to fully collect the entire field?
I think we're going to have to collect the entire field. I mean, we've got people that are... They're clearly not at race pace, but they're going at a decent rate of knots at this point around the back half of the circuit. I don't think they're going to be inclined to send the field green without bunching everybody up, just because it would be... Yeah, and the pace car has still got lights on, so I don't think we're going to go green this time by. This is about where they were switching them off yesterday for the restart that we had. I had to do a double take. That's the 70 and not the 997. The round 3 Porsche. That 997 is going to be in probably a little bit of a state of disrepair at the moment. So at least one full lap of full course yellow. I'm not sure where the back part of the field is, but we're pacing. Yeah. These might be the stragglers, so we might get everybody formed up by the end of this lap, at which point we could probably go racing again. HQ Autosport in the pits, as you see in that. That would be the 189. They were last in on lap 57, so they're really just topping off. They're taking every opportunity to pit in the 189.
Yeah, it looks like some working on tightening something behind the steering wheel.
Long string of cars behind the safety car. The other thing to remember is this will be the first time this race, we ran into this yesterday, but this will be the first time this race where the entire field is sort of jumbled up and restarting together, which always creates a little bit of a weird situation. We're not splitting up classes like we do for the start of the race, so you have GTOs and GTUs and GP 1, 2, and 3 sort of all mixed up together and trying to sort themselves out coming to the green flag. So you're going to have very different levels of pace, very different cornering speeds and top ends, all sort of jumbling for position in a way that is just really just unique to restarts in this format of race.
It's the trade-off for the compression of, cars that did have a full minute gap before going to this kind of situation. They're now offshooting that by now they're 15 seconds behind, but now they have a lot of traffic to deal with while cars ahead can potentially get away quicker.
Yeah, it's certainly a faster procedure than you get at the professional level, where they try to do wave bys for every class and then try to sort that out.
Nah, see here, this is more efficient. Just everybody pit at the same time.
Yes.
Don't mess up.
It doesn't not work. It doesn't always preserve the running order, but we are still keeping the lights on the pace car. And that'll be another lap. I don't know that we've got, other than the people who just took to the pits on that last lap, I don't know that we have any stragglers at this point. Everybody should be bunched up who stayed on course.
I've returned. Sorry about that.
What happened?
Glenn McGee showed up.
Oh no.
Yeah. I was like, hey, you want to grab a headset? We'll chat? He's like, no, not necessarily. I was like, oh, okay.
We'll chat without a headset.
Oh, so this fluid definitely came from the 997.
Okay.
They are running a street sweeper, industrial sweeper, up the access road into the paddock. Yeah. And actually, now that I follow the trail, because it came to its pit stall, right? It went all the way through the paddock to the attention of the crew in the pit stall. There is fluid all the way down the pit lane access road into the pit lane up to ultimately where the car came to rest at the stall, where it appeared to run out of oil and stop leaving. But I mean,
that's one way to solve the issue.
Sure.
Real quick, Matt Gulliver in chat wants to know, where's the broadcast booth?
Yeah, so we are directly across from start finish. If you come over to the tower side, so you cross underneath the track over between turns 9 and 10, come up to the backside of the grandstands. You can park underneath them, take the elevator up to the second floor, and we are at the far end of the catwalk or the walkway. So you come left off the elevator, come left off the elevator, and we're the last door straight ahead. Yeah. So Glenn gave us all kinds of great content, but he just wanted to chat. He just wanted to say hi.
I like hearing from Glenn. It's a bummer he was a little shy.
Yeah, it was just very unlike Glenn. But we, that's Italian GT3 champion Glenn McGee, by the way. A very Italian name. So we talked about some of that and some of the tracks over there, and I shared with him the desire to go cover, like the Fun Cup 25 Hours of Spa. And the Zolder 24 Hours, and so I think Glenn's just our way in there. We got to get him there with all the weight of being a GT3 Italia champion, everything that brings, and then then we're in once we got Glenn.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, that was a nice chat, but the thing of consequence to share there is that the 333 is out. They are getting ready to pack up and head home. They blew the diff up. Well, the diff blew up. Let's put it that way.
For which one?
The 333, the Bruce Innovations BMW
gotcha.
M4. Yeah, they said yesterday the temperature was kind of starting to climb on them, and slowly going up. They kind of kept an eye on it. They added a fan in, like an inline fan, over to the diff, and then the temperature spiked this morning, and the thing blew up on them. So, end of the road for the number 333 this weekend. Anyway, yeah, Matt, it's a long hike. Sorry, man. So at High Plains, we were very much in the middle of the paddock, and despite there only being 20-something cars, 30-something cars, we ended up doing like 9 hours worth of interviews out of 13. So maybe there's a little resetting of the balance there in terms of commentary versus interviews. But anyway, we're not in the most favorable location. I will say, though, if you were to come over to the grandstands, check them out. Piece of racing history here with these fabled grandstands along the front straightaway at Watkins Glen. Yes, these were the grandstands that once lined the front straightaway at Nazareth Speedway.
Huh.
And now defunct Nazareth Speedway. They were all packaged up and shipped, I guess, to various places. They may all have come here, actually. I don't know the specifics, but the red and the yellow, it wasn't painted that way when they repainted the curbs red and yellow. It's been this way since it was at Nazareth. First place I ever I saw a race in person. 1998 kart race at Nazareth. Rained down on the Sunday. Parents took me out of school on Monday. I'll check it out for the first time, and that was the end of that. Hooked forever. So it's in some ways it's kind of neat to, and I've said this before during Super Show weekends, but it's really kind of special to now be, at the grandstands or on the grandstands at a widely different location, obviously, but at the first in the stands, the structure that you saw your first race from. Like that
is cool.
It's kind of a full circle thing, yeah, it's just a nice little piece of history / homecoming for yours truly, bearing in mind that Nazareth Speedway itself obviously no longer exists. So we are just about at halfway, 3.5 hours, about nearly 3.5 hours on the clock. 3:33 is close enough. Seem to be picking up the speed a bit with the pace car, and I wonder if that is just to help run some of that oil dry off the racing line down at turn number 1.
Very well could be. I'm thinking once we get a pit lane cleared up here, I think we'll be good to go.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's what we're waiting for. Oddly, I don't think they've laid any fluid down onto the pit lane. They put any fluid dry or speedy dry down onto the pit lane? Maybe a little bit, but I don't remember seeing the sweeper there. Oh, okay. All right.
The massive dust cloud.
It's way worse going through the paddock. I mean, it is like That's where the dust cloud is coming from. But I guess they've already done the work on the pit lane. Do we have lights on in the safety car? All right.
We've got very close gaps here in a second. Battle for second in GTO is going to be close. Battle for 10th in GTO, all the way down the field. This is going to get exciting here.
Yeah. We went code 35, full course yellow at 10:43 this morning. It is now 11:28, so essentially right on 45 minutes of neutralization, including the red flag, has come to an end. The green flag waves as we hit the halfway mark in this Sunday 7-hour enduro. It is the number 153 of Go Karts Go Australia that leads the field back to green. Was picked up by the safety car, and with 3.8 seconds in hand over the number 70 from round 3 racing, it's not the 4 seconds that's going to matter most. It's the pack of about 6 or 7 general production and GTO cars that separate the two. The 70 is going to get ball-headed up the S's here just a little bit and allow that margin to spread out ever so slightly between the leading Mercedes and the second place Porsche 991.2 Cup. The number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates sits there in third with the trio of Stratus NP01s leading GTU 4th, 5th, and 6th overall. As you see, JT, we're looking at timing on racehrl.io. It is just a stack of really, really close margins out on track. We can't hit them all, but for sure, the just about everybody through, let's say the top 3, and then 4th, 5th, and 6th are embroiled in their own battles, all right together on track. And then there's another chunk from 7th on down that are a lap down to the overall race leader, where it is 10ths or seconds in between each of them, beginning with the number 188 from Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing.
Yeah, and top 3 in GTU are all within 4 seconds.
Yep. Yeah, in some ways it's actually helped. I mean, you don't want to see the lap margin, even though that's how it's naturally played out. However, it's helped to kind of segment what we're looking at, where the top 3 have essentially been reset to race on their own. The GTU cars are reset to race on their own, and then 7th on down are embroiled in a stack of, from 7th down to 14th, ending with the GTR 99. I don't know if you and Joseph had touched on it, but the number 123 that had the lap deleted and the flat left front tire has found itself now at the bottom of the top 10, 1 lap off of the overall race lead.
Yeah, it's 5.5 seconds behind the sister car in 6th. You'd also add a 909 automatic racing Aston Martin. After their lap deletion for having 6 people over the wall. They're down in 9th. Not too far behind in 11th GTR, who have been steadily climbing their way back up the field after doing that drive-through or whatever right at the start of the race. Starting to come into their own here.
Yeah, that 1 lap penalty for the 909 is now a slightly more bitter pill to swallow, bearing in mind that if you were to give them that lap back, they'd be up in that group of 4.
Here we go. GTR
on the field.
On the inside there, coming up the S's of the automatic Aston Martin here, and that pass is done.
Meanwhile, there's been some chopping and changing in GTU. The 60 has just taken the lead for the first time this weekend. There's the 59 has just gone around but no, they're still in front of the 58. So the 58 in all of this shuffled back to
third
P3, and there's the 59 right in front of us.
59's a car width or so off of the apex there at turn number 6, and that is just enough room for the sister car with the blue trim to show its nose up the inside. Now looks around the outside, a valid move around the outside of the toe of the boot. You can carry a little bit more momentum, use that climb up the hill to help arrest the speed of the car and try and get the move done. He's fully alongside, headed down towards the heel of the boot, likely to catch these GT cars in the braking zone at turn number 8. There goes the 60, and as our slightly more delayed trackside cameras pick up the gaggle of cars here, including one of the NFC Motorsports Mercedes. I think that's is that Harrison? In the BMW there to the inside. The move
Harrison
is done.
And Edge.
Yep, Edge Autosport is in there as well, in the number 26.
Yeah, so that is a 58 going through on the 59 there.
That's a battle for third in GP1 as well. 26 Edge Autosports, 44 PC Racing, and 38 from Palomar Racing are all kind of in that same little group. There's a Zalus car. Has that split GP1? It has.
Yes.
Yeah, Zalus is almost a full lap ahead of the GP1 field at this point.
Only ahead of the 26. The 981 is also right there with the 88.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
981 just came through. Yep.
Yeah, so those two are basically about a minute 50 ahead
Yes.
of Edge, Palomar, and PC here.
Yeah, correct.
Fastest lap of the racing GTU goes to the number 60 on that last lap. At a 157.3. That's an absolute heater.
Yeah.
That's an improvement of half a second over their previous lap. That goes to show, in part, what just having clean track can do for one of these GTU entries.
Yeah, we said it a bunch yesterday. They tend to be impacted more by traffic at a track like this, where you want to use the downforce and the braking capabilities and to your advantage to make up your lap time. And that's exactly what the 60 is using to very, very good effect. So too is the number 153 out in front now, 7.1 seconds ahead of the round 3 racing Porsche, which is being hounded by the number 60. Oh, and the number 2 in there as well, who has just dropped behind the number 60.
Yeah, so the 60 splitting between them is giving the Porsche a little bit of breathing room from the number 2.
This is another one of those cases where I think this, well, obviously the number 60 is substantially quicker, but the 70 is going to have that straight line speed. So the 60 is going to have to craft this pass and set it up reasonably well. Good launch off of the first corner for that number 60 down the short chute, the old front straightaway, as a matter of fact, into turns 2, 3, and 4, climbing the S's. This will be where the 70 draws away just a little bit. Again, not a class battle, but it is going to arrest the ability of that number 60 to stretch the margin over its sister cars in GTU. There goes the number 2, back pass in a straight line like it is tied to a post.
Yeah, it's an interesting line. Excuse me.
Just hang with this, Jordan. Go ahead, Joseph.
It's an interesting line that the 60 has to take to maximize, because it's got the cornering speed. It knows that they know in that car that the GTOs are going to have the higher straight line speed, but they're going to be able to gap them in the corners. You see that they're going to probably want to make a move around the outside here at the toe of the boot. But if you paid attention through the run, or they'll take the inside. That'll work too. If you watch them through turn 1, they pulled to the inside. They knew they weren't going to make the pass, but they had to maximize the exit out of that corner. Are they to the 70 to the right? I thought I saw a car showing a nose for a second.
If they were briefly, it wasn't going to last long. That 60 is able to go so much deeper on the brakes.
Is it Dakota Dickerson?
That's a good question.
Is that what I'm seeing on the side of that helmet?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's
does
tough
say
for me
Dakota.
Yeah, looks like it.
So that would make an awful lot of sense. But you know, when you're in a car that has a cornering advantage but no straight line speed, you've got to make the most of that cornering advantage anyway. So you get out of line instead of getting out of the throttle. You know, you're not going to run into the back of that car, but you're also not going to give up your run out of that corner. So you get over to the right-hand side, knowing that they're going to out-drag you anyway, and you're just putting yourself in the best position you can, knowing that you're not going to make the move on the inside of the S's. AOA number 85 has come into the pit, as has the 62 by the look of things. I don't know if the 62 is in now or if they've been in. If they've been behind the wall, but both of those GP3 cars are being shown in pit lane, or having just pitted.
Gentlemen.
What?
Yes, sir. Very timely interview. A guest has just joined us up here in the booth. We were kind of primed for it because the man was asking in the chat how to come find us up here. But Matt Guyver has joined us. Looks like you're relatively fresh from behind the wheel of the 88.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, Zalus Motorsports. Pretty commanding run for you guys there in GP1 this weekend, all things considered. Didn't quite have the result yesterday, but the pace is obviously there.
Yeah, we have pace. We had some mechanical issues yesterday. We cracked a radiator in the race, and that put us out. But, I was pretty happy with our lap times. We didn't seem like we had pace in quali on Friday, but we figured a few things out, and we're making forward progress. But yeah, feel pretty good. Jason's in the car now. I just did the first double stint, and was real happy with our position. BSR is putting up a great fight in GP1, though. They're right there with us.
We talked about it a bunch. 21 cars entered this weekend in GP1. The depth is obviously there now. Some of that is, teams moving down from GTO with some of their home builds or home brews to come play with you guys that have been there, a little bit more established in GP1. But somehow, for even all of the cars that we know are competitive in GT1, you guys in BSR this weekend have kind of shaken yourselves, or BSI this weekend, have shaken yourselves out at the top of GP1. Despite it kind of being that like knife fight in a phone booth kind of feel, right?
Yeah. I thought Watkins is a really great track. It's one of my favorites. Both me and Jason, my co-driver, really love coming here. It's definitely a tough track to race wheel to wheel in the multi-class mix-up. So we find ourselves a little bit in traffic, sort of scrapping for every inch, and we have to be a little bit cautious in the endurance runs, obviously. So yeah, we didn't get quite where we wanted to yesterday, but. Starting up front made it a lot easier to get some clear air, work up there with PC Racing and BSR and just kind of check out.
Is that what you're finding is kind of the most important element here, is just being able to go click off laps for, at least to stretch out an initial margin there? Or is it manageable through all the GTO and general production traffic?
Well, so it depends on where you end up. We are really on the low end power in this class. Like we have a lot of fancy bits that give us a big horsepower penalty ultimately. So every car in the class pulls us pretty substantially on the straights. And I think what we didn't encounter, we thought we were going to be really quick here at Watkins, but it looks like the only place we're really quick is up at the top at the upper S's, or otherwise known, people call it the bus stop. Yeah. We really can eat up a lot of cars there, GTO cars, GP1 cars. And we find that if we get bulk there at all, it just takes 6 seconds out of our lap. So it's tough. Like you said, we want to be super consistent, hit those 209s, consistently hit those 210s, but man, one little GP2 car or a second driver getting in the car that seems a little bit lost and wanders off apex a bit, and you just drop time like a rock. So it is tough. We can't make it up with the loud pedal. And I think everyone that's been out there side by side, despite being the loudest car on the track, it's not the fastest car in the field at all.
It's interesting watching the lap times. I think you guys had a quickest lap of the day is in the 207s for you guys.
Yeah,
207.5. So that's only 6 or 7 seconds off of the big GTO cars, right? Yeah. Big power, some big weight there, but also aero, driver aids, all those sorts of things. You put that all into a blender and shake it out. You guys are actually kind of within spitting distance of the GTO cars for pace. Yeah. Is that just a matter of how the work you guys have done to the number 88 to make it comfortable for you to drive at that speed, or is there something else going on there?
Yeah, we have worked really hard to get a good platform, and we're really happy with the way the car's handling. It looks like I may have trashed the splitter a little bit in my stint somewhere, so we've lost some front grip a bit, and it's made it a little bit tough in some of the high-speed corners. But we just really worked hard on making a really confident platform, and that's very obvious as you see us drive around the outside of some of our competitors in the carousel. It's pretty easy for us to just roll around them without a lot of risk to either party. And I think that's just the BMW's always been a great platform. And Jason talked with you guys a bit at HBR, I think it was.
Yeah.
He comes from a pretty successful background in really high-level racing. The Lamborghini GT3 Hurricanes that he didn't talk a lot about. He had a bunch of successful seasons there, and so it was interesting getting him into what I call the shitbox.
Yeah, right.
He really went all in and is super happy about the time we're spending together. And he talked a lot about the reason why we're doing this, because he can go do other stuff, but at the time he talked about he just wanted to have fun and get back to the basics. When we were doing our SRO circuit that year, he was just working hard, running a team as team manager and driver, and it was really stressful, and I could see he just wasn't having a lot of fun. So here we are, and when things go well, we have a great time. When they don't, we just still enjoy the experience together. So
with that kind of depth that you're up against in GP1, do you find yourself getting stuck back into that, taking this almost not too seriously, but very seriously mentality the more competitive you are, or are you still making an effort to kind of just keep it like, no, this is fun, this is not serious?
Great question. I mean, obviously, GP1, GTO in this field we all talk about so much is so intense, specifically GTO. We try to make sure we don't get too wrapped up in it. And we haven't had a great season, as you guys have seen. So we've had a lot of mechanical issues as we really radically altered this silly little BMW. And then we've worked through a lot of those kinks. But I think that maybe helps take the heat off it. We're not really in for the championship. We just want to go out here and have fun and race hard with our friends. And so I think that helps a bit. Maybe if we were in it for the championship, it might change the tone, but I don't think so. Like, we still remember why we're here, and we don't get too wrapped up about it,
Sure.
We did really tool up. One of our missions starting last year was to tool up with a lot of BMW's parts. We had a nice trailer that we were bringing to the events. We had tons of BMW spare parts, but unfortunately that trailer broke down. We weren't able to bring it out this weekend. Crammed everything into our littler trailer and hope for the best, but we just didn't have quite the supply. But our goal and our intention was to be a part of the community and try to help out, and just have whatever people needed on hand, especially in that BMW contingency.
Yeah, sure. Do you guys have? I mean, that car is clearly well sorted. The pace is there, the consistency is there, and even though you've gone a slightly different route of going lower power, taking the modifiers in order to extract the most grip and consistent pace out of the car, are you guys kind of looking forward as like, well, we've done all these other things and now we're running this, not a crap can, but the home-brewed car at the top of GP1. Is there another tier for you guys, or are you just kind of enjoying what you're doing now and we're going to run this as long as we can?
I don't think there's another tier. We're really having a great time.
Sure.
Surprisingly, Jason, he grew up, cut his teeth, running on building cars and running cars too, just like all of us have done at the club level. But sort of switched gears and went factory production level for a couple of years. And what's great about that, of course, is you're not dealing with all the fussy stuff and fixing things every weekend. Except for so he shifted gears, but I was surprised he came into this really wanting to build this car, and we spent countless hours, I think, just working side by side on the car, and that was really a lot of fun for us. Somewhere around that, like, hour 180, I think we started losing steam a little bit. Last year, like, we had a really basic build at VIR at the beginning, and that was the start of all of it, and then we just went nuts and maybe overstepped a little bit, and he talked about that a little bit on the last broadcast, and I think we did start to burn out a little bit. We're still kind of in that burnout phase right now, but luckily a lot of the crew has really stepped up and started picking up the pieces and making some of those combat decisions to get us back in the run-in. So yeah,
I could see where you get to a place of burn. I mean, we do 15 hours of this every weekend. Eventually, you start running out of not speed, but the weekends get long. Yeah. And then you reset and you come out and you remember why you have fun, and the cycle repeats itself. But you guys have very obviously put a lot of work into both the car and getting yourselves competitive in the class, where it's not just we're going to throw more parts at it, better parts, more expensive parts, or whatever. But now you've also got the strategy, you've got the consistency and everything that needs to come with it in order to be competitive in a class that's 20 cars deep on a good weekend. And so you find yourself kind of burning out, you think, from not burning out currently, but from putting all that effort to get yourself up from baseline at VIR last year, kind of the entry level into the series, to now being consistently competitive and a name we associate at the top of GP1? Or is it just the hours that are required to do this at all?
I think it's just the hours of the decisions we made. The first car we built, we turned around and I think we did an event with me and my wife's car at Road America. It got totaled, unfortunately. So we just went right back to the board and built the car in 4 weeks and got to VIR. And this is around day jobs and everything too. We all have work and families and things, so it's just us grinding. But that was fine. And then it's just the direction we took, where we started going pretty radical on the build and trying to reinvent some. The reason why we chose the BMW is you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Everything's off the shelf. You just buy the parts car, and then you're right there with like 9 out of 10 cars in the field.
Sure.
We're like, well, let's go a little bit different. Let's make it a little more fun, and we did that. And then, of course, it made it harder for us. I think that was really where the hours started piling up. Not so much like trying to be here, trying to be a part of the program, but just taking some steps that probably weren't necessary. And the end result now is we've got a even cooler car, lots of neat bits on it. And, but it's been a bit of an uphill battle. And I don't know that we're on the downhill side of it now, but the crew's worked hard, and the car's working real well for us this weekend, and we're happy. We're hoping. As you know, we're coming from Utah, so it's a really long haul for us, and there's a really strong optimism that we're going to put these cars back in the trailer and just send them down to Sebring this weekend.
Yeah, sure.
If all goes well. So we have the second car, our GP2 car, that we're not running this weekend. I couldn't get any of my friends to rent seats in it, so we're just sticking with the GP1 and staying focused on that. So the fun part's here. Still, we're having a great time, and burnout part is definitely in the back of our mind right now.
Yeah, sure. It's P1, right?
Feeling good, yeah.
Doesn't get much better than that. And as you and I kind of briefly discussed off air, you've now got a gap splitting GP1 with you and the
BSR,
981 from BSR up in front, and then Palomar and everybody else kind of scrapping for third right behind you. But it really has been kind of a scrap. We watched GP1 yesterday. Palomar, Edge, Palomar, Edge, and All-Star.
Yeah.
Yesterday were, nose to tail as a group of three there for like an hour or two at the end of the race. You guys had obviously kind of fallen away. But would you rather, as a driver, as a being more intimately involved in the team, would you rather be in that type of 3-4-way scrap for a race win, or do you want to get out there, run off the front of the field, and just cruise?
Yeah, I think for me and Jason, we have a different approach to this. While we are focused on fun, like we're both coming from a pretty high level of racing. I've got 25 years of experience, and I'm definitely not here to do laps.
Yeah.
So we're here to win, and we're here to get out front and stay out front. So that's our goal and our mindset. And when it doesn't work, it's fine. But that's what we enjoy most. Is what is it? Conan, what does he say? Lament.
I'm not a Conan fan, so
I can't.
sorry.
I'm trying to try to quote it, but I get it wrong. But hear the lament of their women, or something like that, right?
I got you.
Yeah, I will crush our enemies and hear the lament of their women. That's our goal.
So let's just turn towards 2025, right? We're in schedule building season. Everybody's kind of working out their plans. We've got our plans, and our partners kind of all unveiling their 2025 plans as well. WRL schedule likely to come out in the next week or so. You guys are based out west, out in Utah.
That's right.
Is there a desire, with everything that you just said about how much you're putting into this actively, is there a desire to continue making these treks out east and doing this at a high level as part of WRL, or do we kind of need this push westward to keep people like yourselves, Palomar, those other teams that are regularly making these hauls involved?
Yeah, I listened to the whole HVR broadcast, because I was...
God bless you, man. Holy cow.
Well, so unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there. I had national championships that same weekend.
At Miller,
6 hour?
Or at Utah?
I forget.
Was it at Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a NASCAR championship.
So I actually own and operate with my two partners the NASCAR Utah Series. So
right.
On top of my regular day job, I also host a racing series of our own. And so it's a lot of work. And so unfortunately, I wasn't able to be at Road Atlanta or HBR. That's right. Road Atlanta was our 6 hour endurance race weekend. And then national championships was at HBR.
Yeah.
So to catch up and see how things went, I was super proud of our team. They did great. They controlled that race from flag to flag, which, as I mentioned, was the whole goal. And so I was real proud of them. But listening to the broadcast, you guys talked a lot about the West Coast. And I do think there's definitely a strong opportunity out there for West Coast. It is, as a series host, it is an incredibly difficult market, I'll be honest. It's a real challenge. Is
that a geography-based challenge? Is it too big a geographical market to make it make sense?
Yeah, I think people can do the numbers pretty easily and look at, like, for that Middle West area, we talk about Utah Motorsports Campus. Fantastic facility. It's still one of the greatest tracks on the West Coast and even potentially in the country, especially for hosting an event like of this scale. We had 300 cars or something like that at Nationals, and it was just not an issue for all the rigs and all the cars and all the drivers to get out there. So, and it's right on that backbone of I-80 and I-15. So getting to and from is super easy. But it's if you look at that hub, the city center, we have about a 2 million population count in that area. You got 100 miles and it's still 2 million. You go out 400 miles, you're still 2 million. So 10 hours in either direction, you're just not getting any more car count versus here on the East Coast, every 50 miles is another 2 million people. So I think that makes a big impact on trying to create a series that has a high participation count, which unfortunately our track at UMC is one of the most expensive facilities to rent in the country.
Right?
Yeah, so that makes it really difficult to find success there.
Yeah.
And I started NASA in 2013 with Sheree and Dave, and before that I was running successful events at that facility when it opened in 2006, and I've definitely struggled with this for a long time. So I think it would help to get something out there, and they threw a couple of tracks out there. HPR is great. I've been there. I've had a lot of fun there, but it's definitely not the facility that we have at UMC. It's a much better track for not much more of a tow. Anybody that's coming out that direction already, we're talking about a $120 million facility versus a $3.5 million facility.
Yeah.
Like the proof's in the pudding. Plus, we have a lot more stuff around, hotels, restaurants, things like that than HBR. You take it with you, basically, HBR.
Yeah, I get you.
So, I think it'd be great to get it out there. We do have some great tracks. I'd love to see, like they talked about a lot in the broadcast, getting anything at Sonoma, maybe not Thunder Hill, but Sonoma, Laguna are really tough tracks to get any traction at, to get dates. But UMC has dates, and I think that'd be a great opportunity. Maybe a UMC 8 Colorado, like in close proximity would work. to kind of
Like
get
a couple weeks apart would be.
Yeah, enough that they could leave a rig somewhere.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
IMSA has, like I mentioned, a lot of space, and they can work out, you know, trailer storage for, you go in there, drop it off, pay $35 a month or something like that.
Yeah,
So until you get there, it's a secured facility. They have gates locked and
nice.
everything like that, so your stuff's safe. So definitely think there's a good chance to get out there. I'd love to see it. Of course, we want home track advantage because we're going to just smash bleeding more out there. But yeah, it'd be great. So yeah, I think it'd be cool to see it, and I hope that something like that can happen.
Have you talked to your competitors or anybody that you're friends with down in the paddock, whether it's GP1 or wherever, about like, hey, if we do this, like if the series does this, you got to come, right? Like, have you had those discussions with people, bearing in mind it is your home track?
Probably not as much as I should. I typically have a pretty low profile. It's probably one of the guys you never heard of. There's a lot. I just don't do a good job of hyping myself up. So I haven't really approached a lot of competitors. My friends know. We have a lot of guys that are actually here from Utah, and at these events from Utah, so they know, and they do participate in our events as well.
Yeah.
And they'd love to have an event out there. So I know we'd have support from a half dozen of teams, and then we definitely have some strong NorCal, SoCal guys and gals that would be a part as well. But boy, I don't know if we can field 55 cars from the West Coast on our own.
Yeah.
I think we could definitely see if we got a 30-40 car count from the East Coast. I think we could still see a 30-40 car count from the West Coast, and you have a decent event.
It'll be all right. Does that going one way or the other, whether a place like Utah is included on the 2025 schedule, impact Zalus's commitment to running in WRL, or have you does that not?
RJ, if you're listening, absolutely.
Job done. All right.
Put that on the leaderboard.
Same with Palomar, I believe.
They would love it. They would love it. They'd run with us out there on the West Coast, and they love it too. So they'd be ecstatic. So I know we'd get them, and I just don't see why we couldn't get Big Mission, right? Like,
absolutely.
Out of Colorado,
right
there's
there.
a bunch of cars, and I think if it's so easy for them, 10-hour tow for them, they'd definitely get a few more cars in there, and I know I could get a couple in just for my home field. So yeah, I definitely think we could see a fun event out there, and it'd be cool.
Got to, unfortunately, obviously, the 25 hours of Thunder Hill is an event that's not having in 2024 and probably beyond.
There is one of the most successful endurance races on the West Coast.
Is that 6 hours of Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the only tracks to get to run on that track at night, which is really cool.
For now, maybe.
No, we're planning it. It's on the books for next year.
Oh, sorry, not from WRC. I meant from WRL.
Yeah, gotcha.
Maybe.
It's cool, and a few places to talk about. Like I think HBR, they don't have any lights either, so everyone's running into the dark. That's what it is. It's pitch black out there, just nothing but you and the moon and the stars, and it's pretty amazing. For me, it's I talk a lot about it as Zen because as an administrator for my own event series, it's really stressful. There's always a lot of hey Mats, there's a line of people waiting to talk to me, blah blah blah. And dealing with the tough stuff you have to do, the sad stuff where someone has an incident, you got to go over and review it and assign penalties, whatever. Real drag. And so I always take that last stint from typically 10:30 to midnight, and it's amazing. I just get my whole world shrinks down to this little bubble of light, and that is all that exists for the next hour and a half. Anything outside the bubble is non-existent, and I get to just race.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah, it's a really nice moment.
Yeah,
it's one of the few times the brain shuts off admin mode.
I believe it. So I'm not a racing driver myself, but I do have a pilot's license, and it's the same thing, right? You're just kind of too busy to be thinking about anything else, right? You have no reason to be thinking about anything else. There's no distractions unless you create it for yourself, or
something
gets in your ear or something.
Occasionally appear in your window of time and space, and then disappear from the time and space. And off you go.
Yeah. So anyway, I hope things come to pass with an expansion a little bit further westward. Utah seems like the obvious choice. And
I can't say
dates are available.
It
right?
is the obvious choice.
Yeah.
So
if people go, Matt here will buy you guys an In-N-Out burger. So
do they have those in Salt Lake?
We do have an In-N-Out burger, but it's about 50 minutes from the track, so that might be a tough one.
So leaving High Plains, right? Race finishes at I think 10 o'clock. Till I got on the cameras and everything, I left at like 11:30.
You were in a hurry to get to In-N-Out.
In Denver at like 12:30 in the morning on a Saturday night.
That's right.
It may have been the busiest establishment in Denver.
They closed at 1:30.
It was unbelievable.
It's always busy. Yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, it's fine. It's not 12:30 busy fine.
No, it's all I wanted. It was like, oh man, I'm going to get In-N-Out after this. I haven't eaten dinner. Like, I'm starved. I cannot wait. And then I get there and there's like 30, 40 car deep line for the drive.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
That is wild.
So anyway, maybe Utah will be better.
I'll find something. I don't know what it'll be.
So
something's not going to bring the boys west. Come on.
Ooh, dang it, what do I do? I don't know. What do we got? We have honey? No, that's not it. I don't know. I was trying to think of Utah stuff. Bees.
Soda with
bunch of
creamer.
breweries in Utah, I guess.
Soda. Oh my God, you guys know about that?
Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's blowing up. The internet's finding out all about it.
Creamer, like coffee creamer.
I haven't had it, but we have a bunch of them. My wife is sitting here with us from the booth. My lovely and talented wife, Robin. She knows about this a little bit, but she doesn't do it. Yeah, I don't know. Creamer, different flavors, like raspberry sort of essence. I don't know. Yeah. They call them dirty Dr. Peppers, and I don't know.
Oh my gosh,
It's
that's
weird.
horrifying.
It's weird.
Huh.
It probably makes it more like a clean mail. I don't know. But there's like pop-up drive-throughs everywhere. Like the little teeny shacks that might have been like a ice shavings type place is now like a soda seller place.
Oh, so it's almost kind of repurposed, like the coffee shack or whatever, into now they just pour soda. Almost like gone back in time 80 years for the way they used to make and pour and serve
like
sodas.
Italian soda.
Yeah, exactly.
Seems like that's what it is. It's a thing. It's weird, and they just multiplied like Furbies or whatever. I don't know.
Got to get one installed at UMC.
Maybe there is a market there. That's a good idea.
Can't cost that much to run, right?
No, I wouldn't think
On a
so.
race weekend, yeah. Huh. Well, so the soda with creamer 1000 sometime next year, maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we're calling it.
1000. Yeah. Yeah. Probably not any. What was it? Gatorade and red wine. Definitely not going to do that.
Oh my god, I've heard about that. Yeah,
that was
that's not good.
something on one of your shows, I think.
Yeah. No, right. That was a Ryan thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're not doing that. So, well, anyway.
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all
Yeah,
stopping.
I wanted to get up here, say hi,
Yeah.
let you guys know a little bit more about us. So yeah, Zaylus is out there. Hopefully still gonna plug away, and I'll be getting back in the car in a little while. We're still up front, and I think he's opened up a bit of a lead for us.
Yeah.
Jason's doing a great job. He's put his head down, and he and I are so close as far as drivers. It's always amazing. We get out here and we thrash and we hustle all over the track, and it's funny because we get out of the cars and he says something totally different than me. He'll say like, the car's doing this, and then I was doing that, and then I say, well, but then I'm over here and it's this, and we come to these like sort of conclusions, like we're doing totally different things with the car, and then we go over the data, we pour over all the data, and we're like nearly exactly the same. It's a funny thing. Like, we have such a different impression of the car. I'm like, how is that possible? It's understeering everywhere. I'm like, it's oversteering everywhere. Look at the data, and we're like the same lap times, doing the same thing everywhere. I'm like,
Fascinating.
Yeah. So
Driving style has a lot to do with that, I guess. If you prefer a certain tune to the car, a little more on the nose, a little bit more understeer.
Yeah, he tends to be a little pointy. He likes a car that moves around a little bit more than I do. I like a confident car, something that can, again, use the front end to scrub speed a little bit. He definitely likes to dance around. I mean, coming from Lamborghinis, like they just move a lot. So he's into that. They don't have a lot of platform, not like the Mercedes or the Audis. So they bounce around a lot, and he just uses that to huck it in there and sort it out at the apex. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun sharing track with him, sharing the car. We've been driving. I mean, gosh, I actually remember way back. I think he licensed with us, so he got his license through my program. And I remember his first few events. In fact, it's so funny. Like thousands of drivers over the years that I've worked with, and seeing all of them go on to different things and different places, and I forget how much I've been involved in so many of these guys and gals' driving experiences.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So I think you guys are talking to Cole Lofsgaard.
Cole Lofsgaard, yeah.
Yeah, I think he started his first race. He reached out to me about getting a license. He didn't have one, and I gave him a real hard time. Like, I don't know who you are. I got no background on you. You got no experience. Not really sure how comfortable I am at. But he started his first race license at our 6 hour after proving himself, and did a great job. Kept his head down, stayed out of trouble. But just funny that I hear all these names and all these different sports I've been through lately, and I think back to when I've seen him when they first started with us.
Yeah.
So
it's like a football coaching tree.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, oh yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah.
I had something to do with that.
For sure.
That's cool. Very, very cool.
Well, it's been a lot of fun. I just wanted to pop up here and say hi and say hello to everyone on the broadcast. I think we'll get back down and start kind of being on standby for the next stint. So
very good.
Thanks so much for your time. Hopefully I didn't wipe out the rest of the broadcast.
No, man. We got 15 hours to fill a weekend. You kidding me?
Yeah, true.
No, there's no wasted time. Matt Guyver out of the number 88, Zaylus Motorsport. BMW M3.
That's right.
GP1 class leader at the moment. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Great broadcast.
Little bit of an update in GTO.
Yeah, we've got a lead change.
Yes. There's been a crazy battle going on. So now the 70 round 3 racing has taken the lead over the 153 Go-Karts Go Australia. Mercedes, number 2 ACP, not far behind.
A really tight battle on the podium places in GTO. It's 3 seconds separating the top 3 at this point.
Yeah, and then you just go a little bit further back. and you have the ACP sister car in 6th, the 52, leading by less than half a second over the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes, which had lost that lap earlier. And then just a half second behind them is the 914 Modern Auto Body, the BMW, nice bright orange M3 that we have out there. So lots of nice, good, close battles here up at the front end of GTO. In GP1, you still have that good fight between Palomar and Edge Autosports. They've been duking it back and forth, fighting for 3rd in class there. They are roughly a lap behind Zealous at this point. Just unfortunately how the safety car worked. But yeah, they're duking it back and forth. Unfortunately, PC Racing has lost a little bit of pace over this stint. And they brought back a bit of a ways. They might have to be worried about Choice Racing starting to reel them in. But that's been a good fight too.
Yeah, the pass for the lead-in GTO happened about 3 or 4 laps ago.
Sorry.
But clearly, the 70 has not dropped the 153. They are right there. And the 2 has been in contention the whole way as well, although this is really going to separate things out.
Unfortunately, having to navigate around the 67, that is a GP2 car, which is, I believe, has been fighting that the 41 Rockwell Autosport Porsche earlier in the race.
Oh, that's the Palomar car.
Palomar.
Number 38, currently 3rd in GP1. I don't know if that's a tire down or if the corner is damaged, but yeah, that car is slow.
Oh, Zealous running very wide there.
Yeah, I think that's just giving that 38 a wide berth.
Okay.
Is that the left front, Jordan?
That's the
right front. Okay.
It kind of looked like for a second that its toe was knocked completely out of alignment on the right front. Like its angle, at least that looked real bad.
I
might be a
wonder
suspension failure.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if it caught a curb somewhere and it just, that one jolt was one jolt too many.
So yeah,
it looks like it did take the short course.
It did, yes. Watch this next camera here and try to take a look at that right front tire. If we have this, and see what direction.
Yeah, remember, this is yesterday's GP1 class.
Take a look at that wheel. You see how it's sticking out like that?
That's a failure.
That
Steering arm, maybe? If it's pointed in, towed in like that?
Something, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Man, that is
GP1 BMWs have steering arms? Probably not. Yeah, it's at speed down the pit lane, and it's not like it's well, now it's smoking. I was going to say, it's not like it's really smoking headed down the pit lane, but it's just started. As it makes the right-hand turn into its pit stall.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to take off that wheel and see what is the issue.
It's going to do it. I'm certainly not going to do it any good unless the wheel itself has started to come off the hub and it's just kind of being held there. I don't think it really. It doesn't seem like a quick fix.
I mean, they've still got 3 hours, so they can salvage something, but it's definitely going to kill off any chance for a really good finish here.
Yeah, so it does take Edge Autosports' closest competitor out of that fight for 3rd in GP1, promotes PC Racing to kind of being the next competitor to that 26, but that gap is actively going out at the moment. Currently sits at, if I do some math here, right around 45 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by the ability of that 70 to get around the 153, but then to not really draw away from it. 2.1 seconds isn't nothing, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not like there's an obvious margin there. So number 2.
Yeah, that gap is actually blown out just a little bit. I wonder if the that 153 caught a little bit of a break in traffic to separate itself from the 2.
I wonder. I'm curious as to how/why we've ended up with so many cars so close over. I mean, multiple stints worth of driving. Right? Is it something to do with the layout here at Watkins Glen that kind of balances straight line speed with downforce and mid corner grip well? Is it the fact that it's a new track to WRL specifically? I'm intrigued because it sure feels like we have got a lot more close battles today and yesterday than we usually get this point into the races.
Harrison has gone missing for me.
This is 164.
Yeah.
That car is smoking at the entry to pit lane. It's got the first pit stall just off the right-hand side as soon as you get on the brakes into the pit lane. And, actually quite a bit of smoke or steam from what looks like the rear end of that BMW. Straight to the paddock.
They were, I believe, P3 at the time. Led this race for a little bit. Won yesterday.
Yeah. See how we're doing for pit stop cycle here. We've killed a lot of time with the interview.
That's the right way to think about it.
Matt Guyver there. Well, just in terms of getting the race back into the road, because everything fundamentally reset there.
Well, up until the 38 had their problem, I was gonna make a note that actually the race control log was really quiet.
Yeah.
It had been really quiet since the green flag. And all of a sudden, it seems like everybody's woken up and broken things.
Yeah, and we are approaching the beginning of that pit stop cycle. Round 3 racing, do it in 3 laps. Go-Karts Go Australia 6. ACP Tangerine Associates -4, obviously.
Kind of an interesting note. The 38, in the laps before they had their failure, were being looked at for track limits at turn 1 a couple of times. So that kind of lends some credence to the idea that maybe it was some aggression over curbs that paid to whatever component failed on that car. Because there is no note of contact happening to break that corner.
No, who reported it slow initially, actually? Because that would give some idea as to where that failure might have occurred.
Well, nobody actually called it. 5B called it car stopped and going through the short course. I don't know that it ever properly stopped. It was definitely off pace.
5B is exit of the inner loop. Oh no, it would have been down the hill. I wonder if it stopped up at the top of the hill because it failed at the inner loop and then it continued.
Yeah.
Continued, yeah.
Lupe Tortilla, that 188 for fast track racing is missing as well. It's a little before when I would expect them to pit.
It is in the pit lane.
That's one of the GT4 BMWs, so that should be able to do another 10 laps before they're pitting. So I think that's off schedule for them as well.
It probably is. It's also up on the jacks.
Okay.
So I wonder if the tire's starting to go away on that car. Maybe we're, let's see, 4 hours 15 or so into the race, but we did also have 45 minutes of pure neutralization associated with the red flag. So the tire changes, not leisurely, but they are sort of taking their time. They did the right sides, now moving around to the left-hand side. So it doesn't seem like they're replacing any one specific thing that may have had an issue or failed or something like that. Ooh, trouble getting the left rear off.
That BMW coming through shot, did that look a little slow?
I missed it.
This one of the open throttle cars is holding to driver's right. Doesn't seem like it's quite on song. It is going to take the inner loop.
Ooh, 3 wide split that BMW.
That's just that open throttle BMW just trying to stay out of the way.
Yeah.
I believe we think that's the 63.
Maybe 64.
Could be the 64.
Because it does have that red stripe.
Yeah, and that car just came out of the pits as well, so that may have been a pit stop of them trying to diagnose an issue. Okay.
I'm getting them mixed. Or no, now I'm showing 64 in the pits. What?
Stay with this. You're going to see the Palomar BMW here momentarily.
Oh, yeah. That is not the direction that wheel's supposed to be pointing. So this is the 63 that we're on board with now, I believe. No, maybe it is the 64. Who knows? It's a mystery.
It is the. Oh no, the door's open. I can't see the number.
Okay, who's this one?
Wait, that's the 64. I think
Who's
that's
on
the
first?
60.
Oh, that car's got a
that's the
wonky
63.
corner.
I get these ones.
That wobbled coming off of turn 9, so that's got something going on. Maybe with the rear end.
What it does next.
Brendan, you'll have eyes on it to see if it comes in down pit lane.
So the 60, it's a 64.
On track?
Yes.
Now they're both in the pits.
Oh, are they?
No, one's coming through turn 1 right now.
Yeah, so that's 64 through turn 1. The 66 is also headed down into turn 1. So is this a 63 in the pit lane? It's a 63. They closed the door. All right. That's the V8.
Both of the open throttle GP1 entries were in pit lane on subsequent laps, so that was
yeah, one was on its out lap.
that was quite an adventure for us personally, let alone for the open throttle team.
Yeah, note to Mike Gorman, when you set up these Sentinels, if you wouldn't mind putting the open throttle and the number in your driver name there, massive help. Especially if you're going to keep bringing 7 of these to WRL races.
It's like the story that always goes around about senior pranks, where they let loose 3 pigs and they number them 1, 2, and 4.
Right. Spot the missing open throttle car.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, they just need a number on the hood that we can see that is identical for all the cars, and then get TC Klein to do the exact same thing. That'd be swell.
The number 2 has caught the 153, which incidentally was noted just a couple of minutes ago in the race control log for potentially blocking. Now, we did see that car involved in a really solid scrap with the number 123 Mercedes early on this morning, but from memory, it was the 123 that we were kind of watching for blocking at the time, being pretty heavily defensive once the Go Karts Go Australia car got up to it. There goes the round 3 car, and there is the Go Karts Go Australia Mercedes defending from that bright multicolored BMW M4, the battle for second in GTO. And then they disappear into the boot where we have no cameras at the moment.
It's a complete void. Just that there are no electronic signals that are allowed to
That's not in an environment, yeah.
No.
The boot has been towed beyond the environment.
Yeah.
It's appropriate being that we're talking about the Go Karts Go Australia car.
Right. Everybody, so the 914 is coming to pit out of 5th. I think GTO has been split by a lap as a result of red flag.
Yeah, so it's the top 3 in GTO that are split back to the number 90 now, who sits in 4th there.
Yeah.
The Toyota R&D Racing.
We've just had a change for position in the podium places in GP2. Rockwell, that number 41, has overhauled the 211 for Krabby Kraut.
Much quieter day for that 41 day than yesterday. having been parked up broadside on the exit curve of turn number 10 at one point.
They did. They had an excellent comeback considering the incident.
Yeah, I think within a
interlude.
lap of the class leader, right? Maybe not quite a lap, but it was close.
Had to double take the. Oh, hello. I had to take a double take of the race control log, the 188. Got a warning for their most recent pit stop. The reason given was 2 impacts. That means 2 impact wrenches at the same time, and not that they hit 2 things.
Well, they might have hit their box and somebody else's box.
Yeah. Brian Hicks rule. Yeah, that seems like a little bit of tire rub.
Quick update in GP1. TC Klein on the move, passing Flying for Motorsports that last lap for 6th in class. TC Klein car consistently running some very solid lap times here, much closer to the front of the class.
It looks like we've had the 91, 23, and 52 all come in pit. Basis for that is that the 914 has gone back around all of them. Oh, that's that pit loop.
Yeah.
Okay, disregard.
Yeah, it needs one more lap to cycle back through.
Yes, okay.
It looked earlier like it had been stopping that car short in the pit lane to try and avoid tripping the pit loop twice, but it doesn't seem like it's done a whole lot.
Sure.
Do we have any idea what has plagued the 164 Harrison BMW from
No,
GP2?
it went to the paddock after sitting in its pit box, steaming / smoking for a little while, but no idea what the source of all that was.
Okay.
Brendan, is the 60 in GTU?
It is. Yeah,
in
already
pit lane?
sent. Already
Okay.
sent.
So that has temporarily relinquished the lead in GTU to the 58. That's a driver change as well in that 60.
No more Dakota.
No more Dakota.
We had 2, north and south.
Yes, and we're down to 0. Maybe it's Pierre in the car now.
Dakota marker battle yesterday. I don't know what the formal name for the rivalry is. The North Dakota State, South Dakota State FCS game. Big weekend for Dakotas.
I'm going to call it the Battle of the Black Hills. Okay.
The Badlands Brawl.
That's not bad. Lands.
I had a working title for next year's WRL at Road America race called the Bratwurst Brawl.
And then they banned you from the state.
No, they did that already.
Okay. No, that's what I'm saying. You can't. It's never going to come to pass because you're not allowed in there.
Not allowed back, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I like how I said all those terrible things about Wisconsin-based food and drink items and then proceeded to reel out a 15-minute dissertation on Meat Hot.
Yeah. I think you need to have a long,
Clearly
hard look in the
somebody
mirror.
of exquisite taste.
Well.
Unreal.
Yeah, well, all that and more with the release of the 2025 WRL schedule sometime next week. This week? Next week. When I talked to RJ on Thursday, he said it's probably going to be released next week, which would now mean this week. But my pea-sized brain can't make sense of all that.
Yesterday they said in a week or next week, I think, in the comments.
Yeah, but like
driver change here into the 59, by the way.
Yeah, wholesale changes there for the Stratus crew.
Should get RJ on the broadcast. Give us a tease for next year.
I think the real idea here would have been to just release the schedule on the broadcast. Give us the scoop.
Yeah.
You know, the scoop exclusive.
Yeah.
Or just to allow us to drop the hints one by one, but to force everybody to listen to all 15 hours in order to get the whole picture.
Absolutely.
Oh, now there's an idea.
Reward the people that are putting in the time.
Yeah, I think, like Matt Guyver said, listen to the whole High Plains broadcast. This is what you do. You just force people to lock in, sift through the chaff.
I think this is what's called a dark pattern.
Yeah.
There's the 58 back out onto the racing surface. NFC, that 123 has gone around the 90 on that last lap.
Yeah, that 123 is the car that feels most out of position at the moment, and obviously so, owing to that mistimed pit stop. Well, it wasn't mistimed, right? It was in line with when the 153 pitted.
Yeah,
on, but the flat tire and the deleted lap kind of moved it to where it is now.
I was going to say, I think that the fact that it was an issue that forced them to basically bail on a lap, I think is what's really cost them here.
The 124, that's the sister cars into the pit lane, as is the number 99, GTR 99, who, with 2.5 hours remaining, now finds themselves doing what GTR does, which is creeping up into the top 10. Not a very... That 99, come hell or high water, finds itself fighting for a podium almost every race day, never mind every race weekend. And it just feels a little this weekend like it's not quite been there. It's been thereabouts, but not there. You know, it's followed the same trajectory. Yesterday was a little different. They ran into some trouble, but today in particular, it's quiet, and it's taken them a longer time than I feel like is normal to get to that obviously competitive place. Relies on that consistency. We did have that long 45 minutes neutralization between the red flag and the safety car that followed, that in an already shorter race does take some of the ability to do that away. The 50 Pontiac GTOR looked like it was maybe leaving the garage area to come back out on track. It parked in the paddock, like in just a general parking area near the media center, and now has like 6 or 7 people standing around it.
It's been off
with the door open.
It's been off and on track today a couple of times. I think got a question mark at a late start, or had an early entry to the paddock. But they have been periodically on track, so I wonder how much of that is shakedown, just getting laps in the car. Yeah, any number of things. The car seems to be in okay health externally.
It is, and that's what makes what's happening right there very odd, because you would have thought, well, let's just get the car to the garage and we'll do whatever we need to do there. But it's parked up, like I said, in front of like a couple of trucks, just in a general paddock parking area with what appears to be a whole crew's worth of people paying attention to it, all the way up the left-hand side. It's very, very odd. Hello to Chad Moorhead, who chimes in the chat. I wish we could have been there. Love the Glen. Very few don't love the Glen, so join the crowd, Chad. Also, why aren't you here? Is this Janetta related? Because I think when we talked at High Plains, that car was about 98, 99% back together after the big off at Road Atlanta. But yeah, interesting that fortunately we don't have that G56 this weekend. Between the Moorhead team, right, including that Janetta and the Thunder Bunny cars, it's 3 really competitive entries that we're missing in a class that has already been super, super competitive. It'd been nice to have another.
Yeah, I mean, the fight in the top 3 in GTO hasn't really died down that much in terms of being threatening for the end of the race being interesting. There's only 7 seconds across the top 3, so they're not nose to tail at this point. They've kind of settled down in terms of an on-track battle. But it's definitely close enough that they could really come together at any point. Actually, it's tightened up a bit in the top 2. as we see there. The 70 is maybe got 10 car lengths on the 153 at this point. The two being that that M4 BMW with the orange nose. Which where is that going?
Which car is this? Sorry, the 88.
I lost eyes on the 2.
Oh, it's in the pit lane.
Oh, well, that'll be why.
Yeah, its pit stall is before start finish. So the 26 from Edge Autosports is in. Conveniently, so is the 44 from PC Racing. So they've pitted functionally a lap apart. 26 came in and then left as the 44 was coming back around and coming into the pit lane. So that explains that.
Yeah.
2 is in. Driver change taking place on board that car while it's being fueled. The 123 Mercedes heads down into the pit lane. Wow, that Cam 6 hasn't improved at all. Huh. 123 comes to the attention of the crew at the far north end.
Right, so the 70 and the 153, when did they last pit? Obviously, these numbers are going to be blown out just a little bit by how long we spent under safety car conditions, safety car and or code 35 conditions around that incident with the 997. 70 pit a little after, so they must have pit after we went. After we came back from the red flag.
It was. They were in the pit lane when the code 35 came out.
Right. Okay. Oh, of course. I completely forgot about all that.
Look at that pit stop timer on the Flagtronics. Tires on the 2, and that car is sent.
I was too distracted by the dangling steering wheel.
Yeah.
Makes driver swaps easier.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we've got quick releases. I guess I shouldn't be that surprised, but
yeah, why not?
Well, given that the AO Racing Porsche, a GTD Pro needed to have its steering column completely redone to fix its issue.
Yeah, that was...
wheel to wheel with the 909 and the 123 question mark?
If it is the 123, it's fresh out of the pit lane.
It'd be the 124. I think.
Well, that was the 909 that just went through the shot there.
Yeah, that's the 124. That's a battle for position. I don't know that it'll be an effective battle for position because we are still waiting on the 124, I believe.
Are you talking about the...
sorry, we're waiting on the 909 to pit.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I think that's the 124. I think 70 is into and out of the pit lane. So, doing battle with the 153. 153 is moving as well. So the Go-Karts Go Australia jumps the number 70 in the pit lane. Or no, they were defending.
No, you had that right first time.
I had it right the first time. Yeah. So they were right, and they show behind now because 70 was stopped before the start finish line. So that makes sense. Yes, they've jumped the 70 in the pit lane and put probably a few seconds between themselves and that Porsche 911.
Yeah, that's actually quite the gap, at least visually.
Well, when you consider that they spent most of the last stint 1 to 2 seconds apart, 4 or 5 is miles.
This looks like
it's more than that. It's
maybe a 10-15 second gap. Yeah.
Yeah. It looked like it was 4 or 5 seconds worth of space when they were leaving the pit lane, but yeah, at speed that makes more sense. I don't believe either of them did tires, whereas the 2 obviously did. 2 comes across the start-finish line now and is over a minute behind that number 70. Now, the 70 was at pit speed, so it'll be a little bit less than that when they cycle back around. But in any case, what was a really good 3-way fight within 5 seconds or so of each other is now ballooned out to be 3 cars separated by about 45 seconds. Stratus number 60 has cycled back into the GTU class lead. With that round of pit stops also complete. Zalus and BSR in on the same lap. Yes. Oh, Zalus is still there. Or is... That's the longest stop in that car. Yeah, they're going to lose a lap. Wait. Am I seeing this correctly? My timing's a little bit behind on my second lap hop here, but BSR has absolutely come through and put a lap on that number 88. Now the 88 from Zalus gets rolling.
They're waiting on the choice 522 to pit.
They have not come through to assume the class lead. Now they pit.
The 62 is back out.
Oh.
After only about a 4.5 hour absence.
Yeah.
Which car?
The 62 for open throttle.
I believe the 164 is back out as well.
I think that that's enough of an interval spent in the garage that they're not going to be eligible for points. But they will obviously, it'll be valuable seat time for anybody who's rented that seat for the weekend.
Wide out there at the inner loop for the number 188. Glad to see, just catching up with the chat again. Glad to see, we'll see you back at Sebring, Chad. Forward to that very much. The Eastern Region Championship finale, as it is, in just 3 weeks' time. 2 hours, 25 minutes on the clock here today. We can already kind of turn our attention to that Eastern Region Championship weekend. An immediate sellout. The registration for Sebring a couple of weeks ago, well, a month and a half ago now. Really, really looking forward to that. Sebring in the fall is, it's not Watkins Glen in the fall, but it is a tolerable time of year to be in Central Florida.
Is there a tolerable time to be in Central Florida?
If there is, it's probably November. We, Layla and I ran into a couple of folks that had come up to where we live in Pennsylvania from Florida. They were in town for something for a little while, and we were chatting with them about where they live, and they were up for like an Oktoberfest. They were at one of the festivals there, so we were chatting with them, and so they came up from Florida, and I said, "Oh, where do you live?" And they're like, "Oh, like Fort Pierce area," which is like kind of a Beam Sebring, but on the East Coast. And I told them, like, oh, when I go to Florida multiple times a year, but the only reason I really ever go there is to go to Sebring. And despite being in Fort Pierce, like at the same line as where Sebring is, they were not familiar with the town of Sebring.
No, nobody knows where Sebring is.
Which is not like a glowing reflection of the town of Sebring itself.
See,
well, that's where Ryan DL's wife is from.
So that is what I think of now when I think of Sebring, is that right. Podcast, because it is it is a perfect encapsulation of, I think, the general attitude towards the town of Sebring. Like, nobody disputes the racetrack and its history and its character and all of those things. Well, but whenever you bring up...
Here's the thing. You would think that being in that part of Florida, like, oh, nobody knows. Nobody has any idea. Like, the racetrack is like Daytona. It's there. It brings a bunch of people that they don't want there. And that's like the entirety of people's experience with the Speedway. Jordan can chime in or refute this.
say, I was gonna say during watching all the hurricane coverage, you know, they would show a map of Florida, and you'd see, you know, Tampa, St. Petersburg, that sort of stuff, Orlando, and then, you know, Miami, and then just in the middle of the state is basically nothing except a dot for Sebring. And I saw that a couple times. Like, hey, at least they know it's there.
Round 3 for the 605 for round 3 rather, is in the pits or has left the pits.
I've been trying to bring them up for a while now. They've done a super job today. Very quietly taking the lead after I think the very first full course yellow, and have just been very quietly lapping consistently quick, and have just built a nice good gap in that class. And it's it's hard because I don't see a lot of them out on track. I was gonna say when we saw the 70 leave its pit stop here earlier, it came out next to the 605.
How did you set a thing that? Oh, this is the slider. Okay.
So I looked over as the transition was starting to see a ghost of a car look like it was spearing into the Armco right in front of our camera at turn 2. It was I like my heart skipped a beat, and then I realized no, this is just the way it is now because Jordan's inching the slider.
The 63 seemed a little slow there. I don't know if it actually was or if it was just trying to stay out of the way of faster traffic, but keep an eye on that car.
Eric Benedict asked how the number 914 modern auto body car ran at 1 minute 18. That lap should have been deleted.
Yeah, it probably because that should be an auto delete, right?
Yeah, that's what I was told.
Under, I think it was a minute 45 is an indication that it's between loops, basically.
I'm gonna walk down there and give Dave McDaniel a piece of mind.
Well, that's why they stopped short, Brendan, so they wouldn't get caught.
Oh, sure, right.
But yeah, GP3 has been kind of spread out for a while now. Yeah, a 3-lap gap back to the 65, another lap back to the 600, the 85, which has been missing for a minute now, 22 laps behind. So GP3 has been a real race of attrition today. GP2 is a little closer. GP1 is neck and neck. The Edge Autosports number 26 is under 2 seconds behind the 981 for BSR Racing as of last lap. So that's a very close race for the lead in GP1 at the moment. And then PC Racing having a, maybe not their quickest race, but a relatively consistent race in third at the moment. Just under a minute and a half behind their class leader. 914 has had a lap deleted. The missing lap, I think, has been cleaned up, and so they're falling back down through the order.
Talk about the troubles from North Loop today. We got a couple messages.
No,
updates,
we did not.
From Chris, basically saying that not only did they get the stream working, but we know yesterday they had that engine swap after practice. So they started the race halfway through. Today they did have a fuel pump issue. That had to be swapped out. Cars since gone back out. So unfortunately, you know, still some issues for them today, but they have been running. And they're back out there, you know, doing good laps at the moment.
Yeah, as is the Harrison 164, by the way, that we saw come in out of the lead. They did only lose, it looks like 6 laps, so they're 15 laps behind the leader in GP2, which is going to be a tough climb. But they will pick up points if they finish the race. I think at this point they may pick up points regardless. But that was a car that I think we were afraid we were going to lose entirely from the race, and that car is actually back out with not a ton of time loss, all things considered. Gaps in our GT classes are still on the wider side. GTO, that gap is hanging out around 14 seconds. GTU, the gap is blown out to 38 seconds. So the 60 is looking really good today for a strong finish. I think it finished third of the Stratus entries yesterday, so good to see a little bit of shuffling in the order in GTU. 66 for Open Throttle has pitted as well. That will give the lead back, I believe, to the Krabby Kraut 211. Temporarily, because the Krabby Kraut 211 is also due, and that should, he says without any idea whatsoever, I think that will give the 41 for Rockwell Autosport Development the lead in GP2.
Got the answer on the 914, by the way.
Yes, as soon as you walked away, oh, that's a car off the inner loop.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as you walked away, it started tumbling down the order. So good work.
Well, so I asked if I said when I saw Dave, I said, "Were you listening?" Because he was addressing the thing immediately, and he said, "No, it's the cutoff for the auto delete has to be manually set for each run group." So it was set for all the practice sessions, and it was set for yesterday, but we forgot to set it for today, or change it for today, because default is 1 minute. So I had to go in there and manually make the change.
Interesting.
But
Okay.
it's all good now. All good now. Are we all excited for the U.S. Grand Prix? United States Formula One Grand Prix?
Other Grand Prix are available.
That's true.
Pontiac Grand Prix.
Pontiac Grand Am.
Yeah, they had a Grand Prix also.
They sure did.
123 moves up into 4th.
Yeah, past the number 90 from Toyota R&D Racing on track. I don't know, Joseph, if you watched the Texas-Georgia game last night at all.
No, I did not. I saw what the score was with about 8 minutes to go in the game, and I said, okay, I don't need to watch that. I will watch Moto3 from Phillip Island instead.
I turned it on and told myself I would watch as long as Texas was losing, and so I watched quite a bit. But obviously that game was taking place in Austin at the same time as the U.S. Grand Prix. And they apparently did some ride-alongs in some Porsches and McLarens and some other things for the TV crew.
Okay.
So apparently Chris Fowler is a big McLaren fan.
Like of the team, or like
that's what he said. Yes.
Okay.
Holly
is he more of like a Ron Dennis or a Martin Whitmarsh guy?
Okay. All right. I have to assume that anybody statistically who says, I am a fan of Formula One, I like watching Formula One. This is
has become a fan within the last 4 years.
And therefore has no idea who either Ron Dennis or Martin Whitmarsh are.
Exactly my point. I'm not here to be a I liked it before it was cool person.
Yeah.
But it is my only I have no problem with people being into it. The only problem is it's tough for me to have a conversation with somebody who if you're hearing about Nico Hülkenberg and you're like, what a garbage driver, I can't talk to you about the rest of the driver field.
Yeah. Go watch 2009 Brazil qualifying, sir. Yeah.
And that's fine. I have no problem with there being more attention on the things that I like. But we're just gonna have different perspectives on like everything involved with it.
So the challenging thing I think for me is like, okay, I obviously don't follow Formula One as closely as I used to. some of that is I just find the cars themselves less interesting, but whatever. There is.
By the way, F1 now is just BOP with a different name.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've just constrained. You've made the boxes so tight.
Yeah.
That they're just going to converge, and also the budget cap changes depending on how you finish the previous year.
Yeah, isn't that interesting, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's actually not that different from IMSA. I'm sorry to say anymore.
So the thing that kind of gets me about like being able to have those types of conversations about Formula One and its modern guys is like I am more interested in the lore from 2003 and 2007, like you said, Ron Dennis versus Martin Whitmarsh and those eras at McLaren, right? And the Adrian Newey era at McLaren, right, where the guy built amazing concepts, but they couldn't keep the car cool for like 4 seasons.
Right.
Right.
It's awesome McLaren that just fell apart constantly.
Right. Melted itself into a puddle every third race.
Disintegrated at
spearing
Nürburgring.
off with a suspension broken.
Yeah, they're
right. Missing Takuma Sato by feet or whatever. Like,
yes.
But also Ferrari. Like Ferrari wasn't always run by clowns. It was run by a Frenchman. No, but like the Ross Brawn, Rory Byrne, Jean Todt era.
Hold on, no. Let's get back to that really quickly. So they've said this. We were doing better when a French guy ran it. Frederick Vasseur's close enough.
Well, different French guy.
Yeah.
There's just not that there's more to Formula One than there is now. I just find the current depth of Formula One to be less interesting than it used to be. And if we can't have a conversation about how the way it used to be impacts the way it is now, then I don't understand enough about the way it is now to just have that conversation.
Well, that's why I like following. F3 is kind of boring to me, but I do like to follow F2. I like to follow Moto 2 and Moto 3 because I like having a sense of, this is who's coming up. This is where this rider or driver was in the feeder series. Like, to have a sense of actually how good are these drivers versus how much of this is the team. I'm being a nerd about it. I fully grant, but it's just, it's just different. I don't know. I'm not used to it being a thing that has a bunch of casual fans, and there's nothing wrong with being a casual fan, but you're watching it in a different way.
I think if you were to turn this back towards like sports car racing, which is obviously a little bit more our collective wheelhouse, it used to be that you could turn your attention in between races to spy photos in testing, right? Or little tweaks on cars that were being revealed. Like somebody added these dive planes or changed the exhaust layout or whatever. And there was enough depth in the prototype ranks in particular to have something to latch onto in between events, right? And to create a seasons-long and multiple seasons worth of lineage and interest and talking points and discussions that surrounded the events themselves. Because of the homologation we were talking about earlier, right, the series, WEC, IMSA, whatever, have just become a collection of events rather than a collection of storylines, like real developmental storylines over the course of a season or multiple seasons. And for me, it just makes it so much harder to stay invested when things get quiet or boring or predictable.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of that. It does. I would go to see an IMSA race in person, which I think this is actually being borne out by the numbers, but I'm not 100% sure on this. I think the attendance numbers for IMSA races are better than they've ever been, but I don't know that the TV numbers have actually gotten any better, which absolutely makes it, for the variety of car that you would see there, like, incredible.
Yeah.
But as a television product, I don't know that I care about any of the drivers because they feel so interchangeable and they show up in so many different places.
I think if you were to turn this back towards like sports car racing, which is obviously a little bit more our collective wheelhouse, it used to be that you could turn your attention in between races to Yeah, absolutely agreed. And it's not like the drivers are doing there's very little almost like hero stint ability there. There's very little opportunity to set yourself apart, like getting the most out of the best car in a bad position.
The driver pool is so deep at this point.
Yeah.
That it's, I don't know, it's a victim of its own success in the sense
there's so many jobs to fill, right?
There's so many jobs to fill, but there's also so many people coming through the different pipelines. And I mean, you know, this is a good example of it, frankly. I mean, there are so many people who want to be racing drivers.
Yeah.
And so you do get the top echelon, and it turns out that when you have a bunch of people that want to do something, the top echelon gets deeper and deeper, and it gets harder to differentiate yourself. I mean, I think that's why people like Jordan Taylor become popular, because they have, you know, that's an active effort to make yourself a personality in a social media environment. For whatever you think of that persona, it is how you have to do things now. You have to differentiate yourself as an individual, you know, just in that space, which is, I don't know, it's always been about marketing yourself as a driver. So I guess in a way it's not that different, but it does just feel like the closest you get at this point, I feel like, is really the German factory drivers, but those aren't household names in America for the most part, you know? Like a Porsche factory driver doesn't have the same cachet that a Roush Ford driver had in the Trans Am days. You know, it doesn't quite feel the same thing
anymore. I think there was a time there in the mid to late 2000s and into the early 2010s where somebody like, you know, Kevin Estra, the late Sean Edwards, you could watch them just run a race in a Porsche and kind of makes you turn your head or do a double take. Like, whoa, where did this guy come from?
Yeah,
you know, kind of that coming out party where in a field of 20 or 30 in a Porsche Cup race, there are one or two that really just set themselves apart. And then you follow their career, right? You follow the opportunities they get, and they become interesting because they were exceptional, right? And that talent base that Porsche had was a collection of exceptional drivers. As you said, you end up in a place now where there is such a deep talent pool filling out so many jobs that those kind of exceptional talents either get taken for granted or just lost in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, drivers are so good now, right? You don't really have that many road course ringers. The closest you have is Van Gisbergen coming in, or Allmendinger. Joey Hand is the only one that I can think of who really comes in on a regular basis for cup competition and road courses. Yeah. And so, like, you don't have that very squirrely into the inner loop. You don't really have like your Boris Seds anymore. You know what I mean? Like, so it's.
Where's Ron Phillips?
Well, yeah. I mean, all of these guys are, you know, they're getting replaced by drivers who really can do everything. The caliber of driver is so good now that I mean, it's the same thing as, like, you know, it's tough to have a conversation. It's tough to have a rivalry about car brands just because you don't have a ton of cars at this point that are terribly unreliable. You know, there are differences, but there's no, you know, every car of this make breaks down to 20,000 miles. Like, that just doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah.
Cars aren't as exciting as they used to be, but they're sure a lot more reliable than they used to be.
Speaking
with
of
modern
exciting,
manufacturing.
the 41 of Rockwell has been putting in some awesome laps and should be nose to tail with the Krabby BMW for the GP2 lead as they get towards the later half of the lap right now. I believe they're heading towards turn 10. It's going to be a black BMW followed by a blue and yellow Porsche Cayman.
Hello to those of you that have just joined us. It's nearly 1 o'clock on the East Coast. There goes the 41 pass start finish.
All All right, the pass is complete.
Yep, and Krabby Crab, yeah, not super quick down the front straightaway here, and already a couple of seconds in arrears of that number 41. Hello to the 50 or so that have just joined us when the viewership spiked at exactly the moment I started talking about the U.S. Formula One Grand Prix. So I guess we know how YouTube's algorithm and closed captioning systems work together.
Hey, anyone have any OnlyFans? I'm kidding.
We are the
Someone's
only,
gonna have to moderate the chat now.
as in we are the only fans of the World Racing League.
No.
No, I locked my crypto account. Definitely not farming anything.
This is modern digital marketing, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Arch
What's that?
Manning.
Free Bitcoin.
Arch Manning. Yeah, this is the way. Well, welcome to you anyway. I hope what time the USGP starts? 2 o'clock, maybe? I think is roughly the time. So welcome along. Hang out for a little while.
The
That happens to be why you're here.
American Racing, Pulse Sparta says there's an OnlyFans sponsored car in GT4 America.
Yeah.
There's
There is.
also the American Racing Moto 2 team is also sponsored by OnlyFans.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. So Joe Roberts has a broken scaphoid, but an OnlyFans sponsorship.
I think there was one in GT Australia as well.
I mean, this tracks out because if you've watched an SRO race recently, lots of people in the comments section. So
Is that
there
right?
is correlation.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Bots are gone anyway.
Yeah, what's up
I
with
don't do
that?
the bots thing anymore. I think YouTube
For
finally
us.
figured it out. Yeah, that's true. It's really hurting our viewership numbers.
It sucks. We're not popular enough to have bots anymore.
That's not. Listen, we set an all-time WRL viewership record just earlier this season for a single race weekend. Never mind the circumstances. Never mind anything that commentators may or may not have said about the local culture and
look at
flavor.
that.
So wait,
But
how many people?
numbers
did you,
are numbers.
How many
Hold
people
up.
did you get when
Go
you
back,
inflamed
coming towards the inner loop here. Keep an eye out for that orange BMW and yellow BMW. I believe that actually might be complete already. Oh, yep. There's the yellow leading the orange.
26. Or no, sorry, it's 188.
That's the
isn't
fifth.
it?
That's the
Or
52,
52. Jeez, Brendan.
and the 914,
Yeah, 914.
in their battle for 8th in GTO.
A little scrap around the outside of the round 3 racing Porsche Boxster. At the exit of the outer loop, headed down into the boot. That chase will continue. Joseph, to answer your question, the best I think we've done on a national championship weekend is like high 20, low 21,000 for total across 2 days. And during Road America this year.
Unique viewers.
Yeah, it's total views. Total views.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't remember where concurrent peaked for any of them. But when we did Road America this year, we got to 23,000.
Yeah, the entire town
We
of Belmont
cleared it with a
Lake
margin.
in anger showed
Yeah.
up.
So you figured out how rage bait works.
Correct. Yes.
Congrats.
Yeah. Again, modern digital marketing.
Uh-huh.
DriversEye Live experts.
Hey, the 52's holding on so far. Coming through a little bit of GP1 traffic, I believe. Yeah, open throttle BMW.
Around the outside there of the number 2, around the outside of the number 26 from Auto Sports.
And see, the fun part is both of them are gaining on the 124 from NFC Mercedes, which is just a little ways up the road from them, coming through the shot here, followed by the yellow car, the 52, and then the orange BMW, the 914.
Hard not to root for that 914 as kind of being the home-built / homebrew option in GTO.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, being a non-GT4 car.
Yeah, doing things slightly differently here.
They're the underdog. You wanna cheer on the underdog?
Yeah. The Indiana football of GTO.
Robertson Racing of WRL.
Robertson Racing.
Do you not remember them?
Yeah, no, I remember them. What was the husband's name?
Chip
wife
and
was-
Joanna?
No, the wife was Andrea.
Yeah.
Probably.
David? No, it was David Murray.
Yeah, David Murray and maybe David Robertson.
It might have been. Anyway, he was on the board of directors for Riddle.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he was involved there.
Zealous running relatively quick, getting the gap down to 8 seconds behind the 522 of choice for 4th in GP1.
Yeah, remember that car lost a lap earlier, so instead of expanding the gap at the front of the field, they've got a little bit of work to do with now under 2 hours remaining on the clock. Try and salvage something out of GD1. I think it's still just a lap up to the 981. It's over a lap, but they were so closely matched after we came back from the red flag and safety car that, oh no, it is. Yeah, it's a lap. Well, PC Racing is about to go a lap down. Defends really aggressively down the inside into turn 1, but the 981 has the momentum and fires it up the inside anyway. So that puts second lap? No, it's 1 lap between the 981 and the 44. So in trying to reconstruct this, it's the 981 and the 88 from Zalus were essentially on their own lap after the safety car. But it wasn't
which, by the
actually
way,
a full lap. Not actually a full lap, just most of one.
Don't tell anybody, but we've gone an hour and a half without a code 35.
Well,
Well, an hour and a half since we came back from the full first caution.
so it does make some sense, right? Where we've got more track time, obviously, than we've had it.
Hello.
Yeah. We've built up a lot of track time. Drivers are more comfortable with the track itself, with managing traffic, all of that. We've obviously had some attrition, so the traffic density has gone down by quite a bit. And you get into this sort of let's just bring it home mode for the last couple of hours on Sunday where even if there is something to chase and fight for, you're not having to push quite as hard to do it. And I think you just see fewer mistakes and fewer incidents as a result.
Yeah, like we're seeing this really good scrap here on our camera between the 153 and the 59. 4 position overall, not 4 in class.
Yeah.
But you can see the 59, just trying to figure out how to best use the momentum of the car to get around because it does not have the straight line speed that the 153 Mercedes does.
Hello in the chat to Boy from New York. We are also in New York.
You are boy in New York.
You see coming through the screen here, unfortunately the 2 is slowing up a bit of this battle here. The 52 has gone by the 124 Mercedes, which is now sitting between that BMW and the charging BMW from 914. Cackle cars coming in. Turn 1, 914 on the inside of the 124 here. No, a little bit too far behind. But yeah, a lot of traffic here. BSI's in here, or BSR's in here, your GP1 leader as well, just in front of the 124.
Yeah, that number 2 since the pit stop has lost a couple of seconds of pace, which is really, I mean, we're used to seeing differences of between different drivers in pace. It speaks to the quality of the GTO field that we're seeing a pace drop off of maybe a % or 2 in terms of lap time. Really decide these battles in GTO. You really don't have a ton of margin if you want to be fighting at the pointy end of this field anymore.
Yeah, the 52 needs to get by the 2 here. Otherwise it's gonna just let this battle, catch up to its tail end again.
But the odd thing is, it's really not brought the 914, not immediately anyway, not brought the 914 right up to the rear bumper of.
Oh no, they were still dicing through traffic there, and the 124 was
the
rightfully
124.
cautious.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so they're gonna start to get away from the traffic here, but this is when the 52 needs to be capitalizing on this. Unfortunately, you're not really seeing that because here you go, the 914 has got around the 124, and now they're directly behind the 52.
Yeah, that 2 car obviously a lap ahead of this nominally three-way fight. I expect the 124 to drop off the back here momentarily, but as you say, holding up the sister car just at the moment. Back of the shot there. Is that the 981 and the 26? No, that was PC. That looked like the Edge Autosports car.
So, yeah, I believe that is because that is PC Racing being lapped by.
Yeah, we saw that happen on camera, but for some reason I thought it was the 40 or the 26 that came through the shot just after.
This
That's
BMW right here, that is.
Oh, that's an MX-5.
No. This one in front of PC Racing. I believe you were trying to talk about.
Yeah, that is the one. Is that the 567 maybe?
I have the 567 as gray. I originally had the 336s listed as black with a yellow stripe on the side. I'm thinking that might be the 134 though. I'm not entirely sure. But speaking of GP1, you know, Zealous had gotten by Choice Racing for 4th. So that recovery mode there, they are 37 seconds behind PC Racing, that white and blue BMW we just saw go through the screen a moment ago. Zealous does have the pace advantage by several seconds a lap at the moment. As we continue to see this battle here. And the 914 has got by the 52. We're going to try to see the 914 can capitalize to get around the 2 car to try to get a little bit of breathing room here. Unfortunately, both cars being held up just slightly by the 909 Aston Martin here.
Brendan, do you know what time it is?
Is it time for the irresponsible mathematician to math?
Yeah. Well, I don't think I get mathematician bona fides, but
programmer, the irresponsible programmer.
Yeah, that's very true.
Authoritarian.
Okay, so who do you think is our odds-on favorite?
My guess, just from the consistency and pace that they've shown, is probably the 153.
You'd think so.
Yeah, I would. That's why I said it.
It's the 70, but it's close.
Oh,
it's very
close.
close.
Okay. All right.
More or less 2/3 to the 70, and then the other third to the 153. I think it's probably closer than that, even. And obviously, this doesn't consider other drivers that might be finishing the race in either car. So, if we're throwing, I don't know who we've got behind the wheel of the 153, but if you're up against a Cole Lofsgaard or a Josh Bilicki in the closing stage of the race, ideally in the 153, you'd also like to have someone on the level of a Cole Lofsgaard or a Josh Bilicki in the 153. I don't know how realistic that is. GTU advantages to the 58, which is kind of interesting given that the 60 has been has held such a large gap for so much of this race. But yeah, so I that feels like a little bit of a toss-up to me, which kind of tracks. GP1 advantages to the 26, which is very interesting to me because the 981 has been at the front of that field for so long. But the gap is not that. It's certainly not insurmountable.
Well,
we've got 2 hours left, and there's only 16 seconds between the two.
I think it's important to acknowledge the point, as I think we're about to get a pit stop from the 914. It's important to acknowledge the point that the 26 was most of a lap down when we went back to green about an hour and a half ago, and it is now within, what was it, about 20 seconds? Is that the number?
I've got 16.
16, yeah. Okay, so within 20 seconds. But that is a gap that has closed substantially since, we kind of reset the field there at the halfway point.
And remember,
so I could see why it likes the 26.
Yeah, and remember the car that the Edge 26 finished behind yesterday to finish second is no longer in the running today. That Palomar
Yeah,
38, when that corner appears to have collapsed on them, that's kind of opened the door for the 26 for Edge. So keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and Zalus being arguably the quickest car in the class through the course of the weekend, having had its issue with a long pit stop earlier on,
Yes.
now sits, outside of obvious striking distance for the class lead.
GP2 advantages to the 41, which won't be a surprise to anybody. The 66 absolutely has a shot at it, but the model doesn't give them a huge opening. GP3, the only chance that anybody has to overhaul the 605 is really if something happens to the 605 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's about a 10-minute gap between them and the 65 for open throttle. So GTO definitely, I think, still very up in the air certainly between the two cars that are involved in the fight right now. GP1, keep an eye on that battle for the car that currently sits second in the order, as we've got a car, the 600, turning wide in the inner loop.
Might be able to catch that on the onboard if we cut there quickly.
P3 in GP3.
Oh, their onboard has gone down. Never mind.
And then GP2, I think, is an open question, as is always the case in these classes, especially the home builds. They're not tested to within an inch of their life like a GT4 in active development is. So anything can happen in a general production class, and it usually does.
And it usually does. Dang it. I was just counting on a quick breath there that would have allowed me to jump in, but you were already headed there.
No chance.
Yeah. Oh, code 35.
Car 50, the Matt Conley Pontiac GTO stopped turn 9.
There may be two separate incidents. Yes.
TLM USA 172 in turn 7.
Both of those are in the boo. We're looking at turn 9 here. Okay.
There's the 172.
Yeah.
Good pickup, Jordan.
Yeah, and this is obviously coming out of turn 7.
That looks to be a pull-off.
Yes, very much. As we were just talking about reliability issues for the general production classes, and talking about how solid GT4s are going to be, there's a GT4 stricken by the side of the road.
Yeah. Do we have an onboard from that Matt Conley car? Oh, we do. You have it on the list. It's car 50 there, Jordan.
We are looking at a 1-lap penalty for the 914 for visor up infraction.
Yeah, well, so it's not specifically that the 914 had the visor up that gave it the penalty. It's that it had already used its warning.
Correct.
/ mulligan. Yeah, 2 of those will do it.
Possibly 2 warnings, not sure.
The reason we don't see the number 50 at turn 9, by the way, is because it's parked directly under where the cameras are sitting.
Let me go this way,
There it is.
Are we going that way? Yeah, he's gonna.
So that's in the paved runoff area there to the right-hand side where Marco Andretti and Eddie Cheever came to blows a few years, 15 years ago. 17 years ago.
It's a bummer we didn't use that camera earlier. Would have loved to have heard that.
Yeah, right? now that it's not running anymore. Yeah, this is a bit of a shocker. I mean, the 888 had its issue earlier on, right, which is the sister TLM car. That's the TLM Mona. This is 888. This is TLM USA number 172. So it's not been a banner day for the TLM USA guys. Obviously, also had the issue for the only 89X Aston Martin that started the race. So, unfortunately, 3 out of 3 for the Aston Martin GT4s here.
Well, that car has come back out and has been running.
Yes, but
unfortunately,
spent
did have
45 minutes or whatever it was in the paddock. Yeah.
Yeah, and they had better days yesterday. I mean, TLM Mona, the 888 finished 5th. A9X, the 289 car, finished 8th. And the 172 finished 12th. So I mean, solid results yesterday. Unfortunately, today just not so good.
Tow rope. 6 is being looked at for maybe dropping debris. The call is debris.
Which car?
6, one of the basically tail running GTU for Heraflight Racing.
Oh, yeah,
back out.
Heraflight. Yep.
They've been chugging away. That's that bright orange NPO one. They've had early issues, but have been circulating pretty continuously since then. $60 appears to be in for Stratus.
Yeah, we should see, I would think, everybody here. Just about everybody.
Yeah, we haven't seen the 153 yet, or the 2.
Yeah, to be fair, the 153's made some alternative decisions when it comes to hitting under a code 35. The 914 is back in. It looks like they're going to do tires. That is an interesting little wrinkle here. Being this is the first code 35 we've had in a while, and because the last neutralization we had was a safety car, where the penalty for doing tires is a fair bit higher, I do wonder if we're going to see more teams than normal take tires, even at this late stage, with just an hour 41 left on the clock. The 2 we know already did them. That's the ACP Tangerine Associates car up in third place at the moment in GTO. There goes the 914. One of the NFC cars is in. Does appear to be the 124. Second place Stratus car is in and out. It's 58. '52 is released as well from Team ACP. In comes the GP1 class leader, the 981. Porsche Cayman from BSR Racing. I think, was Edge in recently? Edge was in under green, basically the same time as everybody else. So we should see, I think, both cars in here. Yep.
Yeah, PC Racing pit board is out right in front of the onboard that we were just with.
And it crosses the line now. In comes the 153, so your GTO class leader into the lane. The 50 has been recovered to the paddock now on the back of a tow rope. And in comes the 26, who does not have a pit board, but has a pit flag.
As the 153, it looks like they've just gone down the front straight, but I don't know if they went down which side of the pit wall they came down.
No, they're in the pit lane, the 150.
Okay.
Yeah, they're at the attention of the crew already. It looks like they're going to
Driver
they're doing
swap?
fuel at the moment, and it looks like they are doing drivers as well, or the driver.
As a reminder, GTO cars can usually make it about, I'd say on average, the stint length seems to be around the 65-minute mark. So if we were to stay green the rest of the way, this would be one stop to go for everybody in that field. Probably for the GTU field as well. They're closer to the 55 to 60-minute mark in GTU. The only classes that I think would be able to make it to the end here would possibly be GP2, GP3. Most of the GP1 runners you'd expect would at least need a splash of fuel to get to the end.
I think that would depend on how much code 35 we get here. If we get another 15 minutes, I think it's probably a lot closer than if we were to go back to green next lap.
Yeah,
I think the edge is that fine.
Yeah, it's close. 26 is being shown is in the pit lane. I think you said they've already gone.
On the way. Yep. The 153 is doing tires. If I didn't confirm that, by the way.
Right. Okay. Zalos Motorsport, the 88 would be the last of the front runners in GP1 that we'd be looking for to pit. Not everybody in GP3 or GP2 has come in, which is interesting and kind of suggests to me that maybe they're good to go. But the round 3 605 has been out for 17 laps, so I'm a little surprised if they don't come in here. I guess for the 605 it's a little immaterial just because of they've got a 10-minute gap of the rest of the field.
For what it's worth, the number 70 Porsche is rounding turn 11 right there in the center of your screen. The 153 is still stationary in the pit box. Doesn't look like they're doing much at the moment. Released off the air jacks and is sent down the pit exit lane. So the lead gap in GTO at the moment is going to sit at basically the length of the front straightaway. The green flag waves exactly as the 153 gets to the pit exit line. That is incredible timing. Incredible timing. There's a silver Mercedes headed up over the crest of turn number 3. The number 70 heads into turn number 2. Just at the tail end of your shot there.
That was the 51. It's a little bit further behind, actually. It's coming through there.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're looking at a 10-second gap or so.
Yeah, and we know fresh tires on the 153. I don't know what they decided to do on the number 70 Porsche. ECP Tangerine Associates will be the next one to cycle back, and we'll get an idea of where the gap is there. My guess is that's still up close to a lap.
So GP2 with the open throttle 66 staying out during that code, at code 35. They pit last about 15 laps ago, so I would be surprised to see them make it to the end. But they will have enough of a stint length that they can afford to gamble a little bit.
Yeah, maybe that's one of those where if the code 35, where you would make the stop anyway, lasts long enough, you just stay out and keep the mileage.
Yeah, potentially, but that is the driver being whoever that last pit stop would have come with probably 2.5 hours. No, that's no. With about 2 hours to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that is marginal. It feels like It feels like a long time for the driver to be in the car is the only thing with that. But yeah, with 2 hours, that's not a crazy stint to ask.
The lead gap updates. It is at 12.8 seconds. Up in GTO, in GP1, similarly, BSR and Edge have both cycled through. It's 24.8 seconds. We can round that evenly up to 25. Comfortable with that. So that's gone out a little bit since we last looked at it, where it was about 16 seconds. So fair play to the BSR pit crew for some efficient work there under the code 35.
A little bit of housekeeping.
Yeah, go ahead.
The debris was corner 6. It was not car 6. That was just a little bit of a data entry glitch. So that's been cleared away. I don't think there's any suggestion of an issue with the number 6 car. A little bit of smoke coming out of that black and orange BMW. Is that the 914?
That is the 914 there.
Yeah.
True.
Just the faintest hint of a little bit of smoke. Or, well, maybe it was not the 914 because the two cars behind it had a little bit of smoke on it.
That was 2. Was the other multicolored BMW, the M4.
Okay.
Oh!
That was close.
Yeah. So my screen there just paused right as they got to the apex, and it made it look like they made contact, but I think they got away with it.
Yeah, Brandon Vandal's trying to get on the inside of Harrison into the inner loop.
Yeah, I think that 914's got a little bit of
a rub.
Yeah, something. I don't know if it's going to be something that's going to cause an issue long term, but it's definitely not.
Well, it seems like all these cars are throwing up just a little bit of dust on the camera. So
maybe it is just dust. You could be right.
You're looking for that 914 on timing. Remember, they kind of took one on the chin with a pit lane penalty, 1 lap penalty for, I believe it was a visor that ultimately did them in. Visor not being down during fueling.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of cars actually operating on on a probationary period, if
Yeah.
you will, at the moment.
Ooh, the gap is coming down for the GTO class lead. It's down to 10.2 seconds, owing to a 2 minutes 0.9 that time around from the number 70. Remember, with us being inside of the final, well, anywhere within the final 3 hours, but that's a car backed almost
open throttle.
Yeah, it is definitely an open throttle car.
I don't think that they've made it quite to the
I see
wall.
daylight there.
Yeah.
Okay, it sounds like they've rebounded off the tire wall just a skosh.
Yeah, last time this happened, we ended up with oil all over the track. That does not look to be the case this time.
It does look like a E90 bodywork, so it's going to be one of the GP1.
Yeah,
open
63
throttles.
maybe.
Yeah, 63 or 64.
The problem that they're going to run into is they're pretty unsighted in terms of when they're going to be, assuming that car still has fire, they're going to be pretty unsighted in terms of when they're going to be able to safely cross the track here.
Yeah, and it's not like there's a marshal around the corner that can give them a point as to where the safe gap to re-enter is. I wouldn't be shocked to see another code 35 here. Bear in mind, too, the pit exit lane is blocked, which means that cars are having to go more or less to the middle of the road as cars are coming around at speed, exiting turn number 1.
You see that waving yellow at the turn-in for turn 1. But I don't know that the driver's going to be able to have even eyes on that marshal at the corner station.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, it's way out of view.
64 now confirmed on the race control log. Worth noting also, Joseph, the smoke that you saw out of what appeared to be an orange BMW is also confirmed in the race control log. The 914 says heavy smoke, which there's a code 35. I didn't see it as being quite so heavy, but turn 6 reported it headed down into the boot, which is outside of where our cameras can see. So maybe that is a rapidly worsening condition.
Or an alternatively worsening and improving condition?
Yeah, it could be. Well, it may be situational there. Turn 6 being a left-hander there. I don't know. Did you see it at 2 or 3 headed up over the hill?
I feel like I saw it coming out of... Well, I don't know. I would need to see it under speed again. We're probably not going to see it at reduced throttle here under code 35 either. Mm-hmm. So unless they voluntarily pull that car in or somebody reports, well, they are pulling that car in.
Yeah. And they were in at the last stop as well. That my assumption here is that this isn't just a simple top. Well, although they do have the fuel canister ready.
It may be one of the situations where you might as well, but we need to check this out anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll take a look, but let's top off anyways.
Yeah, much like you see in WEC and generally ACO rules racing, where before you do anything, you fuel the car, and then you do whatever you're going to do. Yeah, bottle and drip tray go over. I mean, like just about anybody, I think I'd be in here. We only had a lap or 2 under our belt, but that's, a shorter stop potentially under green in an hour's time. 914 is sent. They didn't even look at it.
Obviously, it's burning oil for fuel.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah. Yeah, no takers from that first group. This, I suppose, is an extreme example of pitting.
Yeah, it is the logical extreme of that strategy.
Yeah.
That said, if I am the 66 who did not pit on the last stop, I feel like this would be the time. You're inside an hour and a half. I think you could probably make it from here into GP2.
Number 124, I believe. I don't think it was this way yesterday, but they've added yellow duct tape to the windshield, the top near the windshield banner, and also a yellow stripe across the left side end plate. That, if I were selfishly considering this, I would say specifically so the commentator knows exactly what he's seeing when one of the NFC cars rockets by.
So
I think
that windshield stripe was there yesterday, and it was helpful.
I don't remember the stripe on the end plate.
I just get mixed up which car has the stripe.
Yeah,
Because
so that's the problem, right?
The other one has a blue stripe.
It's like the Porsches and IMSA. One of them has the white fin, one of them has the black fin, but I never remember which one has which.
Medical vehicle at the site of the 64 spin to check on the driver, make sure everything's okay.
It seemed to be a hard impact, but if it rebounded, I guess it's a cautionary thing.
Yep.
The 112 is in. The TC Klein. 88 from Zalus is back in. I wonder if Zalus is out to try and save a stop here. Bearing in mind they are the quickest, or one of the quickest cars with regularity in GP1. But they didn't pit last time either.
No, they didn't.
Interesting. I don't know if this gets them into a window or not. Another 2 laps of this, and they might be close.
I've got them in the pits right now. Is that what you just
They
called?
are, yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm theorizing that maybe they're trying to make this their last stop, or at least open up that possibility should we get any more Code 35s.
Yeah, I mean, it's, as we said in the last one, it feels marginal. And obviously, the further we get into the race, it gets less and less marginal.
Yeah. The PC car did just go through, so it'll demote them, at least for now, back to 4th place in GP1.
Yeah, what is the lap split, I ask myself. And so the 33 seconds behind is the 522 for choice racing. Then it's a big old gap between the 522 and the 946. So your floor, if everything goes well, is basically 5th place.
Yeah. So Edge comes through to complete 127 as well. So Zalu's car is a full lap down, if we didn't know that already.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really tightens up the range of what's possible for those cars running 3rd through 5th. I mean, you really are going to end up 3rd through 5th, barring a mechanical issue. I say that the 44 PC Racing has just been warned for a Code 35 infraction.
It sure looked like they were packing that 88 full of fuel.
On that stop. They were also warned for violating the Brian Hicks rule.
I don't know who Brian Hicks is.
Driving through multiple pit stalls.
Does he drive through every pit stall in iRacing, like from the beginning of the lane?
You can't in FTF. I think it's Jordan is better than I, but you can't drive through more than I think it's 3.
Speaking of FTF, where's Zach Johnson? What's he up to these days?
Where is Zach Johnson?
Yeah.
Johnson. We had a Johnston and we've had a Johnson now. There's more oil dried down.
John Stone.
Or at least we're sweeping something away from the racing surface. I thought to myself, too, we're not going to have a repeat of the situation with the Porsche because that's not a rear-engine car.
Yeah. Well, but the weird thing about that Porsche was that the oil dry went to the braking zone for turn 1.
Yes.
Right? So it wasn't that it backed in and then started leaking oil because of the rear-engine car. Like, it started before it got there.
Yes, it already had the issue, and then it brought the issue with it.
And really with it, like,
yeah,
the whole paddock pit lane really tells a story. 58 is back in. Well, this is their first stop under this Code 35.
That's going to be curious. I don't know the subs well enough to know how that blend was supposed to work, but that didn't feel quite right.
Yeah, it's one of those where they're tricky with cars and or personnel in the lane.
Yeah. So who has not pit on this? The 605 still hasn't pit, but as we've established, they don't really care. They're. Oh, but we've gone back to green.
Mm-hmm.
The green flag at that station is so. It's in the shade, and I keep thinking that someone's being black flagged, but they're not.
Now imagine how hard it is to see flags at night.
Yes.
I don't know if you've ever
Condolences
noticed,
to Ricky Taylor.
At the Nürburgring, for the 24, they obviously don't use flags at night. They use these highly reflective, almost just like metal cuts wrapped in this reflective material. And first, you feel like an idiot when you use them, right? So you're not really doing anything like you would with a flag, but they're meant to be visible at night and have the headlights catch them. But when you double wave a yellow, like you're in, what is it, 120 or an 80 kph limit in the yellow flag zone, you're supposed to alternate them like up and down.
Sure,
right. Almost like you're juggling.
Like a scissor motion almost.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And it just looks, because it's a completely different motion, it just looks so bizarre. It does the job, like you catch it and you know exactly what that motion means when you see it. It just doesn't match anything you're ever really used to.
I've been really partial to the light boards that have become popular at a bunch of different places, because those are obviously, those are self-illuminating at night.
Yeah.
PC Racing has overhauled the 88 for Zalis on that lap. The gap from the 153 back to the 70 now is under 12 seconds. So that is continuing to tighten up as the 50 is back out on track, which might...
Out of the 914?
Yeah, Jordan rightly noticed that, that orange BMW still got some smoke as the Matt Connolly car picks up some marbles.
Yeah, you can see it.
Wow, that's a lot of steering input into the two as well. Getting late into the weekend.
It is, that car is on relatively fresh tires. I just think they're pushing it quite hard at the moment. Trying to stay with the number 70, who, as we noted in the few green flag laps we had between Code 35 stints, was lapping quite rapidly.
I'm surprised that there wasn't any inspection done on the 914, because as Jordan noted in our ears, that smoke hasn't really gone away, and it is pretty visible. So I would be surprised if there was no concern about that.
Unless they knew what it was.
Unless they knew what it was, yeah. That car sitting P11, so just outside the points in GTO at the moment. And by just outside the points, I do mean a minute and a half outside the points, because that's the gap up to the 188 for Lupe Tortilla and Fast Track Racing.
Plenty of time to go there, hour and 20 minutes. Especially with bearing in mind that they were one of the few pit callers in GTO under that extra Code 35, let's say. Not likely to swing a minute in the pit lane, but that car's got pace. So top 10 not out of the question for them for sure. Uh, 60 cars beginning to stamp some authority on the GTU class. I have yet to see this smoke on the 914. Every time you see it, you mention it, I make a note to watch the car and follow it around. And Jordan does too. And then when I start following it around, I never see it.
Yeah, I don't think it's specific to leaning on any particular side. It was pretty light that time by. Yeah, I mean that's That's pretty distinctive. Like, yeah, it's pretty distinctive
Yeah,
blue smoke.
okay.
That's not just the dust coming out from the diffuser. I think there's something mechanically going on there.
Yeah, that's fair. Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing puts in a 2:02.7, chasing down the 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin, who did a 2:07 flat. And with the gap being just 14 seconds there, I think that's a potential change at the bottom end of the top 10 as we get a little wild in traffic there through the exit of the inner loop. Number 188 that we just spoke about goes around the outside of the North Loop car with the the GTO class leader close in tow. Another 2 minutes flat for the number 70 round 3 racing Porsche. Gap's under 10 seconds again, I think, as you noted a moment ago, Joseph. The Go-Karts Go Australia's car still has pace. Doesn't seem like it's quite as not able to extract everything out of that car. Now, it is in a fair amount of traffic there, and it's caught up behind another GTO car, that being the number 188 there. Oh, there's the 70. That is not 9 seconds.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I don't know if we have any info as to who's driving the 153. Melissa Russell asks if she's missed anything exciting. It's about to happen. I don't know if it's going to go in favor of the 153. I will find out in fairly short order, I think. Either that or we're about to have a absolute crackerjack last hour.
Do they call them Cracker Jacks in Australia?
I think they call them Vegemites.
Okay. Hungry Jacks.
Yes. There are no super cheap autos here.
No.
Other than maybe in GP2 and GP3. Melissa believes it's Aaron in the car, and I will treat that as gospel.
You know what would be a super cheap auto? A VW Fun Cup.
Okay.
Aaron Russell Engel. Melissa Russell Engel, for that matter.
Uh-huh. I think that's the move. I think we need a maybe a support series that's made up entirely of 2 CVs.
Remind me to expand on that off air a little bit later.
Oh no.
I can get into a little 2CV action. Although I'd prefer Fun Cups for sure.
Well, they can be multi-class.
That's true. I think they started doing that. I think the 2CV club that runs the 24 hours of Snetterton or wherever they have it now, Anglesey or Snetterton, in the UK, as we get a pit stop for another one of the open throttle cars, I think 63. I think that club also started running the Citroen C1s in the same races, so it's now like a multi-class.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like Econo hatch thing plus the 2 CVs. Is there a name for that class of car? Like the pure economy cars that you can buy for cheap in Europe? They don't sell in the US?
I do, but I don't think I'm allowed to say it.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Right. GTO gap's down to 4.5 seconds, so it's basically halved itself over the last 2 laps. I'm sorry, that didn't happen passively. That's the 70 halving it up to the 153.
Yeah, I don't think the traffic's really going to cause that gap to expand at all either. But I think the 70 is going to be able to round up to 600 without any real drama here up towards the inner loop. Not only that, that 153 is going to get held up a little bit behind the 124 question mark.
164, I think. Or no. Yeah. Nope, no idea.
Okay.
Possibly the 392 from Harrison, actually, I think. You know what I hate is when you go to racewrl, you do Control F to find the number you're looking for, but somebody has a lap time that ends in the same number that you're looking for.
Uh-huh.
So you know it pops up, you can't find where it highlights because you're not looking in the right spot. Tragic.
I'm so sorry this happened to you.
It's a difficult life, yeah. Maybe if I were using your timing monitor, I could just see the numbers all the time.
Uh-huh.
I do have it up. It's not in the right. I wasn't using the right laptop for
Okay. I am pretty sure it's the 123 actually that they're up against. So they're about to put the 123 a lap down.
that. Yes.
Because it
Yep,
would not
blue
make
stripe.
sense for it to be the 124, timing-wise. I said the gap wasn't about to go up at all, but it has gone up marginally.
A 10. Yeah, so they were in a pretty big gaggle of traffic when we first started retracking that. The end result, the 153 was already beginning to work through it, but the 70 did not lose an equivalent amount of time. If the 153 lost time in traffic, the 70 maybe lost a second total. And it was still a pretty significant net gain, as we said, from 9 seconds down to 4.5.
Krabby Crowd, that 211 has gone missing. It's slow, being called as slow in turn 5, so I don't know if it's somewhere else around the circuit at the moment.
Where we are.
That was called in a few minutes ago, so I don't know if that car's made it back to the garage or not. No other corner has called it in as stopped, so
Not the pit lane.
No, I wonder if it's already gone behind the wall. Zalus pulled in a ton of time on the 44 that last lap. That gap is now under 10 seconds.
Yeah, so this is kind of what I was looking at with Zalus. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it without another stop from where they were. I think it was an hour and 27 on the clock when they were last at the attention of the crew. That said, they can give it a fair shot here, especially given the pace that they have over at least third place, if not also second place, and hope that they catch a code 35 at the right time to not to come in and pit, but to extend their fuel mileage just a little bit. It's going to be close for them, but the pace is definitely there.
Let me do the thing and see where it thinks the thing thinks that the 88 is going to end up, because I don't think I know the answer to that.
Did you guys know that the U.S. Formula One Grand Prix starts in 10 minutes?
In 10 minutes?
Have we mentioned
Sponsored
the
by Bitcoin and OnlyFans?
U.S. Formula One Grand Prix at Circuit of the Americas?
I think that's pre-race coverage starts in 10 minutes. I think the actual beginning of the race lines up pretty perfectly with the end of ours.
Oh, you know what? So last night they were talking about when the coverage started on ESPN, and Fowler said 1:30, but they were obviously in Austin.
Oh, that's
interesting.
So when I set up to record the F1 stuff, the recording always gives me extra time, just in case there's red flags or whatever, rain. After the Formula One broadcast, ESPN 8 The Ocho would have some coverage of some sports. So I got to see slippery stairs the other night.
Like running up slippery stairs?
Oh, yeah.
Trying to go upstairs. Yes. It's hilarious. It's fantastic. And then last night it was, what was it? It was competitive puzzles.
Good heavens. Good heavens.
Fantastic stuff.
I just appreciate that they bore an entire marketing concept out of
a fictional TV
yeah, or a movie, yeah.
Percentages in GTO. The model gives the 153 a 52% chance of winning, and the 70 a 40% chance of winning. So they are virtually neck and neck in terms of odds. It is one of those things where this will just happen on track, and they both owe us a pit stop.
Yeah.
So it'll come down to a combination of pace and what the crews are able to do, how long it takes for each team to service the car. We know from earlier in the race the 153 was serviced and sent a little quicker than the 70. I don't know if that's a function of maybe an early driver change or just how long it takes to fill the car with fuel.
Yeah.
But something to consider with the with this race kind of reaching its conclusion. Back to GP1, where we were talking about running this in the first place. Model likes the 26 to win still, but not as cleanly as it was looking earlier. So that continued. That picture is continuing to muddy. It does like the 88 for Zalis over the 44 for PC Racing, as well as over the 522 for Choice. So that's something to keep in mind.
Sorry, it likes which car over the 88?
It likes the 88 over the 44 and the 522.
Okay, right. But behind 981 and 26.
Which makes sense because there's a lap gap between them.
Yeah, sure. Who does it prefer, BSR to Edge? I assume it's BSR, but...
Edge has the edge.
Interesting. Gap's already 45 seconds. We jump on board that number 26.
Yeah, let's see, how are the lap times comparing? Advantage 981 for sure since the green flag, since the restart. But I remember that this is, I don't think that I'm from memory. It's been a minute since I've touched this model. I think that it's just a statistical reading of the entirety of the race. It's not really weighting the most recent laps more heavily than the earlier ones.
We are nose to tail for the GTO class lead, headed up the top of the S's. The silver Mercedes has a Porsche 911 991.2 Cup car attached firmly to the back end of it. Oh, did you let him go?
Yeah, I don't know if he's let him go, but he is gone.
Yeah. So the GTO lead changes hands here. Hour and 5 minutes on the clock with, we know, a pit stop to come. It's interesting, too, that that's happened with a tire advantage for the 153. Having changed the tires on that car more recently than the 70.
That's a big change in lap time as well, because there was a second and a half between the two of them across the stripe last time by. So something must have happened to get the 153 held up either into or out of turn one that lap.
Yeah, I wonder if that 153 has been watched for or warned about track limits at some point, and they're just he's pedaling it a little bit there at the exit of the off that exit curb.
If they have, it hasn't been listed in the race control log for quite a while. I think they might have had actually no, it was a 123 that was had attention for track limits. Actually, at turn 8.
Yeah.
Which is be running wide at the heel of the boot.
We approach the final hour of racing from Watkins Glen International on this fine weekend. The third to last of the 2024 World Racing League season. Hello to the 30 of you that have just joined us after mentioning once again the U.S. Formula One Grand Prix at Circuit of the Americas. Thanks for being with us.
Okay.
We did it again.
We've cracked the 300 barrier.
We did, and that's because because we mentioned Coda. If you are new to the World Racing League, welcome along. Long format endurance racing. 7 hours today, 8 hours yesterday, 15 hours of racing on most race weekends. Head to Sebring in 3 weeks' time to wrap up the Eastern Region Championship. We've already wrapped up the Midwest Championship. Last time out at High Plains Raceway, beginning of last month. And then, of course, that Coda event we were just talking about is our National Championship event, December 6th through the 8th. Thanks to the Professor, Jordan Worth. for bringing up the schedule there. The 2025 schedule. I'll await with bated breath this week, probably. Very excited. See what comes of our plans for 2025. DriversEye Live has plans for 2025 already.
Oh.
Off to some fascinating venues this year. Yeah.
How's Croatia looking?
I don't think it's happening. No events at Grubnik that I know of.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's really not that fascinating. Unless we get Glenn McGee to put in a good word for us at the Fun Cup 24 hours is older or something like that. I don't know.
What is the race that takes part around like highway interchanges?
Yeah, I told
style?
Glenn about that one too. I said this seems right up your alley. It's the Palanga 1,000 kilometers and the Lithuanian highway interchange. It sounds
Lithuania, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, great band name. Lithuanian highway interchange.
I prefer their earlier stuff.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
It sounds like a song from Stone Temple Pilots.
Sure.
Oh God, three. This is too many into two.
Do it.
And rightly, was that the 211 maybe that was caught there on the outside, the black BMW that just rightly backed out of it, was given enough space to get back on, but also realized they probably weren't going to have room to stay out of the Armco, out in the marbles
I
there.
believe that was Blaze Racing.
That was Blaze.
The 211 is unfortunately still missing.
Okay, yeah, 118 then Blaze Racing. I think you're right. Be interesting to see the gap that the 70 puts on the 153 here, if at all. Remember, yesterday, was it yesterday the position changed hands and then the gap just stabilized? Not earlier this morning.
Well, it's happened a few times.
Yeah, a few times, yeah.
I mean, I really think it's a function of people are really just doing their own pace.
Yeah.
Not really recognizing that the car has, or the track has more pace in it. Somebody gets past you, and you're like, oh, well, I can keep up with them just fine. And you magically unlock a couple of seconds.
Ooh, 914 squeezes the 52 out right to the edge of the wall.
That is door handle to door handle.
Oh man, and then kind of has to pay the price going up over the crest of the hill at turn 3 by being caught out in the marbles, and the 52 is able to sneak on through. Now, it is an intra-team battle, excuse me, but the 2 and the 52 are battling for position there. That's the multicolored M4 that's being held up by the green beamer through the inner loop, and there comes the yellow over black team car, very much in chase of what works out to be 5th place in GTO. Excuse me.
That 914 doesn't seem to be putting out any smoke anymore, so that's kind of interesting.
That could be either a good thing or a very bad thing.
I think if it's a bad thing, I think you find out pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's true. Worth noting, I don't know if we really caught this or discussed them, but the 99 Toyota Supra from GTR 99 finds itself now 4th place in GTO and 9 seconds ahead of that battle between the ACP Tangerine Associates siblings. It's been a good jump up into the top 5 for that 99 car. Ooh, that's the PC Racing 44.
Out of 4th in class. This is going to be, if that car is dead stick and that brings out a code 35, this opens us right back up into the situation we had yesterday where everyone will be inside the window and it'll be a straight fight to the end.
Yep. Which does mess with St. Lucis plans a little bit.
Yes.
I think they needed it to go. No, wow, they're going to net a position from this, obviously, with the 44 being dead stick. Yellow flags go out, will be code 35 in under 10 seconds. And there it is. 2 is already in. I think that's a lap early for the 2.
I don't think it'll matter.
I mean,
I think they'll be able to make it to the end.
Lane. They did half the pit lane. Wow. No, it's not that.
Oh, they were in before the code 35 came out.
Exactly. Yeah. So they were at pit speed while cars were still going by at race speed.
Well,
unless the concern
Yes.
is that it's going to be a short enough code 35 because that 44
right
is
at
only
mid-entry.
Oh, it's moving. Oh, the 44 is moving on its own. Oh man, forget what I just said. That might be a blinder.
Yeah, it's an automobile.
Imagine that. Isn't that weird how that works?
Yeah.
So the 70 and the 153 are on their way through turn 10 at the moment. The 2 has already been sent.
So the issue is going to be here, Brendan. If they've already scrambled a recovery vehicle, that recovery vehicle still has to make it back home.
It is. It's at 10 now. So the 70 almost certainly will be able to make it in. It's moving too. Safety vehicle is going it's going faster than race cars.
Yes, that was
rounding them up.
That is the idea of a code 35, my friend.
This is the Super Truck Series.
Quite good. Sorry we didn't give you the immediate acknowledgement for that, but that was quite good.
Thank you.
Is into the pit lane. Purple flag still out. I wonder here if there is going to be attention paid to the fact that not everybody will be able to see the pit entry under code 35. It does not appear to be the case. Carter has a green flag in his hand. 70 and 153 are both in. So this is pit service happening in tandem. 70 is rolling and moves at 35 miles an hour. Green flag waves down towards the north end of pit lane where the 153 is still taking on fuel. Jug is out on the 153. Do we have another jug to be added? Wait for it. No, it doesn't look like it. 153 gets started. They wipe the grill clean, and now that car is moving as well. So things hold station. Here's GTO.
Here's the other thing about that. Even if you don't get the full complement of fuel in, I think you have to send them anyway.
Yeah. No driver change, it looked to be the case there on the 153. Definitely no driver change on the 70. So it's basically just the tiniest interruption of the battle we already had in progress.
I feel like it is tightened up just a little bit, though.
Agreed, yes. Yeah, I think it's gone slightly back to the favor of the 153, but obviously the 70 is winning the track position battle still.
Love the posture of that 153 as it comes around the exit curving of turn 6.
Really leaning on the left side tires there through the camber at 5.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is going to be the question is, did both cars, were they able to fill up or fill up to the point where they can make it to the end of this race?
Yeah.
Or have they short-filled, trying to maximize the advantage of the code 35? I think my expectation would be that they would fill up, but you never quite know.
Yeah. So in GTO specifically here, let's look at the 123, the 70, and the 153. And the 2, right? So those are 4 cars out of the top 7 that were in under the code 35. There's a chunk of cars, the 99, the 52, and the 124, that did not make it in under that brief code 35. Which means that the 2 stands to gain the most here because those 3 cars ahead of them are definitely going to have to be in. Don't know that they're going to be able to catch the number 123. The number 123 is a good way up the order. Although in danger of going down to the GTO leader. Actually, it's probably recovered to be back on the lead lap, the GTO leader. Because they were at least a lap down earlier with the flat tire and the lap deleted. There's a 123. Go ahead.
For flying fur, it's been given a lap penalty for not slowing sufficiently during the code 35.
Yeah, there is a target number during the code 35 that you're supposed to hit in terms of speed. It's 35.
And that,
yes.
It has previously had a warning. Might have already been this,
yeah, okay.
This past stint as well. Not sure. Yeah, roughly a half hour ago they had a warning, so.
Yeah, so the other battle that's affected by that Code 35 is, of course, the GP1 battle. We did note that the Zaylis car needed the Code 35 potentially to help extend its fuel mileage. We were less than a lap on the Code 35, so I don't know that it makes a huge difference. But even if they are able to make it through to the end, something like an 85-minute final stint, the 981 and the 26 are definitely going to have to pit.
Good to see that PC Racing came back out.
Yeah.
Very briefly in the pits there.
Related or what?
Yeah, maybe switching fuel pumps, but I would be more concerned that maybe it was an electrical issue that could flare back up and disable the car somewhere else on track. Quite a lot of attrition in GTO actually today, not just from the between Saturday and Sunday, but also quite a heavy contingent of cars fallen by the wayside down to, I think we've got 16 cars running at this point. In GTO, we had 26 entries at the beginning of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you do tend to get that aggregation of issues throughout the weekend where you go chase one thing and you fix it on Saturday and you fix another thing on Saturday. And eventually you get to a point in the weekend where you're just tired of fixing the car. And you say, it's not worth it to go run, 38 more laps based on how long it's going to take to fix this. And so you'd say, let's pack it up, get our stuff packed up. We'll go have a beer at the end of the day, and then we'll get off the road, right? And maybe that's just where some of those cars are at. It's definitely been the case before. Which does, I mean, you get enough drops in the World Racing League and the regional championships that it's not imperative that you finish every race you enter if you're going to run for a championship. So it does allow for a little bit of that. Let's say you don't have to be the ultimate competitor, right? You can take a day when you're just having a bad day and let yourself have a bad day, which I appreciate. It does also put some importance into the longer races that we run, right? What was supposed to be the Super Endurance Cup this year with the 12, 13, and 14-hour races, Daytona obviously was canceled through no fault of WRLs, but those 12 and 13-hour races count for double points, right? And where you just are having a bad day on a Saturday or a Sunday in the air quote shorter races, it kind of creates a demand for you to go out and finish those longer races. To get the car fixed, get it back out there, and even if you're just going to go run for 2.5 hours in the darkness, it is important to get as many points and finishes out of those, or point scoring finishes out of those longer races as you can.
Yeah, just noted in the race control log, we haven't had a ton of car-to-car contact, thankfully. So the issues that entries have had do appear to be purely mechanical. I guess there is plenty of space. There's a wide enough track to be able to set up moves and not have to go door handle to door handle quite as often. We have seen it get awfully close, but the notes of contact that we got yesterday between some of the top running GTO cars don't seem to have recurred, doesn't seem to have materialized so much today. But even really contact between, although you are seeing people kind of send it deep into turn 8 there, even the reports of contact in between classes seem to have dropped like quite a lot.
I feel like half of those reported contacts yesterday were just people hitting the 525.
Sure. Yeah.
It was like mentioned in like 4 separate things.
Yeah, well, and they didn't start the race today, so.
They tried. Unfortunately, they came to a stop before the green.
Round 3, the 6:05 leader in GP3 has finally come in for their last stop of the day. They hold a comfortable, or at least at the time, held a comfortable 12.5-minute margin over the 65 for open throttle. So that car is just going to coast home. All they have to do really is run for another 35 minutes and they'll be good to go with the 47 that we've got remaining. Gap in GTU has gone up over, we haven't really talked about that class in a minute, but that gap has gone up over a minute. That 60 that finished third yesterday.
The last time we did talk about it was to say that the 60 was kind of stamping authority on the class, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, I don't know if anything in particular has changed between those two entries, but the 60 seems like it's got a lot more pace in it than it did yesterday. I don't know if that's a change in driver lineup or something that they've moved setup-wise from one car to the other, but looking very strong today. As long as they don't have an issue of their own. Look pretty well set to take the overall here. Everybody who started in GTU is still running, which is a good thing to see. Same for GP3. Missing 2 of the AOA cars that we saw go out with incidents yesterday. But the 85, not running trouble-free by any means, but still out there, still circulating. Gap between the 70 and the 153 at the top of GTO is not exactly blowing out. They're still keeping the 70 within their sights, but it is going to start to get to the point where they're falling away from visibility. Actually, that seems like it's possibly blowing out quite a bit on this lap. That seems like more than a 7-second gap to me. It could just be that, but as this stint goes on, it's going to get harder and harder for the 153 to claw that gap back. It's going to start turning into how much can you whittle away from this gap as we get down to zeros on the claw. The 600 has made contact with the guardrail at 6A. And that will be in between the...
Yep, we're going to be going full course yellow.
Yeah, that and code 35, 60 kph will follow shortly after. Has just come out. So that's the third place in GP3.
Bummer.
It'll be somewhere between the exit of the boot and the laces.
We did have an onboard with them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we still do.
No, it's been down for some time. According to
we do.
Oh, it's back. Oh,
where is that?
Oh, okay. So that
you know what?
Pulled off. It's pulled off.
Yeah, that makes more sense. It's made the right hand turn there in the cut in the wall.
Right. Okay.
Behind turn 6.
The circuit is we're counter race, and the circuit is to our driver's right here.
The outside of turn 6 is over there.
Yes.
This code 35 is some good timing here. Just had a pair of visitors walk in the door here with 43 minutes left on the clock. One of whom we've already had this weekend.
Hey,
Johnny Lieberman.
What's up?
Joins us from not quite so fresh behind the wheel of this.
I just got out.
Oh man, you look good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No one's ever said that.
Well, somebody had to, right? Eventually, it was going to happen.
I had to come back because I was talking to my boys on my podcast, and they're like, "Oh, did you mention the podcast?" And I said, "No."
No, I noticed.
And they said you should go back. So, anyways, if you listen to Spike's Car Radio, hello. And Zuckerman says you're a maggot.
Thanks for coming back up, stopping by. You brought a friend with you, Mateo Siderman.
Yep.
Out of the, if you mind bringing your mic up a little closer. No worries. I
Okay.
got you here. Welcome.
Well, I feel welcome. Yeah.
I hear. Well, hopefully the flies gave you the same warm welcome that we do here.
One got a
at
little
Trackside
personal already.
Yeah, I heard you getting after it with the swatter already. It's a losing battle. Don't worry about it. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Unless it's a wasp, in which case, have at it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Gotcha.
So, Johnny, first I owe you an apology.
Oh.
I realized you said yesterday on your way out that you produce a podcast and you're involved in a podcast. Your name came up on Instagram, and obviously you click on the name and 100,000 followers or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So, to me, you were the driver of the 63,
Hey, look.
which is not a bad place to be. Oh,
Hey,
extinguisher's
sorry,
been popped down in pit lane on the 90. I think it's the 90.
That was your 8th place car in GTO.
Oh, is it that Pontiac?
No, it's
No,
it's the
Supra.
non-GT4 Supra.
Okay.
So this is the Toyota R&D team that has built this Supra up kind of prior to the GT4 car itself coming into provenance. And they've been developing and campaigning this thing, but it absolutely looks like it's caught fire down there during what should have been its last fuel stop.
These things happen.
It's out
That's
now
racing,
for
man.
sure.
Wow, poor guy. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, it looks like I did see the driver run away as the dust was beginning to settle. So I think we're all good.
This is exactly why it's important to have proper fire gear and fire bottles nearby, which is why the stewards have happily been assigning penalties to people who have not been doing so. This is exactly why.
Yep.
Yeah, and there is a little bit of pressure here. Not that speed would potentially be an issue here. These things do happen. But these are final stops for just about everybody.
Mm-hmm. I've been unfortunate enough to see cars blow up on racetracks, and it sucks.
Yeah, I bet.
It's bad.
Well, it's bad enough when it happens out on track, but the pit lane is such a densely populated space, not just of cars when it's busy, but obviously of humans on the other side of the wall as well. Things can get sideways in a hurry down there.
I will say you guys are doing a great job of keeping people on the right side of the wall, which is not always the case in my experience. So
sure. Yeah, well, so the pit marshals in the World Racing League are the ones you really need to thank. They are generally a traveling crew that, they add in a few here and there where it's needed, but they've got 10 or so of them down there that are watching like 75 cars.
Yep.
Which is not a small task, especially when you're focused in on all the minute details that you need to be.
But it's really smart, and also I love the no more than 5 people over the wall, because I've seen entire families come over walls. And what are you what are you doing?
No, the safety rules here are well reasoned and well thought out, and they're enforced fairly and consistently, which is what you need.
Cool.
So let's chat here.
Yeah.
You obviously had to drop the podcast, and you did. And you did.
Well, but I also want to. So Tato
That's
is our young
Tato.
Tato.
Yeah.
Mateo.
It's the nickname that I've been given recently.
Okay,
around
Mateo is
racing.
not an Irish name.
No.
We go with Tato, the whole thing. So Tato, huh?
Yeah.
So you referred to him, Johnny, as the young shoe, the hot shoe?
He's quick, man. He's very, very quick, and you're particularly quick on this track. But
it is one of my favorites.
We've we're in a open pipe V8, and because of the balance of power, they've taken away all of our aero.
Sure.
So we're very missile-like down the straights, but it's a lot of work in the corners. But this kid's just been keeping up with the aero cars. So
is that right?
Yeah, that's the main goal for this weekend, is just try and stay on the rear side of the cars with the big wings, because if we're doing that, then we're doing our job.
So it's interesting you said we interviewed one of the drivers out of the Zales car, the number 88, and they're at the complete other end of the spectrum.
Yep.
They said they're lower on power than just about everybody else. They get out dragged down the straightaways by the other GP1 cars, and then if they get held up in the inner loop, they lose like 4 seconds, right? Because that's where they carry all their speed. You see it in the GTO to GTU classes as well, where they're making up 5 or 6 seconds in the long corners. You guys are at the other end there. And what's that like when you are you that on the edge in terms of the car balance and fighting it through the long corners? Or is it it's not fast?
I'm too slow to answer.
Well, for the bus stop and leading up to it with the S's, if you're not flat, then you're really not using the potential of the car. Because if you're not flat through the S's, then you're not taking that speed that you got from turn 1 all the way down to the bus stop.
Can you take it flat?
You do it if you hold the right side and then jump over super late. Yeah, it's flat.
Okay.
But it does get a little sketchy, and if you hit a marble, then you have to let off, or else it's game over.
So Friday at practice, he's like, yeah, I'm not sure if you can go flat through the S's, and I was just like thinking to myself, what?
You're nowhere close.
Why would you think that? Why is that even a possibility? But yeah, he's quick. He's quick.
Friend of DriversEye Live, Glenn McGee, who is this year's Italian GT3 champion. He races here in the States with the 333 Bruce Innovations team. We were chatting off air earlier, and he referred to the S's as Redneck Eau Rouge.
I mean, you normally don't think of New York as redneck, but I've been driving around.
Yeah, this is rural New York.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the sense I've gotten, is a lot of the production cars in particular on a DOT tire, which of course everybody in the World Racing League is, the S's are close to flat. Or they're flat if you get it exactly right, much like a Rouge was for many, many years, and depending on car style. But you're saying the same thing. Low downforce, high power. If you get it exactly right, you can do it. If not, you've got to breathe out of the throttle.
Yeah, and the real thing with these M3, these big heavy cars, is you really need to carry the speed in the high speed areas, or else the corners are just going to eat you up. Because right when you get out of the bus stop, I mean, you can try and sling it into there and sling it out, but you really got to slow down before you get down the hill.
There's a bit of understeer with the car. Not bad, but I mean, for a race car, it's nose heavy, for sure. If you get your tires right, it's pretty balanced.
Yeah.
I was just out, and I was just like, oh, I'm letting my team down. I was just driving terrible, and the car was all over the place. And I said something finally to our crew chief on a purple. He goes, come in, I'll take some air out of the tires. He came in, instantly picked up 5 seconds to lap.
That's weird. Oh. Overinflated.
Yeah, things get hot.
He had a long stint, so they just put some air in out of habit, and then I got in, and it was slip and slide for a while out there. But
are you guys running the race on a single set?
Yes. Yep. We're doing the whole race on one set. We did the last race on one set. But for leading up to and all of qualifying, we had tires from Road Atlanta, which was 3 weeks ago. So our times were about 10 seconds off.
Sure.
And our qualifying time wasn't great, but in the first race we got out there and we got in front, and then we had a little bit of a brake failure, so that brought us back.
Or a lot of it. What? Depending. I think one of the lines backed its way out of a caliper, so it didn't have front brakes into the bus stop. Which it's got rear brakes. Fine. That's how they.
When was this?
Oh, yesterday.
Oh.
But that's Bentley's like in the 20s at Le Mans. They didn't have front brakes, so they did just fine. So
that's exactly what we're doing here.
But we fixed it, and I think we 8th overall yesterday, which considering the incident and how slow I am, is not bad.
In a class of 20 cars, you take it. Right?
Hey. Dude, yeah. I think what was our best? We were like 6 at one point.
Yeah, we were 6 climbing on 5, and then we got my coach in the car, and then he was out for one lap, and then said the car tried to kill him. He brought it back in. They found that the bleeder was disconnected from the caliper.
Oh.
Yeah, we just had to do a full brake bleed in the pit.
Yeah, sure.
Real racing, as they say.
Yep.
And then today, I don't even know how we're running. I just got out of the car. How are we running?
Well, we're doing all right.
Yeah.
We started at, I'm pretty sure, the exact same place, and then we got down to, I think, 15th by the time the first stint ended.
Yeah.
And then I jumped into the car, and then I think I got us up to 10th or something like that. And then at the end of my stint, the downshifting was just not there.
Right.
So
paddle shifters?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it's DCT.
The transmission fluid was almost empty.
Oh.
Yeah, so that is what you get with 4 days of driving this car and putting no new fluids in. So.
Yeah. Are they, I mean, Mike's obviously got a lot going on.
Oh, yeah.
With the fleet of BMWs. Is there like a lot of pre-race attention being paid to those sorts of things, or is it, well, it should be okay, and we're a little busy to like iron all that stuff out, or
most of the stuff is taken care of down to a T. The only things that are really like we're hoping for the best is if we're running a different setup and we're testing it out during the race. So that's really the only variable left, because everything else is bleed after every race.
Yeah.
New rotors, new brakes before any race, and new tires for the race. So a lot of the average variables of a lower budget team are just kind of out the window. It's really like, do you want to try this setup or this setup, but you've used this one and this one might be faster,
Sure.
And it's like squeaky wheel gets the oil. So like we had, what is our stabilizer bar fell off or something.
The blink. Oh yeah,
when I was driving, I was like,
the sway bar
doing
fell
something
off.
weird.
Yeah, no, our front sway bar fell off.
Yeah, so that was bad. But they fixed it. So they're very professional. They're good. They have a bunch of guys. Actually, the funniest was I got here at 7:20 this morning, and for some they've had this. I thought it was for dogs to pee on, but they had this like strip of AstroTurf, and there's just a dude sleeping on it because they've been wrenching all night doing the third motor on one of the cars.
Yep.
Walked in the trailer, another guy sleeping, and then when you were in the car, there was 5 guys just passed out in the pits.
Yep.
Like, it was great sleeping on next to fuel jugs. It was real racing. It was good times. Good times.
Yeah, they were up till
grinds,
they were up till like 5:30 in the morning last night fixing one of the GP3 cars.
Yeah.
Because when you rent a seat, it's really up to them to take care of your car. It's a complete stranger, so you really got to be ready for anything.
Yep.
Have you had many weekends with the open throttle guys?
Yeah, my first race was with the open throttle guys in Champ Car at Sebring, and that was great.
This year?
No,
This summer?
last year.
Got it.
Yeah, no, that was really fun stuff. And then from there we moved on to a little bit of Rockwell in the Champ Car, and then we got into SCCA and POC and all that stuff. And now we're just coming back whenever we want to do some fun stuff with a cool guy.
Nice. So that does create a little bit of continuity then in what you're running with open throttle, and that's kind of where I wanted to go when you were talking about trying setups and maybe well, you ran this before, but this might be faster. Are you as a driver now kind of invested in the development of that car, if emotionally, if nothing else, in seeing finding ways to make it go faster, making recommendations to Mike or the engineers or whomever, or is it just show up, drive, and enjoy the weekend?
Well, for a lot of the drivers, that show up and drive whatever the main driver wants. And for the 64 car, they had I don't know his last name, but Logan was in that car, and he was absolutely wheeling. He was doing his thing. But then I think 2 of his other drivers got in the car and said that it was unstable, and then another one sent it into a wall in turn 1. So it's really it's really based on who can learn the main driver's setup the best, and then that'll be how the team plays out. Because we were at Charlotte, I don't know, was it 2-3 months ago?
Yeah, back at the end of the year.
Yeah, we finished P2 with the 63 car because it was me and another driver, Matt, and then we had Mike as the third seat. And then we just rotated us 3 the entire time, and it was on the same setup, and everybody got it, and it was just counting laps off.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I was just going to say it helped. I don't know how, because there's pretty good height differential, but all the drivers sat in the same seat just fine, so we weren't losing any time on pit stops or anything like that. And I'm not skilled enough to even know what setup really means. I just got in the car and drove it.
Sure.
So it was fun.
Yeah.
There was a time not so very long ago where in WRL setup, I'm not going to say it didn't matter, but that was a thing you took care of once the car itself was ironed out. Right? Once you had your concept, say, hey, this is how we're going to build the car, this is how we're going to make our speed, then you get after the setup. And it almost seems now like you can't really be competitive if to some degree you're not tweaking the setup to the track.
Yep.
Which has been an interesting, it didn't used to be that way, especially in GP1.
I mean, I think WRL has just gotten really competitive over the last 2 years, I think, and it reflects on the growth of the drivers and the teams, and I think that's just a great thing for the sport and a great thing for the series.
Yeah, for sure.
And when I was getting in the car or something, somebody said like the top 3 cars are like on the same lap, which, yes, you see that in like, Le Mans or something, but like for, rank amateur racing, that's pretty amazing. That's really competitive.
So we've been involved in...
Brendan, really
Go ahead,
quick, got the 88 stopped in the bus stop right now.
Oh, man. Yeah, so this was third place in GP1. I think when we started chatting, I think the goal there was going to be to try and make it to the end without an extra stop. Obviously, this code 35 kind of neutralized all of that, but they were in push mode to try and get back up to the lead too in GP1, and it seems like that has come to an end. The code 35 is out once again now in the final half an hour. To your point, yesterday it was 3 cars on the lead lap fighting for the win in GP1. All-Star ended up with an issue in the final couple of minutes that took them out of the running, but it's the same thing again today.
Right.
We've been involved in the World Racing League with DriversEye Live, our production company, since 2017, and it has slowly moved to a place that is way closer to professional endurance racing and professional sports car racing than the alternative, right? The Champ Cars and the Lemons of the world, let's say. But that's what we love about it, is we get to come and kind of play like we're doing the big time professional sports car racing because the races pan out like professional sports car races, right? Everything you love about Le Mans and Sebring and Petit happens here, just in a smaller scale and with fewer eyeballs on it.
Yep.
But we get to sink into it the same way.
PC racing.
The PC 44 is stopped at turn 10.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to get on the radio, tell my driver to pick it up.
So the problem is, as the minutes tick down, right, with these code 35 interruptions, you have less time to go get after it, right? I think you guys were 11 laps off the class lead before my computer decided to reboot itself.
Yeah.
PC Racing was maybe 7 or 8 laps ahead of you guys, but 7 or 8 laps ticks by slowly when you're under code 35. So you need to get back to greening, and whoever your driver is to go get after it if you're going to pick up.
Come on, Klaus. Let's go.
There you go.
Let's go, baby.
There he is. Klaus is
he's the airline pilot.
Right, Mr. In here with the headset.
There he goes. There he goes. Look at that.
Assistant Klaus, baby.
Yep. Double stint Derman.
Yeah.
You guys have any business you need to promote, Johnny, Mateo?
Hey, man, listen to Spike's Car Radio and keep your eye on Tato Siderman. He's going to be doing some big things.
Tato Siderman.
Yeah.
Is there an Instagram, a social we can follow?
Yeah,
there if you're on your way up the ladder.
There is a race account, Riffraff Racing on Instagram,
all one
which
word?
is
Okay.
and then there is an RRR.Mateo Siderman.
We're gonna get him a better one. That's
early days.
and shout out to our weird car gang Riffraff. We can't really tell you anything about them for legal reasons, but we hope they're watching. We hope they're watching.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sure they are actually.
Talk about it on the podcast. We can all find
Oh boy, I kind of could. I could.
Trying to get you
like
more
I could maybe tell Adrian stories on the podcast, not Jake's stories.
Oh yeah, no, Jake's stories
Jake
might get
kind of I might get disappeared.
The best way to
No, I'm not.
Best way to increase viewership is to very quickly mention Formula One OnlyFans Bitcoin.
We mentioned the U.S. Formula One Grand Prix. Instantly, we went up 50 viewers.
Oh my God.
So we've got the algorithm on YouTube figured out.
Right. Well, that's so. I don't know if you know this, but on Spike's Car Radio, Spike Ferriston is famously the guy that wrote the Soup Nazi episode of Seinfeld.
Yep.
And so Seinfeld sometimes on the podcast, but we were doing a live episode at Lift Get Cool last year, and we took questions from the audience, and it was one of this is why Spike is so funny. Some kid goes, "Do you have any advice? If you want to start an automotive podcast?" And Spike goes, "Yes. Make sure one of your co-hosts is Jerry Seinfeld."
Right. Easy. The easy button.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for stopping.
Oh,
for having me and taking your time out here. Seems like everybody's had a pretty good weekend here at Watkins Glen, all things considered.
Yeah.
Everybody seems happy, having a good time.
So much fun.
Yeah.
So much fun.
Will we see the two of you, either or both of you, back at for Sebring or Coda?
I don't know. I can't
We're
answer
thinking
that
about
right now.
Coda.
Okay.
Yeah.
But nothing's official yet, and
I'm sure Mike's got the car entered either way.
Oh yeah, it is. But we're gonna see if we can get some good lineups and see if we can get a good setup for the car going.
Love to have you down there.
Oh yeah, no, it'd be great to be there.
Hell
yeah.
See if we can make our mark there.
Johnny Lieberman,
Cool.
Mateo Siderman. Thank you guys for stopping by.
Thanks for having us.
Okay.
Go get I guess those last 2 spots, huh?
Yeah, we'll do. All right,
Cheers, guys.
Yeah, so the 44 is running again. It's going through shot now. So whatever issue they had seems to have been fixed by. I mean, we saw them have to reset earlier at that same corner. I think they were off the racing surface, but that car being stopped brought out a very brief code 35 about half an hour ago, actually. So at the rate that car is running into issues, I think they'll be excited to get to the checkered flag here. You'd assume that that's electronics related, or potentially even an overheating situation with that car.
Yeah.
A few warnings coming in for code 35 violations for the 112, 124, and 62. 124, obviously one of the the NFC team car. 112 is the 2C Klein car that's currently sitting P7.
124 shocks me a bit because they should have a limiter.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know that the issue with Code 35 is people not having limiters, to be fair.
Oh, that's...
I'm seeing... Has the 88 come back around and been scored again? Because I'm not seeing them as missing anymore. But I don't know why that would be. No, that can't be.
Admittedly, I wasn't paying super close attention.
I'm still showing it missing.
Okay. That makes sense to me.
How has the Go-Karts Go Australia car lost 20 more seconds in the round? Oh, because it wasn't a full lap under Code 35. They haven't come all the way back around yet.
Right, okay. Mo Daka says the good old pretend you didn't see the Code 35 and coast down to 35 very slowly. I think it's really interesting. Don't you? How many clusters of cars seem to emerge at the end of Code 35? It's really strange how that happens.
Well, so some of that is there are efficiencies in running around under Code 35, right? Taking the shortest path, between 2 points and all that.
Yes, sure.
And I mean, you can even see it down the front straightaway. You'll see maybe half, 2/3 of the cars run right up down along the pit wall. Because they take the inside through 11, same direction corner through 1 and through 2, and that makes sense. And then there are other cars that are just drivers left all the way around.
Yeah.
And at that speed, it adds up. At any speed, it adds up.
The only problem is you risk getting all those marbles and stuff on your tires.
Yeah, the good thing, thankfully, about these tires all being such, was 200 tread wear is the softest they can be.
Yeah.
They don't put out a ton of marbles. Even sort of higher G corners like you're seeing here on the outside, nowhere near the number of marbles that you would get even for, for a sprint race around here, for most series. I haven't seen the backstretch in a second. Do we still have vehicles cleaning that up? Yeah, we do.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to get a whole lot of laps in here to the end. Looks like they're now moving that car, but it's still going to take it a minute to get back around to the front straightaway here.
Yes, and I am also wondering, depending on what brought that out, hopefully there isn't fluid down, or if it is, it's just in the area where that car came to rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there goes that car. But coming back on the flatbed indicates that that car has either had corner fail, is locked up, or is leaking some sort of fluid. So I don't know that we'll see that car back out. Even if they take it back to the paddock to have it repaired, I don't know that they've got a ton of time to do much with it. And so that will drop it down to, well,
green.
Oh wow, that is a little bit of a surprise. But yeah, we are green, and that's the 85 with, I think it was an NPO1 behind it. That 60 looks like it's pretty well bolted on for the win in GTU. The 58 now, this gap will obviously shorten way up once we go back to green, but gap was over 2 minutes under the Code 35. We'll wait a couple of minutes, maybe 4 minutes and change to let all the gaps cycle back through into green flag running. Everybody's going to be... Oh, that's very wide for that.
North loop?
Yeah, that car doesn't look healthy. I wonder if something's broken to send them all the way out there. Found a gear and they're running again.
That was very odd.
Yeah, that car doesn't
especially for how far out it was.
It doesn't quite look like that's up to speed yet.
Well, it's staying on the racing line, so.
Yeah, and not really being overtaken by the open, well, overtaken by one of the open throttle cars.
Yeah. Could have, if it were limping, like truly limping, it could have just bolted for the straight line there on the back straightaway.
Yeah, but I mean, that looked like it was almost out to the tire wall, the outside of turn 1.
Yeah.
Hitting the green flag inside of 20 minutes to go. I think everyone's going to be a little, I don't know about on edge, but you know, people are going to be tired. People are going to be, a few people are going to be in contention for individual places. That gap from the 70 to the 153 is sitting at about 4 seconds right now, so it is close still.
Well, it's more than that. We've got 10 seconds, I think mostly under green between the 99 and the 52, and another 10 seconds between the 52 and the 2. 70's got to go out wide into the marbles there to clear some traffic.
You don't
up
know
over
that
the
it is
top
much
of the
more
S's.
than 4 seconds. We probably have about, what you call it, about 9 laps left in this, so you've got to pull back on average. You've got to pull back about half a second a lap if you're the 153.
I just don't remember any point in this last hour and a half or so, that 153 being quicker than the 70.
No, it seems like a really tough ask.
Yeah. The one that does feel, I would say it is more likely to see a change between the 99, 52, and 2. And potentially the 124 in there as well.
Yeah, the 124 should
they're
have
in that
pace.
same
Should be
pack.
quick.
Yeah, I think it's more likely to see a change somewhere in there than it is a change between the 70 and the 153. But it really only takes a bad lap in traffic, and all of a sudden your margin there is gone. It's also very different when, as you've said before, Joseph, you've got a carrot being dangled out in front of you, which that 153 certainly has, the battle for the GTO class win.
Yes, it does. I think I'm just looking up and down the field to make sure that we're not missing any other battles. I'm actually not sure that the 600 is going to lose another spot to the 85. I need to see how many laps those cars are on. 85 on 115, the 600 on 129. So I think actually that Rubin Performance number 600, because of that lengthy 35 period, is going to hold on to a podium position in GP3, despite not being running for the last solid chunk of time.
Right, you don't have to take the checkered flag to get the result.
No, you don't. TC Klein has officially passed the 88 of Zalos Motorsport for P6, and they are going to continue to lose time. They may fall back as far as... they could fall all the way back to 11th. Then, of course, there is the issue of PC Racing, that 44 that's had a couple of what look like electrical issues in the last hour. Last hour, we'll call it. 153's been looked at for track limits, as a matter of fact.
Off and on for DC Klein.
Where?
The bus stop.
Oh, that was North Loop.
No, the green car?
Yeah, the one without a spoiler. But it has the risers. Black front bumper, right?
Yeah, black. Is that? No, not North Loop, open throttle. So that was 66? I could have sworn
yes.
TC Klein had the black front bumper, but I guess so. All right.
Now TC Klein blends in with the 63 and the 64.
The lights on that GT4, the AMG, kind of interesting in that they are very clearly the blinking cadence for the pit lane speed limiter.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harrison's really pulling out time at the PC Racing. Last time by almost a full 6 seconds quicker.
Yeah, I don't know if we've settled the GP1 situation there, excuse me, but BSR Racing and Edge Autosports now 41 seconds apart. That's kind of the last battle we had watched over this last hour and a half or so.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say there's too much space there for Edge to be able to pull that back. So that the way things are looking, that is 2 second place finishes for their Watkins Glen weekend.
Why is Modadka rooting for 99? What is happening?
Mo just wants to see the world burn.
That's fair.
If I can't have fun at the racetrack, nobody can.
And he's starting by lighting fires in the Chicago real estate community, apparently. little spicy posting there from Mo.
I think you got to be careful about lighting fires in the Chicago housing industry, Brendan.
That's fair. That's fair.
Too soon.
Other housing industries are available.
Thank you.
I don't know. Oh, it's Mike Gilbert.
Yeah, the bromance.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I am kind of curious what kind of condition the 44 is in, or hello, swapper. If the 44 is in, if it's in otherwise healthy condition, or if they're trying to drive around an issue to try to avoid something from being triggered.
That is also very possible.
On board with them now.
It seems to be more or less up to speed.
Last lap was a high 216, which is not slow, definitely off what that car's capable of.
Yeah. 203s and 4s that time from 203 from the 70, 204 from the 153. That differentiation does matter. Further back, however, 52 puts in a 204.4, which is both slower than the 99 ahead of it, about a second and a half slower, and about a second and a half slower than the 2 behind it. So it's really the 2 who's making up ground here in what is becoming a battle for 5th place in GTO.
Yeah, we're only looking at about 5 or 6 laps left in this race at this point. So any time that you can make up, you have got to be making it up in chunks. We're looking at a 7-second gap between the 2 and the 52. A 4-second gap between the 124 and the 2. So basically we have a 4 set of cars that are kind of in the ballpark with each other, but kind of need a big chunk of time to come off for it to be that competitive. So you've got the 99 for GTR in P4 in GTO. Then 13 seconds behind them, you've got the 52. Another 7 seconds separate the 52 and the 2. And then about 5 seconds separate the 2 and the 124. So we're talking 10-second-ish, 5 to 15-second gaps. That is enough for it to come off if you've got a big disparity in pace. The question is going to be how big those disparities are.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. One of the open throttle BMWs going to the paddock.
.124 with one of the it's a 59 firing it up the inside there. Backs out of it because of course it's not going to have the legs up to climb through the S's. 124 is getting after it too. 2.8 seconds behind the number 2, and it took a full second, nearly a full second, out of that second ACP Tangerine Associates car. There they are. 2 heads out a shot to the bottom left. There goes the 124. So while the number 2 is trying to get after the team car, 6.5 seconds up the road, also trying to defend from the hard-charging number 124 NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG.
Not missing anything else around the circuit, really. The nearest gap, or the closest gap in any of the other classes is, I would say the 392, about 20 seconds behind that PC Racing number 44 that we're keeping an eye on for electrical or other issues.
Everything else that is close is only a battle between, or not between class competitors.
Is this the 600 back out?
It is.
Yeah. Nice.
It'd be good to see them take the checkered flag. We don't think that they'll lose another position in GP3, so they should still finish on the podium, but it's always nice to, especially at the end of a long weekend, be able to take that checkered flag.
Yeah, especially if whatever happened to them down there at turn 6, I think it was noted as an impact with the guardrail was particularly light. It's just a matter of making sure tires aren't rubbing and everything's back fairly straight. There's no reason not to get back out there and put a couple of laps in at the end.
Basically a shakedown. Yeah.
Yeah. At the very least, you'll understand what you have to do before car runs this next race, right? You get the list together of things that aren't quite right and that you've got to go chase down. Although it's pulled into a pit stop with absolutely nobody there to meet it.
Just hanging out.
There's behind that Monster logo there to the right, other energy drinks are available. There is nobody there.
Okay. It was driven out, right? It wasn't pushed out.
No, it's under its own power. Fascinating. Maybe they just told him to wait until like 2 minutes to go, and then he'll just head out and go do the last lap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody else is backing up.
Yeah.
Speaking of backing up, the 153 is continuing to lose a little bit of time lap after lap to the 70s. So I think that's just consolidating P2 in GTO. The gap in GTU is not really under any sort of threat.
The 82 took 10 seconds out of the 188 last lap. That gap is now under 5 seconds. So that's going to be a yellow BMW M4 followed very closely by a white with little green accents BMW as well. Both M4 GT4s.
Yeah, that'll be...
I think it's headed up through the S's.
That'll
be
just
one out of shot.
For P12, so out of the points-paying positions, but racing for bragging rights and getting whatever position you can.
2 in the 124 are still going out of here at the exit of turn number 1. Closer than it's been, but as is the case with a lot of these gaps here in the dying minutes, we're talking about tenths of seconds here. I mean, it's not like, oh man, that 124 balked really badly by the GTU car. That is, of course, faster overall on a single lap, but man, is just desperately underpowered down these long straightaways, and that uphill climb through the S's really going to hurt the 124's charge there.
Yeah, you can see the rear coming out, just kind of swinging around on the 2.
Yeah. 59's in a fight of its own, trying to catch the sister car, number 58. The gap's 19.3 seconds, but he or she has been lapping noticeably quicker than that blue car, 58. And I just wonder...
Oh, well, part of the reason, it's just changing subjects over to the 153, part of the reason why that car has struggled to hold back the gap on the 70, or potentially why it's begun to lose time to the 70, part coming off the left rear corner reported on the race control log. Part of the rear diffuser apparently has come loose. That being called in by the turn 8 marshals. Who's going to get held up a little bit here, potentially? Are they going to be able to clear both cars? No, they're not. And they're also not going to get a clear exit out of 10.
Yeah, it wasn't held up as such, just was going to end up having to go too wide through turn 2, which is going to compromise the, through turn 10, which is going to compromise the exit. Did you lose that last corner, Cameron? Oh, man. There goes the 52.
Yeah.
And then the 2 and the 124. So they've both been catching
what a
the 52.
gaggle. This is going to get this is going to tighten things up a little bit. If this group stays together, it's going to be really tough for the two to get around it cleanly.
52 is going to clear that pair, which consists of PC Racing and I think Harrison, down through the inner loop. 2 might be able to round up the 44 on the outside. Indeed, it does. I don't know if the 124 is going to have the same luck.
They sure are.
Great speed around the outside. So essentially all as it was there. Good on the 59 for backing off and letting this fight kind of play itself out. Some of that is probably not of the 59's choosing, given the straight line discrepancy there between the GTU and GTO cars. But
now we'll lose them for a bit here as they navigate the boot.
It's 58 through the shot. There goes the 99. So that's the first car in this group. Then about 10 seconds further back will come the 52. There it is. And a break. Then the 2, and then the 124. So this battle for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th place in GTO is very rapidly becoming a three-car battle.
Yeah, it's tightened up quite a bit.
Man, the amount of pressure on board that number 2, trying to pace down the car in front of you while defending pretty mightily from what appears to be an obviously quicker number 124 behind you, is, I mean, you don't know which way to look, right? Keep the eyes out the front and go chase after the sister car, or keep the eyes behind and position your car well to defend your track position there.
Yeah,
here comes the 70 once again.
And the 59 is a very pacey car in this moment. So the 124 has been able to keep that gap, so they're not going to be interrupted by that 59.
44 into the pit lane.
Oh, that is interesting. So that's actually elevated the 392 for Harrison into P4. So PC's lost a spot in having to come in. I wonder, we've got at most 2 laps to go here. I wonder if this is day done for the 44.
60 should be coming to the white flag here. And indeed, the white flag waves at start-finish. The green Stratus, number 60, Sebico NP01, begins the final tour. That's for 171 of Watkins Glen International, just under 3.5 miles remaining. It's a pretty sure thing for the 60, barring failure at this point. Simply cruise, bring it home, no risk, not under any pressure from the team car number 58. The battle we're focused on in particular at the moment is the battle for 5th in GTO between the 52 and the 2 teammates at ACP Tangerine Associates, and of course that second NFC Mercedes number 124 should be around the heel of the boot. Indeed they are. Now one of the open throttle cars slots in between the 2 ACP cars. The 2 goes left, both to pass the open throttle BMW and to defend from that number 124, which it does well, but slides wide. The 124 shows the nose on the exit, but isn't able to open the throttle all the way, ironically, on the exit of the Achilles there at turn number 9. So the 2 maintains position, but by virtue of being out of position there, I think is likely to lose whatever scant chance it remained of catching that sister car number 52. They clear out some of the traffic. The 59 is back on the rear bumper of that number 124 Mercedes, and this trio battling for the back end of the top 5 in GTO begins its final lap of Watkins Glen International.
Yeah, it's a repeat of a lot of what we were seeing at the end of yesterday's race, where the Mercedes had a lot of mid-corner speed.
Falk, sorry.
Yeah, the Mercedes has a bunch of mid-corner speed, but the BMW gets off the corner so much quicker, really hooks up coming out of the corner, that makes it really difficult for the Mercedes to actually make that overtake.
Yeah, squint and you can just see the trio appear in the background. The 2 goes up the inside of the 52, shows the nose, but the 120, where is the 124? Oh, it's tucked in behind what appears to be one of the FPRS Mustangs. Indeed, it is the number 91. Down the front straightaway, the white flag is about to change to a checkered flag, and indeed it waves over the green number 60 Stratus. Sepico NP01 wins overall, 2 for 2 for Stratus, and 171 laps completed. The GTU class is decided. GTO should be decided shortly, but we watch and wait for this battle for 5th in GTO to appear at the end of the boot section of the track. There is the GTR 99. Behind it, we should see yellow over black.
About 16 seconds between the 99 and the 52 here.
There is the 52, blocked again by one of the open throttle cars. Just did this last lap. Looked very, very similar. 2 goes defensive to squeak up the inside of that open throttle car. The 124 gets on the throttle, but not early enough to put a move on that number 2. I think things are going to hold station through these last 2 corners. That number 2 is a little bit out of position on the way into 10, will compromise the mid-corner speed, which, as Joseph just pointed out, is the strength of that 124. But as they come onto the front straightaway, the battle for 5th will be separated by something like 2 seconds in the order that it began. 52 leads home 2, leads home 124. In GTO, further up the order, the number 70 from round 3 racing crosses the line to win in class.
Meanwhile, in GP1, PC Racing, that car, they did send that car back out. It's stopped around turn 6A or flag station 6A. It's been passed by the 112 of TC Klein, so it will finish at best in P6. Wait for timing to cycle through, because it may be passed as well by the 946 from Flying Fur and the 118 of Blaze Racing.
946 comes across the line in 6th. The question is, where is Blaze out on track, if they've already taken the checkered flag or if they're still out?
Yeah, exactly.
981 comes through to secure the GP1 class victory for BSR Racing. Fortunately, that 26 Edge Autosports challenge never really amounted to much. It was really, really good just after the halfway point of this motor race, but eventually ended up going pretty decisively the way of that number 981 Porsche Cayman. And I think we've got most of our finishers home solidly. The GTU podium, all on the same lap. Stratus number 60, Stratus number 58, and Stratus number 59. If you think that sounds repetitive, just wait till next year. Or wait till COTA, where round 3 racing will be adding a couple of those cars to the GTU stable. Round 3 racing, just mentioned, brings home the GTO crown for the Sunday 7-hour Enduro with 11.5 seconds in hand over the number 153 Go Karts Go Australia Mercedes, followed by a second Mercedes from NFC Motorsports, the number 123. GTR 99 comes home in 4th. A good recovery for that 99 after a tough day yesterday, and a really good recovery from that 123 to overcome a lost lap and a flat tire a little bit earlier on. And then that 52, 2, and 124 battle in GTO, 5th, 6th, and 7th place. In GP1, as we said, BSR Racing brings home with a full lap in hand over the number 26 from Edge Autosports, brings home the class win. 522 from Choice Racing, a good finish there as well to round out the GP1 podium. Harrison Motorsports and TC Klein will round out the top 5. And then, as JT just mentioned, PC Racing fell from 6th to 7th on the last lap after that late pit stop. Actually will not complete the last lap, with Flying Fur taking that 6th place spot. GP2 and GP3 were a little bit less in doubt. 3 laps is the margin from the number 41 from Rockwell Autosport Development after, again, a challenging day yesterday. Much more decisive today. Leads home 2 open throttle BMW 67 and 66 on the podium, with HQ Autosport and Harrison Motorsports rounding out the top 5. GP3, round 3 racing with 4 laps in hand over the number 65 from Open Throttle Racing in 2nd, and the number 600 Rubin Performance Garage, I believe, did getting out to take the checkered flag after sitting in pit lane there for a few moments. Late trouble for that car, but it was always likely to wind up in 3rd there regardless after its incident there within the final hour or so. So, as the viewership drops off and everybody goes to go watch the Formula One United States Grand Prix, not that it matters now.
The SEO can't help us now, Brendan.
No, I know, it's over. It's over. I would like to thank Joseph Mudrock and thank JT Tammy for joining us here on DriverSeye Live. Joseph Mudrak making I would call it a triumphant return on some fill-in duty for us this weekend. Appreciate his efforts. JT Tammy, of course, the early alarms out there on the West Coast. Hopefully it's been worthwhile. I think we've seen 2 really good races. Won't do the usual wrap-up here. I don't want to be tearing down cameras in the dark again. As our producer, the professor, Jordan Worth, has up on the screen, next DriverSeye Live broadcast is from Sebring International Raceway, November 9th and 10th. That is the Eastern Region Championship finale, and sets the stage for the National Championship to come in December from Circuit of the Americas. I'm looking forward to that Sebring event tremendously. It was sold out at registration. Another 70 or 75 car field, whatever the max number is there. Another iconic venue. We've been to Sebring quite a few times over the years, but obviously that is one very much circled on a lot of calendars in the WRL season. Keep an eye also out on the WRL Racers group and the World Racing League Facebook page for the 2025 schedule announcement sometime this week or next week. In any case, we'll have plenty to talk about from Sebring International Raceway in just that 3 weeks' time. So, with thanks to JT and Joseph, and of course to Jordan, and thanks to all of you for joining us throughout the race weekend. Go enjoy your Sunday. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. We will talk to you in 3 weeks from the airfield circuit, the old airfield circuit down at Sebring International Raceway. Until then, take care.